And good afternoon, good evening, and good night, and welcome to today's presentation. God, that sounded a bit up myself, didn't it? Guys, we're going back to look at the trial that started it all, the one that the big man himself, Good Logic, called the birthing of the category of LawTube, the Rittenhouse trial. Nick has been gracious enough to allow us to reuse his footage, so we will be getting his commentary as well as that of some of your favourite people. They just may or may not be involved. I'll be interested to see exactly who pops in and pops by. But yeah, so let's get stuck into it because the man himself is going to explain the case, and I've never actually seen any of this. We all know how it ends. We all know some of the best snippets, some of the best parts. We're going to see a whole lot of Schroeder again. But we're going to have the binger moments. We're going to have some of the reactions live that made some of the best memes. And more to the point, I'm fairly confident that we're going out live for once. If not, feel free to let your friends know. But I've sent out tweets, I've sent out notifications, and we may or may not get everyone across from Vices at some stage. But let's get stuck into it, shall we? Alright, so present share screen, which of course I didn't have set up beforehand because I'm a moron, but still. Alrighty.
We're not afraid of color commentary here. We are not racist. Even though Kyle Rittenhouse is, according to the media, very racist for shooting a bunch of white people. Let's see. Hold on. I'm just getting my Windows set up. Sorry for the last minute notice. I wasn't 100% sure when everything would start today. So, and I had to help Lady Raggets get some kids out the door to their activities.
I'm just going to skip forward slightly.
Oh my goodness.
Which is not working for some reason.
How safe would you feel if your pilot said, "Let's go, Brandon," over the intercom? As long as we're flying nowhere near Delaware or Washington, D.C., I'd feel great. This has broken.
Tony, no shit. Thank you very much.
The little bottles behind me are miniature paints. Okay. So it's my own stream looks choppy to me, but as long as it looks good to you guys, that's the key that we're looking for.
No,
here.
all good, Eric.
But,
I got permission beforehand.
Yes.
It's one of the few times when it's better to get permission instead of forgiveness.
I have to figure out what's going on with my computer. I don't know if I've got faulty RAM sticks or a broken motherboard. Something is messed up. Will it be the same judge as the pre-trial? Yes, it will. Oh, we do have some super chats too. Super chats are, of course, a different way to interact with the show. They are not required, but they are very much appreciated. Siumara.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry, guys, I should specify. Bozeman asking how long I'll be streaming for today. Basically, I'm planning on splitting this up over however many days, basically 4 hours a pop. So, we've got another... I'll probably make it to at least the mid mark on this. So another 4 hours or so, theoretically. So could see him doing it as a joke.
New York Times,
maybe
the Nose York Times video. Chris being president of the United are suddenly upset over.
Not that I have any issues with this. I just want to get
ramshackle. Oh, guys,
there we go.
Oh, it's Bruce. Oh, no sound for you guys. I'll fix it.
Oh, good God. What was happening with the video
fault.
there?
And by my fault, I mean it's your fault.
Raise your hands if you can hear me. This isn't a good start.
Raise your hands if you can hear Bruce.
Nick was boomering it. Hopefully it gets better.
Okay, it's choppy for you guys now. Let me see if I can fix this real quick. I have an idea.
Nick wanted to do this for Chauvin already, but had family obligations. However, he decided to stream the Rittenhouse trial no matter what, as soon as he looked at the facts in August 2020. Fair enough. Best trial I've seen in such a long time. Things going on in Kenosha makes a lot of us Wisconsinites side-eye all the shady things going on over there.
Good Lord.
Fair enough. Okay, I'm guessing this is him realizing how bad
In
the
the
trial's
county
running is.
boardroom, can you hear me? Raise your hands if you can hear me, please.
Charles, how you got watching trials?
She said she could hear me, but why is there a qualifying term at the end? But
She can hear your butt, dude.
Someone thought.
they are raising their hands. You can hear me?
God, my computer right now,
Okay,
it's like
great.
using the internet in
All right.
1998.
So I won't. I feel guilty because we're going to play Jeopardy here in the courtroom, and those folks can now hear, and they will.
It's going to be a little choppy. That must be on my end. Again, I haven't had time to troubleshoot a computer problem because stupid
yes,
Halloween.
we do play Jeopardy here when we've got some downtime, as we do right now, because there's nothing we can do at this
Rumble's
moment.
not working.
But I'll be working on it
We'll
today
shortly
after
be
this.
able to get underway with things. But this is a long-standing tradition here, and we don't give any money.
Wait,
Don't
he's
be
seriously going
thinking
to
that
play
you're gonna walk out of
Jeopardy
here
during
with a pot
downtime
of
of
gold.
court?
But
Oh crap! Something's happened
we
with
have
Rumble.
points frozen.
Judge, we can't see you. If you could hold for a moment.
Well, I'm just playing Jeopardy, so I'm just going to keep going.
But are you on the bench?
You can't stop me.
I am.
You can't stop me. I'm Alex Mother effing Trebek, baby. You can't stop this
God
Jeopardy
damn it.
train.
Game for us to practice.
Hang on, guys. Looks looks like Nick's computer issues infected mine. Shit. Looks like there's there's nothing I can do about it. I'm gonna have to do the first. I'm gonna have to upload to Rumble after the fact, I suppose. That sucks. Okay. Oh well. Can we 1.5 times it? Yeah, at least the start, I suppose.
Let's be not to be confused. That's our category, and only the jurors can answer. Nobody else.
Okay, so Texas says almost never get to catch you live since you stay up all night.
Not to be confused.
Love the
for
content,
400 on
hashtag
the
free
menu.
Kyle.
Scallops are shellfish, and these are immature or green onions.
What are scallions?
Who said scallions? Well, they all
Yes!
said it now. You know.
What
Yeah.
the?
And of
He's
course,
actually
correct
playing
answer.
Jeopardy with him.
Not to be confused for 1,200, the reflex. That's in quotation marks. The reflex was a #1 hit for Duran Duran. This is the R in the digestive disorder abbreviated GERD.
What is reflux?
Man, in the back. What is it? Reflex. That sounds good.
Oh, yeah.
What are we doing here?
I am nailing this
Very good.
Jeopardy. You got nothing
How
on me.
about, not to be confused, for 2,000 points, diuretics are drugs that help rid the body of extra fluid. Dianetics is a book by him.
Oh, shit. I don't know.
Don't
Ron
you get
Hubbard,
even
did
with
somebody
me.
say?
Very
Let's
nice,
all raise,
Brennan.
let's raise your hand and don't just
What
shout
is
out the
this,
answer. I
democracy
wanna-
Jeopardy?
I want to recognize the
Democracy
brilliance of the
Jeopardy.
individual who comes up with the
I
answer.
can't read the chat
Some
for
of
the
them are
answer,
gonna
guys.
be,
I'm 20
only be
seconds
one
behind.
in the whole room.
Or I'm 20 seconds ahead of you.
Hey, Flux.
Here we go. Pablo Castaneda says, here's the deal. I usually watch
This
replays
is
at 1.5
Easter,
speed, so I'm going to need you
And
to
the
speak
reason we're doing Easter
50%
is because
faster.
we
Also, let's
do
go,
this
Brandon
during,
communism.
moments when we're waiting for things in trials, and we're backlogged from Easter, so we're catching up.
Idea
Just gonna
machine,
put
is this
that-
normal for court?
Anyway,
What, a
we've
judge
been
to
trying
just
a lot
kill
of cases,
time? Yes.
but I haven't had as many. All acceptable. Okay, wonderful.
Phoenix Lord Asserman says, you watch any of the Young
Yeah.
Turks freak out over his case?
Um,
It's pretty spectacular now.
Easter for 5,000. A little birdie told us there's a 2009 documentary all about these marshmallow Easter treats. Yeah,
Oh, what are peeps?
peeps? Sounds right
They're
to
not
me.
answering in the form of a
Okay,
question,
what are
Judge.
peeps?
Hold them in
How about
contempt.
Alphabet City for 200? A, it's considered the birthplace of democracy. A, it starts with A. Yeah, sounds right to
Oh,
me.
Athens. Oh, what is
Yep.
Athens?
How
I
about
heard it.
Alphabet City for 600? I, it's the only major city that straddles 2 continents, Asia and Europe. Yeah, sounds right.
Oh, see, these guys are way
Got it.
better at Jeopardy than me. Now
Yeah,
I'm embarrassed.
Bonus. What is the former name of? Okay, can you sing the song?
Yes, sing the song, bigot.
Istanbul, Constantinople. Remember that?
Oh,
And then what's that?
all the Democrats watching just go, he just did sing the
Okay,
song.
well,
the
that
bigot
was a
just
very
did sing
popular
it.
song when I was
Okay, so Rumble is now up and
Any
running.
idea how long
years
this
ago,
session will be?
when I was
I'm
a-
gonna
a
say
young
6
boy.
to 8 hours.
And then it made a what's the word I want?
Did this
head
quite a
metaphor?
bit during the
What's the
trial.
word?
Hey Nate,
Oh,
you want to
God.
join
Yeah,
me?
come back. That's good. And what about? 10
You gonna be
years ago?
around all
I'm
day,
hoping it'll
Nate?
last longer than
You want
it
an
did.
invite to pop in?
I know, you need song. Someone who has, if you need to use the restroom at this point, you can go and they're on the second floor here. Where are they? Men, second floor,
400.
third, ladies, third floor ladies.
All right, Nate. I'm gonna send you the link on Twitter,
Wow.
Nate.
How long have they been here? Yeah, I was gonna say, what were they serving over there?
Hey guys, I'm gonna bring in Nate the lawyer. Very smart guy, very awesome entertainer. You
I
should
don't know.
check
That
out
would be
his
a tough-
YouTube
go ahead.
channel as well.
That
Nate
would be a
the
tough
lawyer
choice
on
for me,
YouTube.
whether to just fight it so that I could continue to participate in the Jeopardy, right?
Guys, the cameraman had a stroke. Pepsi Man, give me a minute. I'll check Streamlabs too. Getting everything set up.
Alphabet City for 1,000. Q, this capital sits at an elevation of 9,350 feet. Yes,
It's
sir.
a rewatch party,
Toledo
Vince.
sounds good.
It's
Yep.
not live.
All right. Now let's
I did
see.
not know that one at all.
You know, the actual percentage of people who needed to go to the
Pepsi
bathroom
Man
is
says
much
yes.
higher in-
Medicare yesterday,
in
Nick
this
today.
area
It's
than,
Halloween
back at
miracle.
Aurelian. I'm trying to think what the really. Well, of course, they came over early.
Yes, they did. They've
Okay.
been sitting here since 8 o'clock.
Oh, 8 o'clock?
He's
Sorry
like,
about that.
Josh is like, why
I'm
have
not
they
sorry.
been here for so
I'm
long?
sorry for that.
Phoenix Lord
Um,
Asserman
so
says,
Trophy Hunter
no, G-Man says, hey, Nick sent
for
you an email
400.
yesterday. If you haven't checked lately, think you might find it funny. I didn't check any emails yesterday. I was all day yesterday. I was finalizing.
You know what?
I was finalizing this Halloween costumes for my kids and then taking them trick or treating. So that's
Oh, right. I should say, guys, there's a whole bunch of you got dumped across from Vices. For anyone that isn't aware, we're watching the trial that started it all. The one that Good Lord called the birth of LawTube. Nick was very kind enough to allow me to rewatch. And we're basically going... I've never seen it. So we're going to see everything from the get-go. Basically, from gavel to gavel. I'll be doing roughly 4 hours a day. And yeah, that's where we're at, people.
what we were doing. Oh, good. Someone finally muted Bruce. What is his cameraman doing? I don't want to look at his face. Padria says, "Morning, Nick. I work from 6 to 6 and get up at 4, so I can't catch your streams live most of the time. Your vids are a constant source of entertainment for the long days of mindless machine running. Keep up the great work." Oh, thank you, Padrius. Hey, I got good news for you. For like the next 2 weeks, it's Kyle trial, baby. We're gonna be up early every day. We'll still be doing live content at night most of the days as well, because we'll catch up on the other news and stuff like that. I'm going to try and find a different time to work in Twitch content or
This college football trophy
shorten
is
the
named
night
for a
night
coach
stuff. Oh, here
who
he
got
is.
his law degree from Penn.
Boom!
Hey.
Oh, I gotta get my mic.
Yes,
All right.
that's right.
1,000 miles away.
How about
Christ.
Trophy Hunter
There he
as
is.
well?
What's
Easily,
going
isn't
on,
it?
bro?
The young man sits under
Oh,
a tree
man,
and
I'm
writes
just,
down the
I'm
song
pumped for
of
this
a
trial to
muse on
start.
the Nobel Medal
I am
for
too.
Yeah.
It's funny because I was like sitting on my stream
The
like,
young
all right, I'm gonna go
man
live and
sits
watch
under
this,
a tree
and I'm like, then I get a
writes down the
notification
song
like,
of
oh my
muse
god, Nick is going
on
live.
the
So I'm
Nobel
watching you,
Medal
but I
for
forgot
Lucille.
about mine totally because I'm so entertained with yours. I'm like, oh my god. So you
No,
actually come on, I'm like,
he's
all right,
more than
fuck it, it's
welcome.
great. I'll just come on with you and watch this crap.
We didn't actually
Yeah,
this is gonna
necessarily
be-
discuss
this is
whether or
gonna
not
be
he'd
a
have the
disaster.
time, but I'm more than happy for
You
We're
know
gonna see if
what?
they get through.
Trophy
I
Hunter for
can't
2000,
wait.
Kevin Hart
So
called
he
this network's
is
Golden
acquitted, right?
Popcorn
Because it's
Trophy
an obvious acquittal.
the
I don't know how
heaviest award
anybody
that you
can have read the complaint, right? There's no way you can read that complaint
Yes.
where the
Kevin Hart called
complaint
this network's
says,
Golden Popcorn Trophy
where the complaint literally
the award that
says
you can receive.
the guy lunges for Kyle's gun and he shoots him at the end, right? All the witnesses say that.
Why would that be?
And I'm like, how can you charge someone when the guy is lunging for the kid's gun, right? It's like, it's in the
Yeah.
complaint. So
Right.
I don't know. This is a political prosecution. And usually you guys know me. I don't say stuff like that. Like I'm
No,
literally the
you're-
last one to say stuff like that. This is crazy.
Right. You're like the most, you're like, no, let's take a reasonable look at this. Is there any other option other than this is some sort of, conspiracy or go-to? There's these reasonable explanations that would make sense. You're very, very fair.
Literally
on that.
just
And,
started while
I've
Red-
been trying to be very fair. On
Schroeder's
this
still
one.
playing
I've been
Jeopardy
trying.
with the,
It's hard because you're like, I mean, at the end of the day, and let me know what you think about this. At the end
with
of
the
the day,
jury.
you got 3 bodies or 2 bodies
Yeah.
and one evaporated bicep, and that is one of the biggest issues where it's like I don't think that Kyle should be prosecuted. I think he should be acquitted. I think you almost wanted to see a pretrial dismissal based on the complaint, but at the end of the day, like that's the justification for the prosecutor is that, well, we got these bodies here. Like, what do you want me to do with them? I got to prosecute somebody, which he doesn't actually have to, but that's, I think that's the justification against like a malicious prosecution charge or something like that, or suit.
You know what? I understand because probable cause is such a low bar, right? It's like, do you have enough? Do you believe this guy committed a crime? Okay, that I think you're there. But I think that because I hadn't read the complaint until after I did my video, and then reading that complaint, because in my video I come to the conclusion it was obvious self-defense. How more obvious could it be? But then after I read the complaint.
Oh, is this your recent video on it or your early video on
it?
No,
my early video on it. My early video on it when it first happened, I said I said the point. This is 100% self-defense. Then they had the complaint. When I read that, I said, how can you survive a motion to dismiss when the complaint is read like it was self-defense? The damn complaint was read like self-defense. So I don't know.
This sprinter set records in both
same thing happened to me.
Meters
oh my
in the
gosh,
1988 Olympics.
Bruce, buddy, you're talking over me here. This happened to me too. When I was first covering this case, I figured when they charged him and I read the complaint, it would be just a hack job of a complaint. It says that Kyle Rittenhouse murdered these people in cold blood while they were drinking coffee between shifts, helping at the local children's shelter or something, right? And then I'm like, look, they're gonna write up this nasty complaint that leaves out all the facts. And then I read it, and I'm like, did the defense attorney write this complaint? Like, this is exactly what you would want written down. So it's insane. And I do think he's going to get an acquittal. It'll be interesting. What do you think about what do you think about this? So Barnes has been talking for the past month and a half about jury selection being a big part of it. Says that Free Kyle USA has brought in all this money, and they had basically a team of experts put together,
have a good night,
behavioral specialists and all that to do jury selection. And just 2 days ago now, I think it is, Richards has apparently cut Barnes off from Kyle Rittenhouse. He and his team are not part of jury selection, and Richards is going it alone to do it. How do you what do you make of all that?
And the Scott Joplin residence.
Well, number one, I'm going to say this: Barnes, I think, is one of the best attorneys on the planet. Right? I want to make it extremely clear. If Barnes says something is Y, and Nate the lawyer says something is X, preemptively, I'm telling you, you should believe what Barnes says. And then, if I'm able to, because I would listen to Barnes, right? Barnes has more legal experience than I have, so I'm not ashamed to say that because he just does. If I need a lawyer, I'm going to Nick or Barnes. I'm like, hey, Nick or Barnes, I need help, right? That's because
I'm referring you to Barnes anyway.
Yeah, so that's not a secret. But on one end though, just because you do have all experience, I don't know how great he is in these type of criminal prosecutions. When it comes to tax law, Barnes is your guy. When it comes to defamation, Barnes is your guy. But when you're talking about assaults and murders, it might be a little different. But from what Barnes is saying, I think the defense is making a huge mistake in two instances. One, you have the jury consultants come in, and if they tell you something you don't like, you don't have to follow their thing. And this is all for free. The more information, the better it is to help your clients. So I don't understand why they would want to cut Barnes off unless they are trying to cut Barnes off from credit because they know Barnes is a prominent lawyer. He's and a lot of people are going to say, this is Barnes. And Barnes is, and let's just be honest, Barnes knows that if I'm getting jury consultants because I want to make sure I got a good win versus, taking a chance. And I think this other attorney doesn't want Barnes to get that type of love and that type of notoriety. And that's why they probably cut him off. It's a horrible mistake, but if the case wasn't such a slam dunk case though, I would be more concerned. But I don't see how this survives appeal. Even if he's convicted, I would write the appeal for free. That no reasonable jury could come to those conclusions based on these facts, right? I would write that appeal. So go ahead.
I was going to say there has to be some sort of landmark fact that's going to come out at trial. Like, right? What's his name? Binger is going to have to bring something to trial that nobody else has seen. And the only thing so far that I've heard hinted about is this FLIR footage from the FBI from the drone.
Well, I mean, Binger brings a whole heap of crap, doesn't he? Something that no one else has seen because it's a little dodgy. And
this, because you heard about that, right? Like that they allegedly have some footage that Kyle was chasing Joseph Rosenbaum prior to Joseph Rosenbaum chasing Kyle.
And can you hear me over in the?
And even there, I think that's a stretch because Kyle was retreating pretty clearly and obviously. And under Wisconsin law, he doesn't have a duty to retreat unless he instigated. But even if he did, he did retreat.
We're here to select a jury today, and it's a criminal case.
But
we have around 150. I didn't see the exact final number,
Yeah.
150 of you here for jury service today, but we're going to pick a jury of 20 people to hear the case. And actually, you know what? Maybe we should we have space.
Oh, you know what you have to watch? You got to watch the Young Turks flipping out over his not, you don't call them victims. I'm like Crank Yeager, or whatever his last name is.
Yeah.
He's a lawyer.
I see a few different people on Twitter.
I'm like, did he not know that in every high profile murder case they asked for this?
Yeah.
Jacob and Ahmaud Arbery. That's literally on the table now. Don't call him a victim. George Floyd. Don't call him a victim. Every high profile case you have this motion, and now this is like some type. I'm like, he's an attorney. Why is he allowed? Why does YouTube allow him to mislead the public like that? Right? On a motion that everybody makes. And high profile murder case.
Misinformation tag.
Yeah.
Okay, then we need 6 now.
Yeah, it's crazy. And the reasons are obvious. Even if you think they're all victims, then you want the prosecution to win, you want Kyle to be convicted, and you don't want it overturned on appeal on something like, well, calling him a victim was overly prejudicial.
It is so.
And there's no there's
Nope. Covering it gavel to gavel, all of the commentary straight from start to finish.
a psychological value to it. There's no legal value to it. It's entirely a ploy to get the jury. But did you, at that hearing, Binger was like, we get to do it everywhere else. In every other county, they let us do it. We get to call victims all the time. Why can't we do it? Why can't we cheat? Oh, it was amazing.
But the great part about it is that the judge in all his cases doesn't allow the prosecution to call somebody a victim, right? This is something that he says I just don't do. And it's like, and the funny part about this is,
yeah, look, it was a bit surprising. I mean, everything that we saw in the Anderson trial, I'm really interested to see exactly what the what sort of shenanigans they get up to in this, because honestly, it was really surprising exactly how much he let into. I mean, having only heard about him from this trial, I'd basically formed this like view of people thinking he was some sort of legendary judge, and then hearing Joe sort of talk smack about him and that sort of thing, I'm just like, yeah, okay, really can't wait to actually see exactly what the go is here. So I'm gonna start a channel rewatching Ricada. Remember to like and subscribe. So we're just streaming this, didn't watch it until Carl was on the stand. Oh, there you go. He's deteriorated a lot since Rittenhouse. Terrible in both trials. Oh, already got that. All right.
that in any case, if you have evidence or something to show that the people were rioting and looting,
always,
then of course you can call them rioters and looters. Why is it different for them than it is for Kyle? Because they're not on trial, right? They're not on trial. That's the main reason. They're not in jeopardy of being put away for life. So the rules for them are going to be different. And the most key point that everybody seemed to miss, like it's like the judge didn't even say it, you can only call them that if you have evidence demonstrating that they were doing it. If you don't have any evidence saying that they were doing it, you can't even call them that. But you know what? They were so quick to want to say this judge is a racist and this ruling was racist that let's not even say that. And when you watch the Young Turks, you'll see they don't even mention the judge saying that. And it's funny because Craig, like, what's it, Yankee keeps saying, oh, well, there's no evidence that they were looters. So guess what? If there's no evidence that they were looters, then they can't call them looters. Duh, like how is this so hard? And he's an attorney. That's the part that keeps getting me. This is an attorney saying this.
He is an attorney, but have you considered that he's also an idiot?
Yeah. Oh yeah. They still say Breonna Taylor was asleep.
Yeah. By the way, you did a video on this, and people should definitely check it out if they want some clarity on the victim thing. Check out Nate's video on that. It's very good, nice and concise. But yeah, the whole thing's silly. The other issue about the victims versus looters thing. What was I thinking? I had a point, and then I've thrown it into the ether. It's gone. It's gone. I've let the butterfly go, and it got hit by an airplane. So never mind. That's something brilliant.
I'm yapping too much. That's why I'm talking all this trash. I'm so angry. You know what? The thing that makes me angry about this case, it's like I was arguing with a friend of mine who's a liberal. They were like, oh, he went, he got a gun. He went out there to shoot black people. I'm like, so this is one of the first cases I've ever seen where the racist didn't shoot any black people. He shot a whole bunch of white people, and we're saying that it's a racist case. I'm like, what racism are we seeing? He shot a whole bunch of white people. If he shot black people, then I would say, okay, maybe we can look at race, but there's no racism here. He didn't shoot any black people. The racist that was there to kill black people didn't kill any black people.
Right, the one black guy who was involved in this, he missed the shots. It's the jump kick guy.
Yeah, the jump kick guy. Like, I'm not going to shoot that guy. They may call me a racist. Let me shoot the other guys. Like the guy who's holding a gun in my face.
the extraterritorial type of this is granted in.
Oh, he's still doing Jeopardy. I thought he
Oh,
was
he's still
gonna
doing
start
Jeopardy.
soon. How did you
Oh,
feel about
I'm a
the
little bit too loud. Let me turn this down.
I don't want the lawyers to embarrass themselves. All right. So
How did you find? How did you feel about the prosecutor making the suggestion that because Rosenbaum was unarmed, that
excellent.
that and Kyle was armed,
How
that
about Earth Science
that he
for
wasn't sure if you
Yeah, I
could
think we
defend
saw that a
yourself
little bit in the
Another one
with lethal
phenomena.
force against someone who was
Colors
unarmed.
are-
Did you catch that?
the
Yeah.
colors in the
Yeah, that
secondary one
was
are reversed.
the
double one of
the
these
issue with the
weather
prosecution is that
phenomena,
I think the prosecutor knows he
colors
has
in the
lost.
secondary one are
I think the
reversed.
prosecutor, and that's
We got
why you
two
make
back
those
here.
arguments. You make
Okay, let's
arguments
try
like
this
that when you know
one.
you don't have a good case, right? Well, someone with a
Right,
gun,
rainbow,
and
that
because
sounds
in
right.
general terms,
Yeah, you
someone
know,
with the gun does have
you were
power.
right, too? All right, good,
But
very good.
it's
Earth
not only
science
about
for
what you
1200
have,
standard.
but
This
what the person
measurement
is doing
is
to get you. You know what I'm saying? What the person is doing, and someone chasing the person with the gun and lunging to grab that gun.
Guys, I'm literally here watching this for myself, and I'm streaming it so that everyone else can. If it's something that I would watch, I'm watching it. Okay. So that's just how I plan on dealing with this. So I'm just as interested to hear Nick and Nate's commentary on this as anything else, and that's just how I'm doing it, guys.
How do you not shoot them? Especially when someone is shooting behind you, because a lot of people don't realize when Kyle was running from Rosenbaum, people were shooting up in the air behind him. So just imagine you running with your gun, somebody's chasing you, and people are shooting, and you're hearing gunshots behind you. You turn around, and someone lunges at you, grabbing at your gun, trying to grab your gun. What do? Do you hold your gun and just wait to see what happens? I don't think so. I think you let those shots go, and and let a jury determine whether you're self-defense or not.
Right. I remembered what I wanted to say. The other reason that the rioters, looters, arsonists labels matter is because it goes to the state of mind of the defendant, which is a critical aspect of all of this. If you see a guy burning dumpsters and pushing them at gas stations or whatever, if you see that, your state of mind about that person is going to be different than someone who is watering flowers on the side of the road. So when the guy watering flowers is chasing you, you might think he's returning your wallet, whereas the other guy's chasing you, you might think he's trying to commit some other criminal act against you. And so that was an insane place where you're arguing clearly about state of mind evidence and the right to even introduce it. And basically all of the motions in limine that the prosecution brought, to me, it was like all of your motions here are better handled through objections if the issue arises at trial. None of these things need to be discarded out of hand.
Who is Tom Thumb?
Yeah. And for a lot of people who maybe for the benefit of the audience, Kyle Rittenhouse doesn't have to prove that he acted in self-defense. The prosecutor has to prove that Kyle didn't act in self-defense, that he acted illegally. And a lot of people keep thinking that Kyle's got to go out there and prove it. It's the prosecution that's got to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Kyle was, number one, unreasonable in his belief processes, and the use of force that he did use was too much. It was like somebody puts up their hands for boxing and you pull out a gun. That's too much force even for self-defense. So those are the two hurdles that I think the prosecution has to get over, and I just don't think you have it here when it comes to this, because especially with the testimony, it's sad to say this because I don't usually say this, but I'm hoping the right outcome comes here, because it's a shame that people are only seeing this case white and black instead of just what the law is behind it. Because I'm assuming that any regular person out there who is in Kyle Rittenhouse's position would have done the same thing. They would have done the same thing, and that's the sad part about it. They're trying to give up their rights to self-defense because they feel that the 17-year-old kid was intended to go out there and kill people.
Again, I welcome you to your courthouse.
We're getting started here, so we'll let Bruce start.
Sounds like it's getting into it.
We're going to pick a jury of 20 people. We have 80 people here now, 34 of whom are on this side of the railing, and the remainder on the other side of the railing. And then we have also a large contingent of jurors who are in the county boardroom who can watch and hear what is going on. Well, they can watch me. And they can hear what's said here.
Barnes is not on the trial team, right?
Speaker.
Who?
And
Barnes is not on the trial team. He's not on the trial team, right?
Going to be
He never appeared.
kept fully aware.
Yeah, all right. So
of
he's
what's
he's
going on,
one of the
even though
research
they're
attorneys.
not, here in the courtroom with us. The procedure is going to be that I'm going to ask, and the lawyers will too, the voir dire examination. You probably saw a movie over there this morning. Did you see a video? Okay. All right. Well, the voir dire is an examination of people to determine if they are suitable to serve on a jury. And I'll question you, and then the lawyers will have a chance to question you
Well, somebody said
about
Barnes is
various
not on the
factors.
team. They dropped his
We're
whole
looking,
team.
of course,
They dropped
at
them all.
Yeah,
totally.
they dropped them all.
biased. We also are to
Oh,
look
I
at some
thought
other
he was still on the
factors
team,
that
but they just didn't use his.
may,
Oh, wow. They
work
fired him.
into,
No, he's-
whether you're
he's
suitable
cut
to
out.
sit as a juror in the case. And we will do that by questioning just the 34 who are in the in what we call the well, which is on the inside of
I'm
the
adding your channel link
bar.
to the
There's that,
description.
Oh, thanks.
bar at the front of the
Yeah.
audience.
Just a good
portion
point. I
of
should
the
probably do that
courtroom. It's called
myself.
The bar. That's what you hear about passing the bar or admitted to the bar.
You know, there's
That's
a
what they're
Nate the
talking
Hoof
about.
guy on YouTube.
And that separates the people who are the legal participants in the case, lawyers usually, from the people who are here for either as spectators or as potential jurors or whatever. And the questions are going to be directed just to the 34 people up here. But all of the jurors, those on the other side of the bar, those in the audience portion, and also those over in the county board room, need to listen to these questions. Since the procedure is going to be that I apologize for this. This is sinus.
Uh-huh.
So,
Yeah.
It's not.
Where's your mask, COVID
3
judge?
times vaccinated. But I will struggle a little bit with it. But it is.
But I can tell you right now, the prosecutors, they want Black Lives Matter protesters. They want people who are sympathetic to all that. That's who they want in the jury. If the House people want white, middle, high, either middle income to high middle income residents to be on that jury, who have predominantly are, or even black, but they're looking predominantly for white,
who are either in the audience here or over in the county
and the
board room
prosecution
do
looking
not
for
have to
low,
answer these
for
questions.
black low
But
income
you
jurors.
need to listen carefully.
It's a shame,
to
but
what is
that's
happening here in
the game that's
courtroom,
going to be played.
Since you will
Yep.
need to answer a question if you're called up here. Would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far? And if so, which ones? So keep close attention and make a mental note of any that you would raise your hand on. And then you'll be able to answer that question. If we didn't do it that way, then every time we needed a fill-in juror up here, we'd have to go through all the questions again. And believe me, that would not be a good situation, at least in terms
the
of
stupid one, dear.
my behavior. But
You get a juror who
so
missed
what's
the
going to
question.
happen
You're
is
like,
the
we should.
34 up here are going to be
I wasn't
questioned.
listening. Sorry, Judge.
And if any
I was
of
playing
them is
Sudoku on my
excused for
phone. Is that okay that I have my
cause,
phone, Judge?
one of the jurors will draw first from the people who are here in the courtroom, and periodically we may bring over more of you folks from over in the county boardroom to join us in the courtroom, and that'll add to our reserve here. But we will take somebody if there's an excuse for cause in the 34. We'll take somebody from the audience portion to replace that person, and then is when I will ask of that juror, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far? And if so, which ones? And then we'll go through that.
You know what the problem is? That juror questionnaire is bad then. Because
That
generally you would listen to a juror
change
questionnaire and
will
everybody who
happen
answered
if anyone
no
is
to a certain
excused for
question, you would,
cause. So,
you would exclude them.
That's because we want
originally.
to maintain a constant
Right.
number.
Yeah,
of
why haven't they
34
done that?
jurors
That's weird.
on this side
They're
of the
doing
ring.
that, but the
And
way they're
reason
doing
we
it is
want
they're
to
reading
do
out the questions to
is
these first
because each
34
side
and
under our
asking
law
all
is
150 to
entitled
listen. And
to
if you,
exercise
if one of those
6
questions pique you, then
strikes.
you have to tell them later.
Uh,
It's a
Yeah,
little
that's kind of
fucking
strange.
yeah.
Yeah.
Can remove each side can remove 7 of you without needing to give any reason at all. And that'll leave us with the 20 jurors we want to try the case. So that's the reason for 34. That's the reason why we replace, so that we'll always have 34 here from which those 14 strikes can be taken.
Okay.
You're probably wondering, what's he talking about?
Thir-
20
just so everybody
jurors?
understands, 34 in the box.
And
Each
here
side
on
gets
television,
7
sometimes they'll
strikes,
talk about alternate
And
jurors.
if
We don't have
the
any
14
alternates.
strikes go in, the
Everybody
20 that's
who
left is
gets
your
a
jury.
full-fledged juror. The selection process takes place at the end. When we go to verdict, when we go to deliberation, at the end of the trial, if there are more than 12 jurors, then we will strike off whatever number is necessary to get down to that number. So maybe it'll be 8, maybe it'll be 2. We don't know yet. It depends on if there's any family emergencies or illnesses that mean that we have to discharge a juror. And so we'll keep 20 as long as we can. And then, as I say, when we go to deliberation, there'll be 20. We'll decide the case. I took a larger number than usual.
Obviously.
Okay.
Because this trial is going to last a couple of weeks. That's what the lawyers tell me. I suspect they're probably estimating a little bit on the high side, which is what I want them to do.
This trial really should last about
we don't
a
want
day.
to give you a false impression.
Yeah,
And
this
in fact,
usually
when
should be
I
a 2-week
question you in
trial
a few
at
minutes
most because
about
you
length
got
of
video.
service,
Just play the video
I'll
and you got
probably
3 or
ask
4
about 2 weeks
people
plus
to
a
give
couple of
questions.
weeks, just in case.
There's a
Things
lot
don't
of
go as
video
rapidly
on
as
this. They're actually, I mean,
we expect
from
they will.
different angles of different moments of the night. and
So-
it's kind of messy
Well,
when
why
you
don't I
see
talk about
someone
that
try
right
and
now?
put them all together.
The anticipated
Yeah.
length of the trial is 2 weeks. I'm going
Yeah,
to ask. I'm
it's
going
about
to
2
ask
weeks,
about
y'all.
2 weeks plus 2 days.
If they even go 2 weeks though, because
We start.
I can easily
typically
see a
at
motion
9
to
in the
dismiss
morning.
after the prosecution
We work
closes his case.
until around noon. We take a break at noon, and food is being brought in for your lunches, and we'll continue at
jury
about
lunch.
an hour's
You know that's good.
delay for
Yeah.
lunch. It might be shorter than that, but
Here's your
thereabouts,
sandwich.
maybe 45 minutes for lunch, but an hour, and then we'll start again, and we'll work until 4:30 or 5 o'clock, and that will be the schedule pretty much for the duration of the trial. Every day, 9 a.m. to 4:30 or 5, with a break at lunchtime. We also take breaks in the morning and in the afternoon, as necessary. But there's at least one break, and often two, in the afternoon. But you should count on being in this building, in the jury room, for the duration of the trial. So that's
Don't tell me
number
what to
one. And
do,
number
Judge.
two is the duration of the
I'll
trial.
come and go as I please.
There is I'm going to place it at well.
I'd be the
under
worst
1
juror.
in
I'd be late
100.
all the time.
Less than a 1% chance. For some reason, I would order during the trial that you would be sequestered, which would mean that you would.
I don't see why
be
though.
housed
Why
in
you
a
need to have
hotel
these jurors
at night,
sequestered?
in
Yeah,
individual
he said
rooms,
less than 1% chance.
and you'd be provided with all of your
Yeah.
meals all day long. You'd have limited access to television and internet and that type of thing. But
What do you think about a juror
I-
screaming, remember
I have
jury
not done that
nullification as they get struck
since I was
from the courtroom?
statutorily required to do so,
Oof. Yeah.
when I started the system 50 years ago,
That might be a
on a case of
mistrial.
this
Might be a
nature,
mistrial.
the jury was required to be sequestered. So I'm
They're gonna sequester?
I'm familiar with the process, and I know how onerous it is.
No, he's saying back in the
And,
day they used to be
so I
required,
will
but it's
resist
not
it
anymore.
every way I can. But I can't rule it out entirely. As I say, I'm being
But
very
it's like a
honest with you
trial,
when
I
I tell
understand
you there is less than a 1% chance, in my estimation, that we would come to that. But I don't want to spring it on you suddenly. That's pretty painful. So, but let's talk principally about the reality of it, which is the days that you'll be here, and the 9 to 4:30 or 5 time period. I'm not going to guarantee that we won't run later on some occasion. We might have a witness who's come from Thailand or something.
Uncivil law. Take me to
who we
jail.
have to
I'll
take
argue
and
my
has to
free
catch a plane
speech.
or whatever. Possibly could go a little later in the
What-
day.
what- what's
Start a
up
little
with
earlier in the
why-
morning.
why the
I
agenda?
think that it's
Why
fair
the
to say
agenda?
that we will be on the schedule like
I'm gonna
this.
bring him on tomorrow.
So
We discussed it in
let
the.
me ask now, and well, I got to.
well, I said, hey, do you want to come on tomorrow? And he
Number
said, sure.
one, the voir dire is conducted under oath or affirmation.
Yeah.
So I think what I'm just going to do, I'll swear just those who are in this room at this point, and if we bring replacements over from the boardroom, we'll swear them separately. Now, even though those of you back of the railing are not going to be answering questions yet, I'm going to ask that you join in the oath now. So is there anybody who has who's in this building, who's in the courthouse building, who has a religious or moral objection?
I think
to
we're at
taking the oath?
1.25
Is there
actually.
anybody?
Let me check.
All right, then would
Yep.
each of you signify
125.
your acceptance of the oath by raising one of your hands, please, and the clerk will administer the oath.
At the moment, it's
I like these mass.
quarter past.
votes.
Oh, it's about to go
50
4:20
people in there.
in the morning.
Everybody raise your right hand. When I got sworn in law enforcement, that's what they did. It was like a whole, like everybody stands up there.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, but you can't see whose fingers are crossed. There's too many of them. They're not even checking the people in the other room.
All right,
You believe
let me, yeah,
I like this judge. He's relaxed.
in the back
He's
row,
like,
just the back
I've done
row.
this
That's
before.
seats
Like, this is just,
1 through 11 in the back.
Did
let's
you
just
see
get through
the
this, let's make this happen.
Is there anyone
after the
who,
victim's hearing?
Um,
The
is
hit
unable-
pieces on it started coming out.
well,
Yeah.
I always give a little.
Again,
it's
this,
like-
this was a
Let's
race.
speak
This
first.
is a racist judge.
About-
insane.
They're often about me.
Yeah, he's a
And I'm
racist
gonna
judge.
make this
Look
one
at all
about
these
me,
bad
too. When I
decisions.
was,
he's made. It's like, yeah, he's been on the
when I
bench
was in law
50
school,
years. He's going to
there
have
was a
some
war
bad
going
ones.
on. It was there was
course, yeah.
a lot of unpopularity about the war. It was very controversial, and there were a lot of
Seems like
people
a original
involved.
judge. Seems like a cool judge, a
Vietnam
original
War.
judge. He's just doing his job.
And
As a
huge
defense
numbers of,
attorney,
I think it's
you would
sometimes
want
we had
this
to-
judge because he follows the
just short of
rules
600,000
pretty clearly, and
men
he
over there,
articulates his
probably some
reasoning
of you
really
were there.
well, and that's nice.
And matter
Oh
of fact,
wow,
it's,
that was.
it's
Yeah,
November,
you're right.
so,
This is
we have
really early
veterans
on
here
in
on
the
either side of
trial.
the railing? Somebody who served in our military? How about a hand for these people, huh? Okay, there were just short of 600,000 principally men in those days over there, and I think what 57,000 of them never came back. So I was in school at that time, and a lot of my classmates were getting drafted out of school. Now, that happened to a lot of people, whether they were in school, whether
Okay, so I can see people are mentioning it in chat. Just so you're aware, is technically an active shooting event taking place at the Covenant School in Nashville, Tennessee. Currently, numerous law enforcement and other agencies are responding to the mass casualty event with multiple children shot inside the school. Shooting took place inside the Covenant School in Nashville, with at least 3 children having been killed, with a 4th one being the shooter, with many more injured. So that's never great. But yeah.
they couldn't find a job, whatever the case may be. But they, some of them had wedding plans, some of them had jobs already lined up, and they got to
make the jury comfortable.
They had to go. There are 3 things
relaxed.
we had to do.
Yeah.
For the great benefit we have of being Americans: pay our taxes, serve in the military if drafted, and serve on jury duty.
You ever been noticed for jury duty?
There is no draft anymore, so there's no obligatory military service at the time. So
Really?
those are the
I
2
never
things we
have.
have to do as citizens, is to
it might be where you live.
pay our
you live too
taxes
far from the
and
courthouse. I know in some
serve on a
places,
jury.
if you're too far, then they
The
won't.
reason I'm talking about
Even though
this
it's
is I
supposed-
They got
saw
my
people's
wife in
lives
there.
change dramatically
your wife.
because of something they had to
Yeah,
do. For
we're only
Are
like,
you registered to vote?
if-
Or because a lot of times
whether
they
they
Yeah.
agreed with it or not, they had
Yeah, I'm
to
registered.
serve in the military.
I'm just
and
lucky,
some
I guess.
go to war.
Maybe.
I want to
And,
go to jury now. I think
So
it'd be
that's
hilarious.
the background. with
Oh, no,
which
they
I
kick
approach
you
your
off all the
obligation.
time quickly.
as
You're a DA now.
And I'm saying this so that you
Yeah.
understand.
You're not going.
Strike-
You're not going to be on
When
this
I
one.
ask,
Yeah.
is there any reason that you can't be on the jury? Understand that I may say no to you because of that background, even though there's no harm in your asking. It's perfectly valid for you to ask to be excused because you've got some obligation, a personal obligation or something.
And most
But I
people
may
don't
say no
realize.
anyway.
If you go and say, listen,
Please understand
if you really want to get off the jury, say,
that
hey, he's
that's
guilty. And that's the way I'm going to
background
vote.
with which
I don't care
approach
what
Yeah.
the hell happens at trial.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
it's the
You're not
easiest
going
way to make sure you get
know
a
what I'm
jury
saying?
duty.
It's all these elaborate excuses to get off the jury.
wanting
You know,
to
oh, yes,
get off,
the guy looks guilty.
and
That's it.
that wasn't the story in 1968, and it's not the story now. So
And that's not legal advice. Don't go do
we'll
that. That's
talk
wrong
about
to
that.
do.
Now, there are some good reasons. I mean, if you have already purchased tickets and you've got a vacation all paid for or something like that that's coming up next week, I want to hear about that because that can be a perfectly good reason. There may be some work-related.
Or you could just say like
issues that would be
prosecutors
sufficient
deserve
cause
to be
that I would
crucified or
excuse you.
something.
And I do
That'll do it.
Just a highly
Excuse for jury
prejudicial
duty is a
comment.
major thing,
Go
and
for
it's
it.
not gonna just
Don't do that.
happen easily or
If I
Unless
didn't
you
want
want
to
to.
get jury, I'd come with a Black
You're not
Lives
gonna
Matter
shout
shirt.
at
If I'm
me.
white or
I
black, Black Lives Matter.
hopefully not going to try to
Oh.
humiliate you.
I didn't even know I
by
owned
just
this
saying
shirt.
no. So that's the beginning of that. Now,
I don't remember going to this giant thing in
there
Washington.
anybody-
What are you talking about?
for whom this schedule creates a problem in this back row of 1 to 11. All right. Now we're going to question by number, and I believe that's what the consent of both parties in this case. And the reason we're doing it is we've got such a large
Not
number
many
of jurors,
scheduling
much
things
higher
will get
than
you out of a
usual,
jury, like a wedding.
and it makes it a lot easier for everybody if we question you.
Do you have a
by your
scheduling issue?
number.
I do, Judge.
So when I call on,
What's your
if
issue?
I recognize you
Yeah,
to
I got a
speak,
funeral
do you still
coming
have
up.
those numbers?
Whose? Haven't decided yet.
Okay, right behind them. So
Whoa. Like I got my Proud
crane
Boys
your
meeting
neck and get back there
on
and see what your
Wednesday.
number is. I don't remember how many.
Okay.
But your
We're out
number
of
is
this
on
one,
your
guys.
chair. So if you state your seat number or the number is on your seat, are they identical? Is she number 3?
Yes.
Okay, I'm trusting you. All right.
I want to
Number 3, what's up?
I'm number 3.
Can you turn your mic up just a hair?
All right, well, you have my
Better
seat.
Either that or you got to eat.
But,
the mic.
oh, no,
I
love
I
Chicago.
turned it down. That's why before.
Yeah.
Is it better now?
all right,
Yeah.
so that's a permanent residence, ma'am? Okay.
What were you going to say?
Any
Sorry.
reason this lady shouldn't be excused? All right, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. And,
I was going to ask you.
she's excused.
Let's say
All
when after Kyle shot the first person, right, and people were saying he's an active shooter, stop him. And the guy, let's say if the guy with the gun shot and killed Kyle.
All right, Mary
Do
Irene
you
Mendoza.
think that guy would have a
Come
claim
on,
to
please, Ms.
self-defense?
Mendoza.
Gaige, third guy.
Yeah, the third guy.
Yeah,
If he would have shot and killed Kyle Rittenhouse, because everybody
should
saying
send him
he's
a-
an active shooter, and he
Okay,
killed
first
this
one,
guy, he killed this guy, and now you saw him shot somebody else. He
Yeah,
guns
first
down
one.
Kyle Rittenhouse in that moment.
So I don't have to
Do
climb
you
over
think he
everybody.
has a viable claim to self-defense?
Possibly. It's a weird thing where two different people can have a reasonable fear of imminent death or bodily harm, and they can have the subjective fear of imminent death or bodily harm and make the self-defense case. With his, I mean, the mitigating factors would be
Now, number
him running up
35,
and approaching the person.
who's in C3.
It's a weird activity. Like again, if he would have just stopped 20 feet away and drew his gun and fired, like, I mean, he would have. He would have
Well,
shot
he is
Kyle
the
and
wrong
ended
word.
the encounter,
The
possibly.
challenge of
You know, it's like
the
weird that
schedule.
he runs up so close.
No problem. All right. Now I know there's a lot
I think
of.
if
I know
he
there's
shoots
a
and kills
lot
Kyle there,
of
he has.
inconvenience
I think
involved
he's
in
just
this.
as good in self-defense.
And
He has
so
somebody
please
who shot a couple
if
other people.
you
He has a
appreciate
reasonable belief that this guy's an active
sacrifice,
shooter,
but,
and
Yeah.
he's done that. Even though he would have been wrong in his belief, I think his claim of
Anybody
self-defense
else
is
on
just
that
as good as
tag,
Kyle's
1 to
claim of
11?
self-defense. So that's why I'm kind of. It's interesting because I think the state could charge him with assault because he's pointing a gun at Kyle. So that's assault. They could have charged him with assault, but didn't because I believe they think that he has a claim of self-defense. That's the only reason why they couldn't charge him.
Okay.
Pointing guns at people.
What kind of work is it? Do you have anyone who works for you or with you?
Yeah.
Do you? That person or persons do the job?
2 other people that work with me.
Okay. Is there a way that they can complete the work? Why not?
They're not
COVID.
gonna finish it up
Because
because I'm the one that gets a lot of the stuff done.
I'm the
do you
hardest
ever,
worker.
like, get sick or anything like that, or just have to take off or go deer hunting or anything like that?
It's a total of 3 people.
1.25 minutes.
I'm not trying to be difficult. I just would it be impossible for the job to be completed without you?
I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm going to sit on that and I'll let you know. Number 7.
Well, actually, I'm number 34.
Amaranthus,
Okay.
Gaige Grosskreutz
Okay.
was not convicted of a
No,
felony. He
you
was
can
just
go
charged with
Okay,
one, so he is
I'm a
still
special
allowed to
ed
have a
teacher
gun.
For City House of Bound
Yeah.
Disabilities, and I'm supposed to tell you it would cause a hardship in my district,
What district is it?
Greenfield.
Okay. You told me.
Okay.
Thank you. Next,
Now you might not be getting out of this,
this is number 8.
Long
go ahead,
drive
ma'am.
doesn't make it.
I'm a single mother. I have a very young children.
How old are the children?
One's 10 and has disability, and one's 13. And I'm a teacher, and I took a job last year at their school, but then closer to the one.
Think about this. This is 2 weeks off of your job, out of your life, right? 2 weeks just focused on this. That's a hardship for most
Yeah.
people. That's a hardship.
That's why they
Thank
get
you, Jude.
compensated so well. With the
So
minimum
your
wage.
mom
or
Ordinarily
whatever.
comes, but she's in Europe.
Both my mom and dad live in Europe, and John travels when if needed for us, but because of COVID, Italy's not allowed to travel in this time yet.
Oh, wait, so this lady has a special needs kid, and another kid is a teacher in their
Okay,
district.
thanks,
So
ma'am.
normally
I'll get back on that one.
she's with them
Anybody
all
else
the
in the back
time.
row?
Her parents would normally
Okay,
fill
thank you.
in,
How about the
but they
second
live in
row,
Italy,
numbers,
and Italy's not allowing
12
travel.
through
So
20.
sounds like he's actually considering that one. The other two he didn't really care.
This is different from my usual number sequence, so I'm spinning here.
Shade
What is your
221,
number?
Gaige
15, what's up?
Grosskreutz has actually posted his concealed carry permit, his permit to carry on Twitter.
I can't tell you ahead of time. I take medication, so I can tell you like tomorrow.
Okay.
The last time
I mean, posting it on Twitter doesn't mean he has it, but it's
Okay.
a lot of
Um,
people have made a lot of assumptions about him. He's a dirtbag, but
Now migraines.
No,
can come on
his gun was
in
legit,
forms.
though. His gun was
Some of
legit.
them you could get one that
You're talking
would
about the
be
third guy, the one that was shot. the
a
arm
real
shot.
pain.
yeah. The other two had
Okay,
felony
that's what you get
convictions.
some that are disabling.
Huber had a domestic.
You have
There's
some
no way
that
they
you
could have a
can
gun,
work
but
past,
they
yes or
didn't
no?
seem to.
How
Yeah, but
frequently?
even though
do
that,
you
like
have
those
terribly
severely
disabled?
past crimes are irrelevant to the case. You probably the
Okay.
jury's probably not going to hear about them.
Okay.
Compensable. Unless Kyle knew.
Yeah, and
Kyle knew that
I'm
maybe
going to make a note of it and
criminals, maybe that, but
take
we
into
have to show that.
consideration. That's number 15. So,
So this lady said she gets migraines. The judge isn't going to just out of hand dismiss some of these people because he's going to let the lawyers do the dismissing on a lot of this stuff. And he knows the questions are going to take care of many of these jurors. So if he has to worry about the other disqualifying
all
stuff,
right.
he'll deal
Next
with it
in
at that
the
time.
middle row.
Yeah.
Number 21, I think that is, Mr. Number 21. Is that your number, sir? Okay. What's up?
I
Let
had
me get
uh,
the jerk screws.
rescheduled on the 21st. So I haven't tried to reschedule it yet. I can't. But it is scheduled on the 11th.
Which would you rather do? Be here with me or have your nose operated?
I'll be honest.
Is it something that is to be done urgently?
No,
Number one. Number two, is it difficult to reschedule?
I don't know how difficult it would be to reschedule.
Okay.
Never have nose surgery.
Okay.
Embrace the nose. Love the
okay,
nose.
thank you. I'm gonna give this.
Don't be a nosist.
Okay. Anybody else in the second row? First row.
BS says, what would
First
be your
row.
recommended most funny way to get out of
Yeah,
jury
right,
duty,
do
honestly?
you have your?
I mean, do you want to go to jail? There's some funny stuff you could do, but you'll end up in jail.
Generally, the
Okay.
Only thing you got to do is just say either you know someone or you already have an opinion about the case. That's essentially, they want people who don't have opinions about the case. If you say,
Okay.
I think he's already guilty, I've looked at all the evidence and I come to this conclusion, they don't want you, you're going to be kicked off the jury. They don't really need anything elaborate.
Kind of a business? Is it retail or
It's retail and greenhouse.
okay? Do you ever have temporary employees or anything in there?
It does feel like it's getting more frequent, to be perfectly honest, and they're getting
But you
younger
do
and
have
younger.
people who are familiar with the operation or not?
Not the store, the
Retail
portion
operation?
of it, and right now we're not doing anything, so that's the only thing they would know how to do.
Okay.
So it's just us two on the retail end of it.
This
Too
is
High
starting on
Strung
the 10th.
says jurors in the Arbery case were just saying they thought they were hunting a black man for fun. It got them out of jury duty pretty quick.
And
That'll
you
do
know
it.
That's
about
exactly. Yeah, that's it. That's all you need. Yeah, that's all you need to say.
Just stand up and say Rosenbaum was a pedophile.
All right.
Like, do that. There you go.
Yeah, there it is.
Rosenbaum was
What's
a
your number
pedophile and they deserve the wall.
Thank you.
Okay, strike. You're off the jury pretty
You're
quick.
gone.
I have to be careful, make sure Nick doesn't get my channel
yeeted
yeeted
The more
remotely.
information you actually know before
Okay,
going
thank you.
into the
Yeah,
case,
number
the
16?
worse it is for you. for the
I'm sorry.
juror.
What's that?
24.
24.
Yes, I'm a single mother and I have about 2 high school and responsible to drop off at school. So I don't know if that was.
Okay. The drop off is presumably not a problem with the 9 o'clock start.
No, that won't be.
What about the pickup? What time is that?
He gets off at 3:55.
Okay.
That's gonna be tough.
Does anyone
Put him on
else
the fly.
ever pick him up?
Not really. His father works second shift, so I'm the only one that gets home. So we also have a vacation set for the 27th. So that he's set for the child.
Not if I can help it.
Well,
If this child's going to the 27th,
All right.
everybody's
Yeah,
developing an alcoholism
I
problem.
can tell you right now that I'm afraid that that is not going to be a reason that I assume you can get somebody else to do it, for neighbor or friend. Yeah. Does he have friends from school? If he's 14, he probably can.
I don't know any other.
Your 14-year-old is tough.
No, but okay.
Yeah, it's right
Okay, thanks.
between those ages where it's
Who's
obvious
next?
that you need
Anybody
to
in that
have a
row?
kid or have some
Okay,
parent
thanks.
there.
And now
and
let's start with a mini row.
doesn't
in
have a
front.
car yet or anything like
Mm.
that.
In the front, anybody? Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
I
All
think
right,
it's a bit
now,
rough, I must say. I mean,
let's
I
think
get
about some
why
of
it's
these
not a
I've
reason
got
to dismiss a
pending.
juror, but
And we'll move on. And I'm going to introduce the case to you. It's entitled "The State Against Kyle Rittenhouse." And when a person
Okay,
or
here we go.
entity
Getting
feels
into
that
the meat and
some
potatoes,
wrong
people.
has been done that can be addressed by the law, a complaint can be filed with the clerk of the court asking for some legal action to be taken. And that document is known as exactly that, the complaint. And that's where the word plaintiff comes from. The person or entity which files the complaint is the plaintiff. And in a criminal case, the state is always the plaintiff and is typically represented by
is the state going to be present?
of the county. And in this case, is represented. The case is the case is presented by Assistant District Attorney Thomas Binger and Assistant District Attorney James Krause.
Binger ran for
The
district
person
attorney
against
of a
whom
different
this
county and
complaint
lost.
is brought
I actually think it's
is,
Silicon Valley.
known as
has the
defendant
ultimate say over
because
what
of the
happens with
role
me.
of defending the action. And the defendant in this case is a gentleman by the name of Kyle Rittenhouse. And he is here with his lawyers, Mr. Mark Richards and Mr. Corey
Not disagreeing with you on that.
and Ms. Natalie Wisco. And
There's
after
Natalie.
some preliminary activity has taken place on the case, the district attorney makes a formal charge selection and presents it to the court in a document which is known as the information. It gets its name from its informative function. And it can contain one or more allegations or charges of criminal activity. You hear that referred to in your experience in life or on television or whatever as counts. And in this case, the information contains 7 counts alleging various levels of unlawful activity. The first charge is a charge
reckon he
that
still
on the
would've,
25th of August
Because he
of
was reading from the
2020
Sovereign
at the
Citizen
city of
Handbook,
Kenosha,
but I take
in
the
this
point.
county that the defendant recklessly caused the death of Joseph Rosenbaum under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. This is a
No,
crime
yeah,
which is
that's-
literally known as reckless endangerment of the, reckless homicide of the
Reckless
first degree.
homicide on him is a weird
The
charge.
second count
Yeah.
charges defendant with an identical, another charge is a first degree recklessly endangering safety and alleges that at the same time and place, the defendant recklessly endangered the safety of another, Richard McGinnis, under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. The third
McGinnis
count
was
charges
was
that the defendant
witness.
committed an additional crime
Yeah.
of reckless endangerment of the first degree at the same time and place by recklessly endangering the safety of
A
an
great
unknown
witness
person
too.
under circumstances
Kyle.
showing an utter disregard for human
Right.
life.
He's a great witness for
The
Kyle.
fourth count
That's the
charges
funniest
that at
part.
the same time and place, the defendant caused the death of Anthony M. Huber with intent to kill that person This is a charge literally known as intentional homicide of the first degree. The fifth count charges that at the same time and place, the defendant attempted to cause the death of Gaige Grosskreutz with intent to kill that person. This is a crime literally known as attempted intentional homicide of the first degree. The sixth count charges.
Yeah, they charged him with first degree on
at the same time
Hubert.
and place, the defendant being a person under the age
What
of 18
premeditation
did go
went into
armed
him
with a
shooting
dangerous
Hubert?
weapon. This is a crime literally known as possession of a dangerous weapon by a person under 18. And the
They got
seventh
him on
count
this.
charges that
They're
at
gonna
the
get
same
him on
time and place, the defendant committed the crime.
I think it should
with
be
the
dismissed
unlawful
still,
act
but
of
doesn't look like judge is going
failing
to
to
do it.
comply with the order of local with an order of local government emergency
curfew.
management activity,
Got him on the misdemeanor
alleging
curfew
that he
charge.
intentionally failed to comply with
I think
an
you get
order
him on
issued
both.
by an agent of the state or of a local unit of government. who is
If
engaged
we're being
in
fair,
emergency-
I think the last
emergency
two you got him
management
close,
activity.
the gun
Under
and the curfew. But those are the
Chapter
bullshit. If I was the jury, I would even
statutes.
put him on those bullshit charges, right? Because
Including
everybody else
training
here was
exercises.
about the curfew.
And
Why are we just picking this
so
one
each
guy?
of
Right?
these
And everybody else.
charges, I should add also that with respect
Thank
to
you
the
for the
first
super chat.
5 counts, the
I still
district
think that
attorney
the
alleges
law
crime
does not
was
cover
committed
Kyle's
while the
activity
defendant
for a
was
gun.
armed with a dangerous weapon, using a dangerous weapon. For each of these charges in the information, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which is a demand that
No,
every
might
material
have to look at that
allegation
after the fact.
of each of these counts be proved with respect to the first 6 counts beyond a reasonable doubt, and as to the 7th count by evidence which is clear, convincing, and satisfactory to a reasonable certainty. And I'll
He
talk
still
later
hasn't
about the
finally
purpose of
ruled
proof.
on that motion to
The
dismiss.
defendant is
though,
not
has he?
obliged to prove his
I don't
innocence.
think so.
The entire burden of proof is upon the district attorney to establish the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state is unable to sustain that burden, then the jury is bound to find the defendant not guilty.
Not guilty.
The well, let's start with that.
We got to talk about the self.
Is there anyone of you who is related by blood or marriage or adoption to is or acquainted with the defendant in this case, Kyle Rittenhouse?
What if there was a Maury moment and a guy steps and
Is
says,
there
"I
anyone
am
of you who
Kyle's
knows
father"?
Does any of you know any of the attorneys whose names have been mentioned here, or has ever had any business or professional or social dealings with any of them, or been involved in
The
a
Barnes up
transaction?
there. Everybody's been like, Barnes, we know
and
Robert
was
Barnes.
also involved? I'm going to ask well, I think first I'm going to give you some background on the case, and this case has enjoyed a lot of publicity, and we're going to talk about that in a little bit as well.
Interesting.
But
okay. But remember,
I'm
guys,
going
no
to give you some of
spoilers.
what the complaint alleges, because the information is a formal statement of the charge, but there's more of the district attorney's factual
G'day,
assertions
Amanda.
contained in the complaint. And it is alleged that on the night in question, there was a good deal of public unrest in the central area of the city of Kenosha. And
we've never heard of this. I don't remember.
it
this
is
happening.
alleged that the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, was in Kenosha at that time, that he was armed with a rifle, and that also in the city at that particular time were Joseph Rosenbaum, Richard McGinnis, this unknown person who was referred to in the 3rd count, Anthony Hubert and Gaige Grosskreutz, and that during the course of the evening, there was a period when there was close contact between Mr. Rosenbaum and the defendant, and the district attorney alleges that it ended with the defendant firing a bullet.
Me too, Glow. That's why I decided to go back and actually watch this, and I thought I'd bring you all along for the ride, so that's why we're here.
Firing a series of bullets, and one of which brought about the death of Mr. Rosenbaum.
I love how tortuous this
With
description
respect
has to be.
Mr. McGinnis, he was in the close proximity
Just
of
the
the
allegation.
incident in which
Hey, Marita.
gunfire
Yeah, so-
occurred.
So what they're saying is because he
And
shot at
the
Rosenbaum,
the
even in
district
self-defense,
the safety
because
danger.
McGinnis was
That-
behind Rosenbaum,
The,
and he could have hit McGinnis, then that's why he's being charged
after
with
that
reckless engagement of
incident,
McGinnis.
it is alleged
because
by the
McGinnis
district
could have been
attorney that
Yeah. It makes sense, but the self-defense
Mr.
will negate it.
Wouldn't
Because
negate
if you're
that
acting-
McGinnis piece, yeah.
started
If you're acting in
northbound on
acting in
Sheridan
justifiable
Road, and the incident,
self-defense,
by
then
the
you're
way,
not acting recklessly
involving
by
Mr.
definition.
Correct.
Rosenbaum is
Correct. Which I believe the first charge is
Third
done.
and Sheridan in a
Definitely acting
place
in
called the Car Source.
I think if he wins on
And then after
I think
that,
if he
it is
wins
alleged
on
that Mr.
Rosenbaum,
Rittenhouse
he wins the
was
case
walking
entirely
down the
to me.
center
I
of
mean, that's the
Sheridan Road, northbound,
Yes,
and
because he can win on Rosenbaum, but lose on
one
the other
point,
people. Because
There
He
were
could, but I-
people
right?
in the street
But I don't
who
think he
appeared to
will
be
on this
pursued.
set of facts.
district
I
attorney
think
claims
you know
in
he's
his
he's
complaint
trying to
that,
go to
Mr.
police after being attacked,
Rittenhouse
firing a weapon.
stumbled and fell, and then there were
He's
a
running
series of
towards
people who
police.
came
I think
into close proximity
just
with him,
the psychological aspect of
and
it.
that
It's all
at that
continuous. Yeah,
point,
I get you.
began firing
Yeah.
at 3 of them. The unknown person, Mr. Grosskreutz, first next Mr.
We passed 1,000 likes, so
Huber,
I'm
and
going to
then
drink some of
Mr.
this whiskey
Grosskreutz.
at 10 in the
And
morning.
that,
10 in the morning.
Shots involving the unknown person.
Yeah, at this point, none of your
Mr. Huber
business,
was fatally
I'm
struck,
basically just not
and
looking at
Mr.
chat.
Grosskreutz, was,
If it's a
sustained
super chat, I'll see it out of the
gunshot
corner of my
wound.
eye, but I'm not
And,
reading over the chat.
That's what the case is about. And as we might as well ask.
Kyle
now,
used the
is there
disarm
anybody
shout
who's
from
read
Skyrim
or
on
heard
Gaige.
Is there anybody who hasn't read or heard anything about this case?
Yeah,
Okay.
Come on.
Now, I'm going to give you another talk now. This is about our Constitution. 1,000 years ago, a case like this would have been tried. Well, let's go back even further. Let's go back to I'm sure you remember
Oh, great.
the fall
Bruce
of
is going
Rome.
to go off.
Yeah, I
on
was there.
476. And when Rome fell,
Oh my God.
the world changed dramatically. And the ancient law, which had developed from Greece and Rome, which involved jury trials, not the kind of juries we have today, but they were the resolution of legal disputes by use of reason. And that fell with Rome. And some very primitive methods came into use to
Doing
decide
history of the jury system. Huh?
legal disputes, including criminal cases.
Yeah.
I sometimes I saw somebody at one of my grandkids' games a month or so ago. and he
Caligula
was wearing a
Rittenhouse.
shirt that said "Demand trial by ordeal." No, demand trial by combat.
Yes.
Trial by
Like,
combat.
wait.
Yes.
Didn't they already
Kyle's
do
good at
trial
that.
by combat on
I
this?
give him
Because
good
talk
odds.
about this once in a while.
Oh,
I
good,
thought it
yeah.
was
Isn't that
Give
why
him the
we're on
gun, right?
trial here?
I guess it turns out that there's a program on television that deals with that. Is anybody familiar with that?
It's Game of
There's some
Thrones.
program on
Game of
TV that has
Thrones.
dealt with the concept of trial by combat, and I think there may be a movie coming out about it. It actually
Judge is
was
being
was
so
true
extra today now. He's just
1,000
like,
years
let's
ago
just.
that,
Judge, you're wasting my time here. Come on, we're almost at lunchtime here. Let's get to the picking the jury here.
could either
Handle these
themselves
jurors, Judge.
or hire someone
Handle these
to
jurors.
fight for them, and they'd fight with the other side physically, and and there'd be an ecclesiastical blessing. A priest would bless it,
Yes.
and it
This
was
is how we should
decided
do it.
that God would guide the hand of the innocent, and that the innocent person would win that fight, and that would be the outcome of the case.
I
They
take
also had
Richards
something
over Binger in a boxing
Called
match.
trial by ordeal, and the concept was that a person would be made to walk across, for example, a bed
After the
of
calls.
burning coals, or
Oh.
stick her hand or his hand into a boiling water, and depending on the healing period, if if the person
What
recovers
is
from
this
it,
way to
This
deal with
time, no spoilers. I
Yeah,
promise
this
it was
was
a great
also
trial to
right
learn
now.
from a non-lawyer
It
like
wasn't from
myself.
God. That
Look
was
forward to the
determined.
rewatch. Fantastic.
He didn't come out too
Thank you
badly. He
for
was
being here.
innocent. If he
He
did.
gets withstand the burns, first degree
punishment's
burns. He gets
just
withstand.
So that's how they actually decided cases. And then in 1215, Pope
The real,
Innocent
the real
III
sad thing is
prohibited
your burns
priests
while healing get
from
infected and you die
participating in
anyway.
ceremonies.
I was innocent, though. I was innocent.
They had to turn to some other way to determine these issues, and they moved back towards the jury system. And the initial juries were actually made up of people.
Some judges
who
do
knew the
this
people
thing where
involved.
they
People who
they
either
remind
were
people of the
witnesses
gravity of the
who saw
decisions
what
they're
happened,
going to make. and
or
this is a
people
solemn thing that's
who
been
were acquainted
developed
with the people
forever.
and knew
This is
whether they were honorable.
this is the manifest
people, whether they were
exercise
violent people,
of
whatever
the
the case might be.
maximum
They
amount
had
of
some knowledge of the
reason
people,
we've
and they
been
get
able to
together
put
and
into
they
this
talk about it and they
process.
come up with a
This isn't a flippant decision you're making.
But what's the number
Yeah.
one problem that you would see with a system like that? Bias. Because if the witnesses, well, the people you were with, so the people who were with one side might well side with family members, might side with somebody. So they decided to get away from that. This didn't happen overnight, but they decided to get neutral juries.
Just remember that every
to
word
hear
of this judge is
testimony
costing
from the people
Kyle's
who actually knew something.
defense, like $1,000
And
an
that's the
hour.
system that continues to this day.
Yeah, because he's got
Well, you're
Sharifsi
here.
and Richards,
And you're
plus
here
any paralegals
because
and
the founders
research
of our country
attorneys who may
didn't
be
trust them.
required to watch this.
They didn't trust any judge.
And this is
They knew the abuses that had occurred,
They're
even,
honestly
under,
getting paid for
even
free
with
right
the
now.
jury system.
I think the last
They
two charges,
knew the abuses
they
which
got it.
occurred.
I think the first
judges
six,
were
the ones that are really, really tough, I
And,
think those are the ones that
So they were
that
hand selected,
are going down.
and
My
Let's keep
favorite
it
part,
responsible.
king to get paid.
My favorite part of that last charge,
Or I
the
should say,
curfew charge, is like
king was
the
responsible for
only
them,
person who is
them.
criminally charged for violating curfew
So
that
they-
night will be
they
Kyle
felt that there
Rittenhouse.
would way too much
Literal only one.
influence from
God.
the judiciary.
Talk about selective prosecution, right?
This magnitude, deciding a case like this.
Casey
The gun
Strong
charge.
is asking.
How bad is the gun charge? Because I know you've looked at the gun charge before. How bad is the gun charge?
I think it
It's a
should be
system that's
dismissed as
lasted
a matter of law.
225 years.
the,
We're oldest democracy in
There's
the
an
world,
exception
part
in the law
because
for
we
long
have this
rifles and long barrel
important check
shotguns,
on
and that
the government,
exception
which is
basically says
trial
that
by jury.
this is an
why you're
exception
here.
unless the person is violating
What
these
goes with
one of
that
these two statutes. And
is
the
that
first
you
one
have-
is
there's
possession
something
by
else.
someone under 16,
So that the, let me
and the
start over.
second one
The founders
is
of our country were
is a
very firm
hunting
about what was going to
permit
go into that
requirement
Bill of Rights that was passed
or
by
a
the first
tagging
Congress.
requirement.
And
To
one of its
me, I look at
ingredients
that and I go,
was
okay,
trial by
Kyle
jury.
can't be in
We wanted to
violation of the
protect
hunting requirements because
in the
he's not
Constitution,
tagging a
the
deer.
basic law of this
There's
country.
no poaching issue
And it was
here
carried
or
over into
anything
the
like that.
states, so that both under the
And
federal
so
the
since
state
there's an
constitution,
exception
people have a right
specifically for
to
long
trial
barrel
by jury.
rifles, long barrel shotguns,
That's why
the
you're here
intent of
today.
the law
They put another
is
provision in the
is to
Constitution
basically deal with handguns and
entitled-
other types of weapons
Title is
similar.
important.
So
It
the
is
rule of
for a
lenity
fair
would
and
suggest that
impartial
Kyle should be entitled to a reading that it doesn't apply to him. Is my
That's an
thought. The
obligation that
reason
they
I think
imposed on you. These are
I
people who have
semi
risked
agree with you that
everything,
if
their
if
lives,
that
they
charge sticks as
said
a matter of
themselves in the
law, I
Declaration of
think he might
Independence,
lose on it
their
because
lives, their
the
fortunes,
jury's
and
going to be
their
asked:
sacred
is he under 18? Is he carrying
They
a
pledged
gun?
all of that, and they
Yes,
literally
yes,
did.
he's
This is a
guilty.
capital offense when
But
they
as a
rebelled
matter
against
of law,
the
I think it's going to be dismissed. I don't think the jury, unless the
and
jury
Bruce-
wants to nullify the charge.
execution.
Yeah,
The forfeiture of all
that's the
property
problem with
was
it not being
corruption
dismissed as a
of
matter of
blood.
law because it goes to the jury.
Not only were
It's just
they
those two
carried
requirements.
children.
Under 18 and has a
This is
gun.
everything.
Boom, you got them. But I think
And
that
their
that's
sacred
open on
honor.
appeal though, because appeal that's when you can raise the
Now,
legal issue.
there's
like,
honorable people in this world today.
Yeah,
But I don't
and
think
he
it
may
gets the
still end up
attention that it
dismissing
did
the
in former
charge.
era.
They've
When
sent him
people-
legislative history and a
Thomas More is a
supplemental
perfect example.
brief on it.
Who was the Chancellor of England, and he was
Yeah, if that charge goes down on the motion to dismiss.
Why the
Then I think
hell
the
is
curfew
Bruce
charge
talking about the
wins,
Chancellor of
then
England?
then it's like, you know, I don't think they get,
Thomas More
I don't think
didn't
they
agree
get
with
anything better from that
All
charge.
he
But
had
I
to
think
do to save
I
his
think jury
skin
nullification is a
was
real
to take that
possibility
oath.
on
But
the
he
curfew
refused.
charge.
He didn't deny the
Good
king's
logic
title,
in the
but he
chat
simply
says,
refused to
What's the
swear
maximum
that he
penalty for
believed
the gun
king to be
possession
the
charge?
head of
It's a
the church.
misdemeanor,
And
I
as a
think,
result,
or gross.
He was beheaded.
So if it's misdemeanor, it's what, 30 days,
that's secret.
$1,000 fine. If it's gross, it's
And that is what
$5,000
these people
fine in a
pledged
year.
when they gave us our
But I don't
Kyle's
think
got
you
no
get any of that.
in
No, no,
He's no
1776.
criminal history, so he's going to
And
get
again, that's
probation
what
on
they
any of those
expected
charges.
when they created our
In
Constitution
the misdemeanor charge is all
Bill of
law.
Rights.
He's not getting any jail time or anything like that.
after the formation
Yeah.
of the United States under the Constitution. So they
Yeah, no,
specified
he's going off
fair
on a
and
tangent. I
impartial
was more
jury,
interested in the
not
commentary.
Just a jury that's going to be motivated by one influence of another. This case has become very political. It
No
was
shit,
involved
I
in the
think.
politics of the last election year.
Yeah.
Oh, and Kyle has
To
2
this
months
day,
time
you can go
served
out-
in
you can go
Illinois.
out now and
Michael
read
Owens
Ah,
things
so he'd be done. Yeah, yeah. Well, actually, all this will be time served, right? The trial, actually. He'll be on
about
trial
this
with time
case,
served.
most of which is written by people.
yeah.
who-
Well, he's
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
not. He's been out.
I don't mean that there are no nothings. I mean
But still,
that they
you're
don't
under
know what you're going to know.
I know
Those of you
some
who are
states,
selected for the jury.
if
who are
you're,
going to hear for
at the time,
yourselves
which if
the
you're
real
going to trial for
evidence
2
in
months,
this
all
case.
that time
But there
counts as time served.
there's something
Because you're
called
still
the
within the
First
judicial
Amendment.
process.
That's another part of
If
our
we're going to
Not
all the
here.
court cases and stuff.
where they guarantee
oh,
the
all
right
right,
of
all
a
right.
free press.
Yeah,
And
in
it's
Minnesota,
the
time
price we
served
pay
is
for having a
incarcerated.
free press
So you have to
is
actually be
a
locked up. All
lot
right.
of irresponsible and sloppy journalism. This is not an attack
see-
on the media. We have I've read things about this case that were perfectly stated what had happened in this court.
That's
And
my
there are
video,
things
guys.
that I would
Oh, here he
think,
goes.
was I in the courtroom when that happened?
I think he's good.
It can be frightening. So I'm not bashing anybody, but I'm going to talk about what you need to do, what you need to be thinking about if you're picked to hear this case, and how much reliance you can put on things that may be just sloppy, which is a vast amount of it. Some of it that is deliberately biased, that's out there, and
Yeah,
sometimes from respectable.
Oh,
media
oh,
outlets.
he's salty.
Yeah, yeah.
He's salty. I
But
love that.
That's the price we pay for having a free press, because we value that. But we also value having a fair trial. So the critical thing you must remember is whatever you've read or heard about the case before, whatever you've been thinking about the case, you have to be in line with what these people who risked their lives for our freedom asked of us, demanded of us. Fair and impartial.
Look, potentially.
based
We'll see what
on
happens.
The evidence.
I was going to say fair and
Those who are picked
impartial
for this jury
based opinion.
will be
I think after this, you're going to have to break trials for at least a
see
little bit first.
exactly what
I
happened
like this judge.
and make a rational decision based on that. And anybody who's not on board
Honestly, honestly,
With
again,
deciding
the main
strictly
thing you
on the
can ask
evidence,
for in a judge is
needs to tell
consistent
us that.
application of the
You can't
rules,
do that,
an explanation of
and you can't be
reasoning.
fair,
Even
and
if they're
not
wrong,
in
at
step
least you
with what
can
the
get a
founders
sense of where they're going to be
expected
wrong.
and demanded.
Consistency is key.
So that's speech number 2.
Legal
Speech number
mindset
2.
says sloppy journalism,
But,
not simping for the mainstream media.
so
Someone's going to be
I'll
on the
be
judicial hit
asking-
list.
We're gonna ask what's gonna happen is, so the
Jeez,
general board
everybody
here
was
may ask
around
some
at that
questions
stage,
of
weren't
you,
they?
and then the lawyers will ask you some questions. And then we're probably going to call some or many of you into the library.
Back.
It's not private.
Yeah.
And I'll say right now, we have limited space in the library. We're not going to try to move all these jurors into the back room, into the conference room for the individual voir dire. So
Some people have personal issues that they can't say,
maybe
aloud.
6 additional people beyond the people, the lawyers and the
Judge, I'm part of a daily
defendant and,
BDSM group.
court personnel.
My sub is
And,
locked up in
we'll
a
do those
chest
individual
right now.
questioning, but I will
And I
permit
have to
a
get
limited
back.
number of people who may be here from the media, and that's so they can keep track of what's going on. The case is being televised. So the entire case, I believe, is going to be televised. And by the way, you're not going to watch any of that. Those of you who are selected, because you're going to wait until after the trial, and then you can watch as much as you want. But while the case is ongoing, you're not to be going back and looking at things or seeing what, even if you're on the case, not to go back and see.
And
what's happened.
fast forward to
But
2023 when the
I'll talk about
court's
that more
watching the
later.
damn trial
But,
streams.
you're not going to be on picture, none of you. It is absolutely forbidden for the media to photograph or create any image of anybody on the jury. So there's no question of that being involved. But
As the Yahoo camera guy just pans immediately over to them.
first of all, let's follow up now. Those of you in the back row who have read or heard anything at all about this case, and who cannot, don't think he or you don't think you can cleanse it from your mind. Not that you pretend you never heard it, but that you understand, what the media can do, even when they're not, even when they're doing tip-top job.
the media.
They still have,
I think he read some of the hit pieces on him.
They have
Yeah.
space limitations. They have to go to commercial. They have all kinds of considerations that we don't have here in the courtroom. This institution was created specifically for trying cases. So we bring in as much evidence as we can that's consistent with the rules that have been established for many cases, hundreds of years, to ensure fair trials. And we have the luxury of time, your time, but we have the luxury of time. We have really strict rules about both sides getting a chance. Both sides, under the Constitution, have a right to question the witnesses. It's called cross-examination. Both sides have the right to force people to come to testify, whether they
These
want
random
to or not.
sounds.
Both sides get an equal chance to argue the case with you.
Everybody's asking about Barnes.
We try to maintain
Barnes is never on the criminal case.
media don't have
Barnes
that.
is
That's a
only on the civil
luxury
case.
that they don't
on the PR
have
side.
because they have their time limitations and their space.
Yeah, he was just
limitations and
basically
their
a consultant
corporate
on
legal
jury
obligations
selection
to
for the
run
criminal
their
thing, but
sponsorships and that type
they've
of thing.
severed
They can't
ties
do
with
that.
that.
So
You can check it
It's
out
only
on
1.5,
locals.
it's 2.25.
Barnes.
even under the best of
But
But
circumstances,
it's still enough
they
to
can't-
get him that little bit
no
more
one-
animated.
not
Viva
even the
Barnes,
most
that local.
responsible-
Viva Barnes.
even really responsible, real journalists, no one would argue that we should try cases in the media.
No.
Think about that. How
Oh no,
frightening
lots
that
of people on Twitter would argue that.
Instead, we have just what the founders gave
Yeah.
us, the right of a trial by jury. So you're going to hear the exact evidence you need to decide the case. Is there anybody in that back row who feels that he or she will be unable to disregard entirely everything you've heard, everything you've seen about the case, any pictures
tough.
you've seen, any videos you've seen, anything at all you've heard?
Damn, 20-minute lecture to get to
Anyone
that
cannot
question.
disregard all of that and decide solely on the evidence which is offered in this trial. Anybody? Back row. All right, number 5, is he actual, but that 5, is that right? What's up? No, okay, no, I don't want to, when I say number 5.
Yeah, Barnes is in
6,
charge
actually
of
kept telling you
public
6 and
relations and civil
I don't wanna hear what
civil
you saw
responsibilities.
what I want to know is, you feel that you will not be able to put it out of your mind?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Did you have your hand
That
up
doesn't
also?
shock me.
No, you
He's
didn't.
gone.
Same sort of
pass
thing
the mic
happened
down
in,
two places.
Yep,
And
he,
this is
he looked at
number
a lot
8,
of
yes.
coverage, and the judge
Yeah,
like, can
and all
you
that sort of
get
stuff.
that out of your head? And
You
he's
feel
like,
you
nah,
can't put
nah, man.
something you read or heard outside of
Hopefully,
your mind?
hopefully we'll see someone pop in
Okay,
the chat
thank you,
soon
man.
and be like, "Hey, I was that
Um,
juror that just got dismissed." That would be phenomenal.
I couldn't put Nick's coverage out of my mind.
Yeah, Judge, I watched this guy on YouTube, and he actually said that not only did Kyle
Anybody else in the
shoot
back row?
those guys justifiably, he should have shot
yeah.
more people.
Number 4?
I don't know.
Okay. All right, I'll get back to you. Thank you. Anybody in the
These are
middle
people that
row,
question again.
12 through 22, who
Judge,
feels
since
that he or
communists
she
aren't
will be
people, I can
unable
only ever find
to
Kyle
completely
innocent no matter
disregard
what.
anything previously heard or seen about the case
See you later.
and decide solely on the evidence which is presented in the court. Tell me your number, please. 19. And you feel that you're just not going to be able to decide solely on what you see and hear? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I do not feel like I can ignore different things I've been reading over the past year.
Okay.
Yeah, get
Are
that
you
guy out.
positive?
Yeah.
Do not feel
I've been
Are
reading
you
over the
positive-
past year.
Do
Yep,
the
get out.
things you've read
different
measure
things
up
I've seen
to
reading
the
the past
demands that
year.
are put on
Okay.
the presentation of evidence in the court?
I believe so. I trust it.
Hopefully he give us a shout out. Ricky had a
All right,
Lord, Nate
thank
the
you, sir.
lawyer. We were watching this stuff. We can't be
First
So
row,
upset.
he's,
first row,
he said he was reading it. That makes me very concerned.
Number
These are people who know how to get out of
24.
That's how.
Yeah,
and what's up? You just couldn't put aside something you read and rely strictly on what is under oath. And
Oh.
okay,
It is very difficult to find
All right,
someone
thanks,
that
ma'am. I'm
doesn't
gonna get
necessarily know
Um,
what a case is about.
anybody else
If
in
it's
the
been
front row?
reported in the media.
The mini row in the front. Anybody? And you're number 33. What you feel that you will be unable to wash away what you already heard and saw and not. Okay, thank you, ma'am. We'll get back to you. Thanks.
Now I feel like a bunch of
Anybody else that I
people
missed?
are, just
I'm
copying,
sorry.
trying to get out of
Number
jury duty.
30. And what's up? You're not going to be.
Like having watched it out of my mind.
Okay. All right.
How many of these people
Yeah,
had conflicts
that's
that
my
the judge didn't
terminology.
resolve?
And I want to
Oh,
make sure
bless
that
you.
we're on the same page. I'm not asking that you forget it. Just understand it cannot be relied upon for anything.
Stephen Cooper says it's a
And
bold
must be
strategy,
instead,
Cotton.
the
Let's see how it
reliance must
plays
be
out
placed
for him.
on what comes in court.
Vape Dad 89 says
Can you
have
do
jury
that?
selection on Friday.
No. Okay.
Hoping if I
Thanks.
get picked, it only ends up being a one-day trial. Also,
all right,
when you do the
um,
Second Amendment panel, I sell guns at a pawn shop near the hood. So if you need hilarious stories of stupid, I have copious amounts. Yeah, Vape Dad, send me an email. Send me an email so I know how to contact you.
I'm going to ask
be
the
good.
parties to name people who might be witnesses in the case or whose names might be
Nice to Lizard says they should automatically
during
dismiss anyone with a
evidence
soy beard.
presentation during the case.
If your
Just
beard
as a
goes all the way down your neck
moment
into
here.
your chest
Does
hair,
anybody
you're
need a
dismissed.
break right now? 5-minute break? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Please, I'm going to ask that if you don't want to take advantage of the break for the restroom or something, that you remain. And I think there's water out there. That's for the jurors. Is
It's
it
going to be like a
the
15
fittest
minute
it's going
break.
to be?
You're probably going to get 50
the,
people in and out in 5 minutes.
yeah.
Yeah. The door's going to take 5 minutes.
If you want to go out and get
Right.
one of those or
It's
something.
like 5-minute
But
intermission at a
otherwise,
Broadway
unless
show.
you're
It takes
needing to use the
35
restroom or
minutes.
something, Please stay in your seat if you would.
Everybody's got to go to
Those
the
of you who
bathroom.
leave, do not discuss
You know
anything that's
this
happened here
giant
in the court
courthouse
today.
also, when you
No.
go in the bathroom, there's 2 urinals in one stall.
And then come right back. Don't talk with anybody else about anything. And please go back to the same seat
Jurors
you're in
go
right
out,
now.
one guy's
Okay.
like, hey man, Kyle
5 minutes.
vaporized those guys. Pretty sweet, right?
Oh my
Oh
God.
my gosh.
All right, just quickly, I know it's from CNN, but just an update on that school shooting. Teenage woman kills 3 students and 3 adults in a private Christian school in Nashville. A female shooter who appeared to be a teenager fatally shot 3 students and 3 adults at a private Christian school in Nashville before she was shot and killed by police. Shooter has not been identified, entered the school via a side door and was armed with at least 2 assault rifles and a handgun. Oh, Jesus Christ. Inflammatory writing, people. But anyway, said Metro Police. She fired multiple shots on the first and second floors of the school before police fatally shot her on the second floor. The first call on the shooting came at 10:13 a.m. and the shooter was dead at 10:27 a.m. One police officer who responded to the scene was wounded from cut glass. There were no other people wounded. All 3 of the students were pronounced dead after the arrival at Vanderbilt University Medical Center. Shooter guarded a massive police and fire response, and concerned families gathered outside the school to wait for their loved ones. The incident is the 19th shooting at a school or university so far this year, with at least 1 person wounded. I'm sorry, did you guys literally just say it's the 19th shooting where at least 1 person was wounded? Isn't that like a definition requirement of a shooting for someone to have been shot? God's sakes. Anyway, then it just goes on to talk about other shootings. But just a quick update on that one for you. Solid charge and a weapon. First one you found? No, it's fine, Bob. Good old
A couple
CNN.
things I didn't realize. So Barnes is not only he's out, but he wasn't really on the criminal because I just looked it up. He was on the they say he was public relations and for the civil side. So he wasn't really dealing with the criminal stuff. Even though I'm assuming
Yes.
they probably asked for stuff on the civil stuff. Like how could you not?
The interesting thing about Barnes's announcement, from what I've heard, I haven't watched it. I've just gotten a summary from people, but he basically indicated, from what I've heard, and people are free to correct me in the chat on this, I don't want to misrepresent anything, that he was putting together a jury selection team that was funded by Free Kyle USA. That team involved some experts in behavior, some social media sleuths, because you get a list of jurors and you have a limited amount of time to investigate all their social media and all that stuff. And you basically have the responsibility to do that, even though it's impossible. But you have, so he was bringing that, but he had not made an appearance before this court and was not intending to unless necessary. And then from what I've heard, there was a conflict of some sort, disagreement between him and Mark Richards, the defense attorney, and Richards has said that that Barnes does not even have access to Kyle or his family anymore, that they're preventing that access in some way, and that the jury selection portion of it, they're not going to be involved in. So I don't know how deep that goes. I don't know what the meaning of that is. I have no idea. And while I disagree, I think, with Richard's decision for a lot of the reasons that you mentioned earlier, free information that's paid for by a fund, like, just take it. You don't have to listen.
How do you lose? How do you lose?
But my guess is that it's a combination of what you said.
That's
right. You said that Richards maybe doesn't want to give up some of the notoriety to Barnes for the jury selection process because he knows that jury selection is a big deal. Barnes has been making a big deal out of it over the past month, really. I think the other aspect of this is, and this isn't the best reason, but attorneys.
Oh, that's the stream. They're playing music in the background.
Why?
What the fuck?
I gotta mute that. That'll get copy claimed. What the hell was this?
Oh my God.
Okay.
The other aspect of it, attorneys at some level, a lot of them, and especially litigators and practitioners who go and defend people at trial or prosecute trials, have a level of narcissism. And I think that's one of the things is he may not want to get into a place where he's conflicting with Barnes with all the social media pressure in the middle of the trial, right?
Sure,
like if they have some sort of disagreement. Let's say Barnes only does a jury selection, then he disagrees with Richards in the middle of the trial, and he's telling Kyle one thing, Richards is telling another. He may just want to eliminate that at the start. And that doesn't make it necessarily the right decision, but it's an understandable decision. But we won't actually know. We can only speculate on what's going on based on information. But yes, Barnes is out on the jury selection aspect. From all we know so far, he's still on the civil aspect of things, which would be interesting. I think it would be. I don't know that Kyle's got a good defamation case against the media, but he might somewhere in there.
I think Barnes would just be hoping to get to discovery in a civil case, because the media, you got two bites of the apple. You got the First Amendment stuff, and then you got two First Amendment issues. You got the freedom of the press and the case of notoriety. It's defamation on the media side. I think it's really, really low, really, really low.
But the interesting thing about it is Wisconsin itself has no anti-SLAPP law. So there's a possibility, if you wanted to bring a civil case, bringing it under Wisconsin law might grant you the ability to get to that discovery, or bring a federal case under Wisconsin jurisdiction against a news media outlet. May do that. And the reason to bring it up in this case is that there's a bunch of money out there. And they may want to do that to make their own PR campaign to rehabilitate Kyle's public image with at least half the country. That's the trick that Kyle. That's the trick of these types of prosecutions, especially high profile cases right now that are politically charged. Is that even if Kyle wins this, he's going to be facing a lifetime or a foreseeable future time of this political sword hanging over his head, right?
Yeah.
We saw it with guys like Zimmerman, with the guy who is Officer Darren Wilson. Anybody who's involved in some of these high profile cases, there's going to be a big subset of employers who are after them. So potentially trying to rehabilitate amongst the politically aligned.
Oh, well, you want some really quick and easy way to know that this is still considered political and like a dangerous topic. Nowhere in any of my coverage or anything have I used the word murder. For the most part, I haven't sworn, all that sort of stuff. I've just gone yellow. Fucking hell. At least now I know I can swear unabatedly.
Find a group of the population might be of value. They have to make those decisions on their own. So
yeah, I think two things with Rittenhouse. I do think you get this 50-50 split. I think if you're the PR person, the facts help you with this case. I don't see how the facts don't help you, but the thing that doesn't help you is just glossing over the facts. And I think that's what the judge was alluding to earlier. He was like, the media is just glossing over monstrous amounts of facts. And that's what he keeps saying. If you just, a lot of things that they're saying, it's like, was I even here when that was said? It's like, it's getting crazy here. And I think in any defamation, that's where you're really looking for. That's the reason why I would sue for defamation, because I would tell people that they weren't reporting the facts. Hell, even the judge is saying that they weren't reporting the facts. Let me turn on my mic because maybe I'm on the wrong mic. People keep saying turn on my mic. Let me see if I'm on the right mic. Give me a second.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't on the right mic. I'm on the wrong mic. There it is. Can you hear me better?
My God. No.
Sorry.
You sound way better. No, that's great.
All right.
That's great.
Yeah. Sorry.
I was kind of curious because now I hear that Shure SM7B Christmas coming through.
Oh yeah. My account, when your accountant is like, hey, that video that happened, like it was like last year, I had one of the videos, the Breonna Taylor video blew up. He's like, you remember that video that blew up? Well, if you don't spend, you need to spend X amount of money and give it to the government, or you can buy new equipment. So I was like, I'll try the new equipment piece. Let's see how that works out.
Yeah. No, it sounds great. It sounds great.
But one thing I think with this particular case, the shameful part about it is that this is one of, again, I always keep saying this is one of the few cases about race where none of the victims or, has any there's no racial diversity within the case. It's like, and even when you look at the facts of this case, this really comes down to self-defense. And I think it's difficult because if you're anti-Second Amendment, you already don't believe people should have guns. But the fact of the matter is that doesn't have any, like when you listen to Young Turks, that's all they keep saying. He had a gun across state lines. That is irrelevant to a self-defense claim. If I got a gun,
and incorrect.
Illegal, yeah, it's if I have a gun, even if that gun's illegal and someone's trying to kill me and I use that gun to kill them, my self-defense claim is still good, right? Thank God I had the gun. Just so people need to understand, even if the gun's illegal or not, that has nothing to do with the fact if he had the right to self-defense in that moment.
Yeah, this is a huge misnomer that is propagating all over Twitter. They say if you're committing a criminal act, you are not entitled to self-defense. That is abjectly incorrect. Yeah, whether or not you're engaged in an ongoing criminal act has only a factual basis to do with your self-defense claim. And that factual basis is limited to the facts of, are you in reasonable fear of imminent death or bodily injury? Are you subjectively in fear of imminent death or bodily injury? And then finally, did you instigate or provoke the activity? So yeah, if you're engaged in the act of robbing a bank and a security guard pulls his gun on you and you shoot the security guard, you don't have a self-defense claim, even if you're in reasonable fear. But
yes, correct.
Most criminal activity, even being like you're a felon and you pick up a gun that's on the ground to defend yourself, you're in illegal possession of a firearm at that point. However, you're not prohibited from using it to self-defense, or
even to save someone else.
Right. And so these weird commentators, because a lot of people think that since Kyle quote unquote was illegally carrying, for example, that he's precluded from a self-defense claim, or since he was out past curfew that he's precluded from a self-defense claim. No,
was January
absolutely
12th
not.
of 1971. And I met my wife the first day that on the job, and
the only reason this
11 minutes
this trial will take 2 weeks only because this judge has a story for literally everything.
It's darker than it
Dear
usually
God,
is
that's
now,
true.
both because of that.
Oh, BG Willie
looks
says
like
Robert
tapestry there, but
Barnes
it's actually a
pretty
piece
much
of-
said on his live with
I don't-
Bourbon
I
with
don't know
Barnes
if I'll
Halloween
give it.
2021
To me, it's
on
paper.
vivabarneslaw.locals.com.
It's not
He
paper.
bailed out because
They
of
had just left
politics
those
on the
walls
defense
over
team.
there. That's what they look like.
So there you go.
Something tied
maybe
to
we'll get
them,
a word
piece
from
of
Barnes
paper
on
tied
it.
to them.
It
And
sounds like a
so
little
that was on
spin,
those
a little
walls.
spin.
The windows were stained glass.
But it's okay.
Which
Barnes knows
has
we still
been
love.
replaced, and I'll get into that later. But so that's darkening the room somewhat, and then because of the sun, we've got the shades pulled down somewhat.
I
But
just saw one like a
I
kid
thought it was a
walk
very
by.
dark
What the-
room, and so and it had very dark blue drapes, dark blue, which were pulled all the time.
Okay, at
The walls
Matt
were very dark
Lockization
blue. You don't
says,
even see it
Ricada, shut
over
up and
there
let the judge
in the
speak.
experimental areas
Listen,
they've done
this
out there.
judge
where
is
they're
What are you talking
surveillance
about?
with the
About
original.
Look at the curtain and like, shut up, let the
looked
judge talk.
But it was a very dark blue, probably about equivalent to what the drapes are now. That was the paint on the walls.
Oh my God.
And,
Let's listen to the judge
it
talk
had,
about the drapes.
to go with that, it had olive green carpeting. Now, I don't think you'd find that in
The context of this is if you've seen any of the video where the video is pointing out from the judge.
They're all back? Oh, great. Well, I'll finish.
Like 3/4 of this courtroom has been renovated.
All
And
right.
there's just a section that isn't done yet.
What was the last discussion? I'm sorry, Mrs. Howell.
Bearing, yes, you
Oh, about
are
witnesses.
justified
Witnesses, that was it. I didn't
in
want to get
using
into that
lethal
without-
force against a
Okay.
horny drunk woman who tries to dance with you
Um,
at the pub. Yep, 100%.
People who might be witnesses
Let's go,
in the
man.
case or whose names might be mentioned in the testimony. You're going to hear these names. I'm going to ask the lawyers to read them in groups of about 10.
To see if you know anybody.
But you're not going to hear from all these people at the trial, not even close. You're probably going to hear right now about 200 names of people,
I like Mark Richards' voice.
but only a fraction of those will actually be testifying at the trial. But we want to make sure that we cover everybody who could theoretically come in as a witness or more likely
That's
whose
fair.
name might get mentioned. So that's the issue now. The lawyers are going to identify people whose names might be mentioned.
200 Watt
might be
Studio says
witnesses in the
judge.
case.
Then in
then at the
1756,
end of
oh,
each
let's
group
break
of-
for
Oh shit! Forgot I was watching Aussie. Thought I flipped over to Nick. Glad to rewatch, knowing we got the right outcome. Fair enough. I take it I'm not giving enough commentary, people. But thank you for the super chat, Flux. Quote of the day: fact is, everyone's messed up in some form or another. You just have to learn to live with your personal form of weirdness. This is true. He just talks to jury, did he? I must have missed that. Oh, the Miss Howard thing that he said. That's right. They'll say anything to get you to click. Just check back at 8 p.m. tonight. Yeah, well, I mean, look, guys, it's an evolving situation, so the news is going to change multiple times probably over the next couple of hours as to that shooting. Unless you're in the area, probably just wait for the nightly news, frankly, as bad as it sounds. No point getting all up in arms about it. It seems like the situation has resolved itself.
lunch.
10. I'm going to ask whether
Maybe in
any of
2
you
hours,
is
all right.
familiar with any of those people. And then we'll discuss further what the nature of that acquaintanceship is. Well, I might get into a little bit. But anyway,
200
let's start
names,
off with
though.
the state's witnesses or names
10 at a
which might be
time.
mentioned.
All right, Your Honor.
Wait, what? Sage Forensics. By the way, I used Bronca's book as a source and referenced Kyle's case for a paper on self-defense for class. You can learn from these trials. Oh, absolutely. There's a reason that both Gosney's and Bronca's books are both within arm's reach of me for when I'm covering these sorts of things. So, 10:30 has no power since Saturday and won't be restored to Wednesday. Wind was crazy Saturday. Trees fell on the power lines. Thankfully, we went out of town to celebrate my birthday 2 days, and ours was back when we got home. Oh, good job. Alrighty.
And Mark Richards for the defendant.
First group would consist of Dr.
Oh, Sharifi.
Any more caffeine? I'll be right back, guys.
Falco from Frederick Hospital.
Would you do me a favor? I'm going to ask that you be seated and closer to the mic, please.
Sure.
Or wait, is this the big boy prosecutor? He's looking towards the prosecution table.
Stuck on something. Okay, perfect. Josh Martin from the Kenosha Fire Department. Mark Willer, Detective Benjamin Antaramian, who's sitting right here to my right. Officer Pat Moretti from the Kenosha Police Department. Officer Jason Krieger from the Kenosha Police Department. Detective Martin Howard, who's sitting just behind me here. Officer Brittany Bray, and Officer Leo Esparza from the Kenosha Police Department.
Okay, is there anyone in 234 who knows any of these people whose names have been mentioned? Number 8.
Officer Leo gave me a speeding ticket.
It's Brittany Bray.
Brittany Bray, what is the nature of your acquaintanceship?
I taught one of the children,
You what?
one of the children,
Taught one of her children. How long ago was that?
3 years ago.
Okay, and was there anything?
Can you imagine? They
I
mentioned
don't
someone.
wanna- I don't wanna
What's your
put the
relation
child-
to them? Purely sexual, Your
was there
Honor.
anything about your having that child as a student that significantly differed from other students?
I don't think so. Her daughter also dances with my child.
Okay, have you ever had an in-depth discussion with the officer about anything other than the child and how school was going?
When we talked about our rest in the city, we have done that because recently we were in the same
Okay.
local things.
Okay, all right. Thank you, ma'am.
By the way, chat, if you want to get instantly trashed, this Boondocks cask strength whiskey is
Okay, anybody else
phenomenal
in the
and
back
very
row?
strong.
Okay, middle row.
I
Oh,
have to
middle
get some
row.
whiskey.
Well, the middle
It's like
The
50
11 row
bucks
of the-
too. It's
Okay,
really
great.
good.
How
It's
about this front row?
60% liquor, which is too much.
We're at seat number 24. Okay, and where? Okay.
Brittany is popular.
Now hers is relatively
kidding.
recent, so this was fairly
Brittany's been
recent.
around a bit. Joke.
Okay.
Monty
Yeah,
Python
you
Did
gotta-
you have
guys.
extensive
And their
social contact
shoulders
with
as well. I don't know. They don't seem that, but anyway.
her? Okay. Have you ever discussed business with her? Her business? Okay, thank you.
Oh, good question from W. Cass says, isn't that teacher now identifiable as a juror?
Possibly, but 4 years ago, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, no,
Possibly.
that's gonna work.
You'd have to know Brittany Bray's
And you know, it's
children's
almost as
age,
if I'd have to
what
have a
child
border
if she
on
has
hand.
Go ahead.
multiple
No, West Wing.
You know,
4 years
What
ago. I mean, you
school?
can narrow it
Front
down. It'd be a
row,
lot of
mini row.
work.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Kiwi Farms, get
The
on it.
next few
No, I'm
dozen
just
names
kidding.
will be all from the Kenosha Police Department. Sergeant Dusty Nichols, Officer Brandy Valeri, Sergeant Daniel Bandy, Detective Matthew Hagan, Officer Heidi Neeson, former Officer Joseph Kozak, Sergeant Adam Jurgens, Captain James Beller, Officer Jasmine Sanders, and Officer James Caraway.
I
Anybody
don't
in the
know
back row
any of
acquainted with
those
any of the
people.
who have been mentioned? Second row.
Can I, though?
Number 13.
I know that they've done. Oh, because they've got the custom layouts.
Nature
Hang
of your
on.
acquaintance?
My dad worked with him for a long time. He's on the same fire department that I'm on for a long time.
Okay.
He's gone.
Do you think that, well, did you ever discuss
No, I
his
just talked to him
employment with him?
a couple of years ago.
Okay, do you think that would affect your judgment in this case at all? Okay, thank you. Who else? Okay,
Maybe
now
one,
this front
Too
row,
close to the
the front row,
If we call him.
and we have a hand up. Would you give your number, ma'am? 29, and what's up?
I am familiar with Matthew Hagan,
Okay,
Oh.
nature of your acquaintanceship?
neighbor of my sister, a couple of years, probably about 5 years back, his neighborhood partner.
Neighbor
Okay,
of my
did you ever
sister.
get into a discussion about business or anything?
That sounds like a biblical term.
Do you think that your acquaintanceship
Neighbor
with
of
him
my
would
sister.
affect your judgment in the
I
respect
thought
of
it was
this
supposed
case
to
at all?
actually put me on the top.
Thank you. Anybody in the front row here, the mini row? Okay, Mr.
That's annoying.
Kraus.
Thank you. Officer Jeremy DeWitt, Officer Michael Gack, Detective Corey Brennan, Officer Carolyn Weir, Officer Matthew Eakins, Officer
Oh.
Amanda Franco,
There we go.
Officer Carlos Jarina, Officer Kimberly Voss, Officer Eric Wiedner, and Officer
This is
Keith
cool.
Soderstrom.
That's one
Anybody?
thing about this case. The
Thank you,
potential
StreamYard.
witness list in this case has got to be massive, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mini.
He's got
Hundreds
all
and
the-
hundreds
all
of
the-
protesters. Tons of
Former
cops.
Officer Jacob Birch, Officer James Crine, Officer Jeffrey Van Wee, Officer Donald Rowley, Michael Payan from Joint Services, Agent Lindman from the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, Sergeant Daniel Cooper from Kenosha Police Department, Officer Saftig from the West Dallas Police Department, Officer Brian Koss from the Kenosha Police Department, and Dr. Douglas Kelly from Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office.
Any of these people, back row, middle row, front row?
How unpopular do these
Mini row.
people feel?
Okay,
From
Right,
the
like,
FBI,
everybody
Special
knows
Agent
Brittany
Timothy
Bray. No
Walther,
one's ever heard of any of
Special
these other
Agent
people.
Daniel Gartland, Special Agent Mary Davidson, Special Agent David Kowalski, Officer Caleb Barkley from the
This shows you
Caledonia
how,
Police Department,
how
as well
bad
as
the court
Officer
system
David
can be
Beard
sometimes.
from the
They
same
could have just
department.
easily given a
From
list
the
to
Kenosha
everybody
County
when you
Medical
walk in. Here's
Examiner's
the list.
Office,
It
we
says,
have
look at
Jennifer
this list
Schroeder,
and walk
Carrie
off anybody who
Matuszek,
you know.
and Patrice Hall, and then Detective
agree.
Philip Breitjaff from the Kenosha Police Department.
okay, anybody acquainted with any of the, in any row? Acquainted with any of those people? All right, would you state your number again, ma'am, please? 33, and with whom are you acquainted?
The medical examiner,
Okay, what is the nature of your acquaintanceship?
well, I work where I work, there's interaction between the two of us
Okay,
on
Do-
some occasions.
okay, have you had personal discussions with the doctor?
No.
Okay, so if he were to testify, that can I assume that that would not affect your judgment in this case in any way?
No, it would not.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Just everyone. They have there's a possibility of over
Heather
200
Williams, the
witnesses.
Milwaukee Crime Lab, Special Agent Brian Cooney from the FBI, Special Agent David Bianchi from the FBI, Gaige Grosskreutz, Giovanni Garcia, Andrew Reeves,
What they
Anthony
doing?
Burwright,
What
Dominic
the hell
Black,
is he doing?
Mackenzie Rittenhouse, and Richard McGinnis.
Man, I hope they call
Anybody acquainted with any of
Huber's
the names
dad
which have been
to
mentioned?
the stand.
Okay, let's
But
start.
why?
with
Why-
Mr.
why would
Super
he
fast
know?
now, and no one will ever know. Oh, of
I don't
course.
know.
What's up?
Why would they ever know?
My son and first.
I just hope they do because he flipped off the
Okay,
court that one time.
Oh.
So I
You
imagine
had
there would
contact
be
with
some
Mr. Black?
fireworks that would follow.
Okay.
I would be pissed off
have
too, though.
you
You know, his
discussed
son,
with your
you know,
son
his son
any
did die.
aspect
Remember
of
President Clinton
Yeah,
muted
no,
the
I
whole
know.
thing?
that
I
he
just
would not be able
that's
to
what I'm saying.
disregard
I'm
entirely?
not saying that he doesn't.
Maybe.
Okay.
He's not justified in feeling
What did you say,
Because
33?
that's always the thing, especially as a
20 what?
parent of someone who's deceased.
Well, that was pretty close, right?
You're gonna take your kid's side most of the
alright,
time.
yes.
Like that's the default,
okay.
even if doesn't matter if they're in the wrong. Like you're their dad or whatever. So he's gonna be pissed off at this process, no matter what unless Kyle goes to prison forever, he's gonna be pissed off. But I don't care about his motivations. I just want to see
There was
fireworks.
another hand in that row, ma'am. Number, please. 29. And what's up?
Andrew Reeves,
What is the nature of your acquaintanceship?
my son is friends.
Great shit head on his mic.
Have you discussed any aspect of this matter with him? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else? Okay, next segment.
Sure. Brittany Powell, Lopez McKinney, Samantha Mays, Robert Mays, Priscilla Anderson, Hanford Unaste, Walter Godbolt, Tyrese
Whoa.
Crump, Ellen
These are
Kalick,
the
and Daniel
protesters.
Basovich.
Walter
Anybody acquainted with
Godbolt
any of
is a
those people?
strong name. That is a strong
Okay,
name.
Mr. Kraus.
Whitney Leeming, Mark Garino,
This is
Carol Badanai, Tiffany Kusera, Nicholas Smith, Cassandra Albrent, Ryan Balch, Dustin Collette, and Kristen Harris.
Nicholas Smith is not a strong name. That's a weak name.
Go ahead.
Right there. Very
Joanne
generic.
Fiedler, Jason Lakowski, Danton Mertz, Alexa Safer, Kevin Glowicki, Joey Kep, Joshua Zeminski, Kelly Zeminski, also known as Kelly Dunn, Colin Doherty, Austin Gregory, Justin Hamilton.
Anybody acquainted with any of those?
No one knows
Okay,
any of
go
these
ahead.
people. They're all shipped in by
William
Soros.
Kurtzman, Tom Seeker, Amber
I think
Rasmussen
these are
from
the,
State Crime Lab, Daniel
okay.
Osenosik, former City Council Kevin Mathewson, Officer Sean Morton of the Kenosha Police Department,
Oh, that person was there,
Sophia
Kevin, now.
Polkonjak, Cameron Wisner, and Bijou Blaise DePriest.
Anyone?
Bijou, not Bijou.
You know,
Go
I
ahead.
was shocked to see that some of the people
Brandon
with Kyle.
Gutenschwager, Alyssa
That's
Vance,
coming after this.
Officer Alex Wickets from the Kenosha Police Department, Officer Brian Ruha from the same department, Detective Joshua Schreiner from the Kenosha Sheriff's Department, Lieutenant Kenneth Urquhart from the Sheriff's Department, Detective Jason Melikar, and Officer Cypress, both of Kenosha Police Department, Soledad Juarez from Joint Services, and Detective Gerald Kaiser from the Kenosha Police Department.
Anyone acquainted with any of those folks? In the
Hmm.
get the mic over there.
Uh-oh.
Mm-mm.
What were you saying, Nate?
All right, your number again.
Hold on, I forgot the point. I was
Eight, and go
now
ahead.
I'm interested in this. I forgot the point. I gotta remember.
What is the nature of your?
Parents things for the-
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Just parents activities for the children.
Same type of thing.
Hmm.
You know what? My sinus.
Parent things.
Parent things. Okay. Any discussion about the employment at all? About the person's employment at all? Or
Oh, yeah, I know what I
familiarity
was
with
gonna
this
say earlier.
case?
Yeah.
The people who were with Kyle
The
Rittenhouse,
general
the,
discussion.
the
of
people
unrest in
who
the community?
were the other gentleman who had the guns and everything,
Um,
they
anything
actually
specific
said
about this case.
in an interview that
Was there
Kyle
anything
was
that was
obviously they said
discussed
that Kyle had
that you would
self-defense,
not be able
but
to
they also said
decide
that the person, the
and
Cooper guy,
rely
that Kyle with
exclusively
the
on
with the
stated in the
skateboard,
courtroom here?
also
Yeah.
was legitimate and had self-defense because they thought he was an active shooter.
Thank you.
And I was surprised at that because the
Um,
media is not reporting that. How even the
Anybody
people who
else,
even though
from
they agree with
this,
Kyle, but they
group of
also
people
believe the other guy who Kyle killed
acquainted with any of these?
was justified in
Okay,
self-defense.
go ahead.
Thank you. From Kenosha Police Department, former Officer Todd Thorne, Officer Tanya
John
Kennedy,
Smith says, hey,
Officer
as a
Nicole Kopp,
Smith, I resent
Officer
that.
Joshua
Also, I'm streaming this in my
Fekas,
12th grade government
then
class.
from West
Public
Dallas Police
school
Department,
tenure is
Officer
the best.
Gold, Officer Musadi, Officer Benke, Officer Madden, Officer Corwin,
Make sure and
Officer
add more
Binter.
profanity to the stream for you.
Oh my God.
Um, What is it? Your number? 14. Now, with whom are you acquainted? Okay, what is the nature of your acquaintanceship?
That's the nature.
Okay, have you ever discussed his police affairs with him? Anything to do with this case? Okay. If you were to testify in this case, would you judge his testimony? by a
75 or
different standard
80
than
usually
that
here. I'm
that
not
you would apply
sure
to any other witness?
where
Okay,
Schroeder
thank you.
is actually.
Anybody else from this group? Number 8 again.
Back from lunch.
Also,
Ozzy
they
has
had the
himself as
Barnes
one of
reading.
Nick's panelists, or more Nick and
Yeah, I'll
Nate
read
is.
them in just a
Well,
Okay, have you discussed
We're on
any
my
aspect of
channel,
this case
so-
with Nicole Kopp?
Not specifically, no.
Okay,
All
thank
right,
you.
Peter
Well, let me ask
Bennett
you
says
this.
Barnes
If you were to
reasons.
testify in this
Number
case,
one.
would you judge her testimony by a different standard
Oh,
from that
there's
of
a
any other
different question.
person?
Hold on.
Probably yes. we can.
oops.
Any reason?
Yeah, I think they dusted him off for the Anderson
Yeah,
trial.
she's out.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to excuse you and thank you
Peter
for your
Bemis says
service.
Barnes reasons number
We'll
one.
get a
The
handout
team
from the
couldn't
bailiff
speak to
about
Rittenhouse or his mother. Number
future
two, the
service.
team wasn't allowed in during jury selection. Three, the person in charge
And
of the
let me
money,
ask
still the same guy who picked Pierce.
number 30,
Barnes was told the
number
mom
36 to
was
come up,
in
please.
charge. There you go.
Well, but the thing is that if you have whenever you have a large team of lawyers, not everybody speaks to the client, right? It's usually
Right.
usually have one or two representatives
Yeah.
that speak to the
Before
client,
you,
and they speak to everybody else, just like with the
spot
OJ
there.
prosecution.
Would you
The
have
OJ
raised
was
your
only
hand
speaking
in
to
answer to
what's
anything
his name
which
at the
has
end
been asked either by me or by
directly,
Mr.
right? He wasn't speaking to all the whole team
House?
from your team.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Would you take
yeah.
that seat, please?
And if Barnes isn't on the criminal team, I don't know why he would need to speak to Rittenhouse and his mother during this time anyway, right?
That's
Maybe,
true. They should
you know,
very much be focusing on
Yeah,
Because they're not
criminal
bringing
cases
any
at this
civil
point.
cases at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, by France, I'm pretty sure that's the judge's phone because we kept hearing it during the Anderson trial as well.
Kenosha County? Yeah. You live in Racine County? Ooh.
How
Did
did you
live
get
in
here?
Kenosha County previously?
Yep.
Okay, how long ago did you move? And where you're living now, is that your permanent residence?
Correct.
Do you have a driving license? What is the address there? In Racine? Are you registered to vote
There it
in
is.
Racine? Any reason this gentleman shouldn't be excused?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
He's in the
And,
wrong county.
Always nice
So
to
you
have
gotta
a
check.
visit from our neighbors to the north.
That sucks. It sucks for me to sit through all this shit this morning.
37.
What? Yeah, you had to drive down to a different county. You had to sit through all of this stuff. You want to just like that guy's like I'm not. I don't even live here
And
anymore.
number 37.
I mean, the whole day.
And how that wouldn't have been taken
Do you,
care of on the
ma'am,
papers,
hours?
though.
Would you have raised your hand and answered to any
I
of
mean,
the questions
generally,
asked
you
so
want to
far?
send out a jury, you just
Okay, thank you
notice
very
you
much.
can write in with your reason why you shouldn't be attending. I think.
Like they've
I
been
mean,
here for 4 hours.
Um,
I'm
I can tell
completely
you,
exempt
I'm
from jury
wrong
duty, so I'm not 100% sure.
Anybody else
WHMW,
know
they
it
don't
from the
have to
last group?
register to vote. He's just trying to figure
Okay,
out
go
the
ahead,
nature of how he got the
Mr.
notice in the first place.
Kraus.
Because if he's still registered to vote in
Jay
Kenosha,
Thornton, Costin,
maybe that's where they got his
Edward
address.
Costa, Jonathan
That's-
Ford,
That's
Justin
generally how they get the
Katigbeck,
jury. If you're
Deputy
registered to
Miller
vote
from
and
Sauk
you're a
County, South
citizen, and they
Dakota,
know you live in that area,
Gilbert
so they
Schmidt,
take the jury pool for the
Larry
voting numbers.
Collins, Mike Tobin, Brandon Childers, and Pat Case.
Actually, that's a good point. I can't
South
remember how we got
Anybody,
this
with-
question.
familiar with any of those folks?
Without.
One of the closed captions
Thank you.
recorded the name as
Next
South
number.
Dakota.
I just correct that Deputy Miller from Sauk County Sheriff's Department, not South Dakota. Anmol Kindry, Kyle Cook, Nathan DeBruin, Mary McKenzie Waldschmidt, Juan Pablo, Hannah Giddings, Lucas Zanin, Monica Mata, and Officer Sturma of the Milwaukee Police Department.
Anybody acquainted with any of those folks? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
Wendy Rittenhouse, Faith Rittenhouse, Michael Rittenhouse, Ray Dickard, Charles Rosenbaum, Tamara Rosenbaum, Carrie Ann Swart,
We're
Thomas
so
Hazelton,
juvenile. We are
Joshua
so
Binninger,
juvenile.
and
Oh my
Agent
God.
Binns
His
from
name
Alcohol,
is
Tobacco, and
Ray
Firearms.
Dickhard.
Yes. Yes.
he had to.
Go ahead.
He had
Oh my
Dickard
God.
first. He
Horowitz?
corrected it.
Karen Bloom, John Huber Jr.,
Ah.
Nick Dennis, Chief David Smetana from Pleasant Prairie, Carol Wilkie from Pleasant Prairie HR, Officer Noah Tarski from Antioch, Andrew Ross, and Corey Washington.
Anybody acquainted with any of those folks? Number, tell us your number, please. 18. What's up?
I don't teach Savannah and Carol Wilkie.
Now, have you ever discussed any aspect of this case with them? If one of them were to testify,
Oh,
will you
that
judge
sucks.
that person's testimony by a
For
different
3
standard
hours,
from
find
that
out
you apply
we're in the
with
wrong
other?
district. That really sucks.
Did you ever discuss any aspect of this case at all with them?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No. It's
Next.
like that thing where
Oh,
you can
another
go back
hand?
in time, but
Okay,
you can't
yes, sir.
interact, or you
I'm
can
sorry.
go sit and watch.
This is number 6.
Yeah, me and Corey discussed it. I was actually down there when on that.
In the area here. Any reason this gentleman shouldn't be excused?
I was there. You're right.
Thank you, sir. Let me
Yeah,
ask
he's got to go. He's got to go. If this guy's on the scene, he's got to go.
number 38.
See, you know, a lot of people seem to be confused on why, because I'm civil law mentioned it too in the chat about how the skateboard guy has a viable claim to self-defense against Rittenhouse and Rittenhouse.
And ma'am,
against
would you
him.
have raised your hand in answer to any question asked so
It
far?
seems like people are confused about that point.
I'm a caregiver for my elderly father who is accident prone, and he does not have anybody currently sitting with him right now.
Oh,
Yeah,
is there anybody else?
The
who could do
reason he
this?
would be potentially
No.
justified is,
My two
again,
sisters
it's the
both
legal
left me
definition of
because that's the way
self-defense.
to take my
Yeah.
Do you have an objective fear of imminent death or bodily injury, serious bodily injury? And do you have a subjective fear of imminent death or serious bodily injury? And then third, did you provoke?
Hang on. Okay, it worked a little bit too well. Mandy, they're not live. It's the custom layouts in StreamYard now. I've inserted myself into the Rittenhouse trial. Oh, I'm loving this. Am I going to have to put it in the banner that I'm not actually live in the trial?
The incident which caused it.
Number
If
39.
Huber believed that Kyle Rittenhouse is an active shooter shooting protesters, then he potentially has a self-defense claim. I think one of the mitigating factors of Huber's self-defense
Ben,
claim
would you have raised your hand
is
and answered to any
well,
of the questions
no, I
you
guess
asked
it's
so
part of
far?
it. Attacking him with the
Thank you very
skateboard in
much.
general
Please take that
would be his
That's-
claim to that'd be the self-defense against the assault. So,
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else from the last?
so yeah, I mean,
It's like it's like if you're in a
Go ahead,
building and
Mr.
somebody's screaming, "There's an active shooter,
Thank
active
you.
shooter!"
Corey
That guy
Watson
just
is
shot
also known as
somebody, and you see
Corey
somebody with a
Elijah,
gun walking,
commonly.
and you have something you
Brandon
throw it at the
Beeman,
guy.
Drew.
You
Fred
have justifiable
Fernandez
claim
goes
for
by both
self-defense. As
names.
that guy would, if he
Elijah
wasn't shooting
Schaefer,
people, if you were wrong
Julio
about that.
Rosas, Ford Fisher, Michael Lehman, Devin
I
Bennett,
interviewed a guy named
McCrae,
Andrew Branca
Brandon Ugarte
from Law of
Childers.
Self-Defense.
Wait. Is he seriously talking about the first time that he ever interviewed Andrew? Oh, this is... You're fine, Mandy. Every time you want to comment, stop the stream and start with, there seems to be StreamYard problems. Oh, look, I would if I knew what was coming up, and I can't. And I'm stoned. Should really get Nick to drop by while you're live, really mess with people. Yeah, have two Nicks, and he can comment on his own commentary. Oh, then Nick actually could time travel. If you can get Nick on live, you win the internet.
Aker,
About the Ahmaud Arbery case.
Sarah
And
Castelli,
his
and Alan
one of his
Castelli.
contentions that was
Can
interesting
anybody,
about that
those
case is
names?
both that Ahmaud
Um,
Arbery may have been justified
again?
in attacking
Okay, what's up?
what's his name, Michael.
The guys.
Yeah,
McMillan,
that he may have been
McMichaels.
Okay, so this
McMichaels.
is
yeah,
something that
McMichaels.
was actually
Greg
there was a
McMichaels or
live stream
whatever.
running it.
So he
yeah.
may have been justified in going after him, and
And
that guy
you, even though
simultaneously
that
would still
is
be justified in shooting
claimed
him
to be a live
because
stream. I'm not suggesting
one
it
of the
isn't.
allegations is that
Can you,
Arbery reached for the gun.
disassociate yourself
And so
from whatever
that's
you saw
that
on
becomes
that
a
or
complicated
commentary there
question
may
there
have
too.
been and
But
decide
the only
solely on
reason
the
why I
basis
would
of
say
what's
he's
presented
wrong,
before the court.
and this one is different from this one,
Okay.
is because
Um,
you can't jump out of a car and try to stop somebody with a weapon. That's now you're the initial aggressor. As soon as he did
any
that,
business leads
you've
you-
lost all your claims of self-defense. And now Ahmaud Arbery trying to grab the gun. It's a different scenario because you didn't hear this guy's an active shooter or something like that. Somebody's trying to physically stop you with the gun.
Yeah.
Now you've
And we
lost
were-
all, I think, your claims of
and how
self-defense with
about,
that.
And we were discussing this case.
number
I mean,
40,
like
would you come
9
up,
months
please?
ago, and
Yeah.
a lot more has come out since it. So, but I was just pointing out, like there can be competing viable self-defense
Oh, yeah.
claims. Both people can be justified, and people seem to think it's one or the other. It's no, they can. It's the question is literally not at all about what the other person's
all right,
justification
Ben,
for their
would you have
actions may
raised your
be.
hand and
Yours is.
answered any of the questions
what you
asked
did,
so
yeah.
far?
Massive Damage Gaming says, if Kyle's defense fund gets completely drained, do the lawyers just stop working? You keep mentioning this over and over. What happens if Kyle's
Okay,
defense fund
what's
is
up?
drained? No, lawyers have to ask permission from a
This is
court
true,
to withdraw from a
Jay Stacy.
case. And if it's significantly far in the case, they
Uh,
say, we're not
you're
getting
a
paid.
4-year-old
That's
in the
not
what program?
justification.
Yeah,
The-
you got to
the what
continue on.
Okay. So what's the schedule?
You can get out as long as it doesn't negatively affect your client. If you can't get out like right at a crucial time because like, he's not paying you. That's why you get retainers and hopefully try to make it so you can get past those
Okay.
points.
Closing arguments
is
tomorrow.
there
Your Honor, I'd like to
number,
withdraw.
I'm sorry, that's free money for him today because you got to continue on.
The worst case of that
How about,
ever is Miller, U.S. v. Miller, the Second Amendment case in 1939.
Does
So
he
what
live close by where he would have
So
to
the
do his
guy
transporting?
died. Miller died.
I mean, if he
And his
you say he has to
estate,
get off work,
like a week
does he work here now?
before Supreme
Does
Court
his
oral
wife know?
arguments, the estate
So-
didn't pay the attorney.
I don't know. I think I'm probably going to have to sit and watch the evidence and, try and form my own decision as to whether or not I think he's going to get off on this. But, he's rude, yes, not letting you get a word in. No, look, guys, I knew that was going to happen because, let's face it, they're working on the way of sort of like using the gaps in the court and that sort of thing to provide commentary. So, yeah, I am going to have to pause occasionally to give proper actual commentary. I tricked you and ruined your day. I'm so sorry. Nick should stream snipe me. And then he can let me just stream out on the other side, and then you'll have Hayden within Nick within Nick within Hayden. But screen is big enough for only one nose. Don't say get off around Fluffer Boy. True. Very true.
Attorney and the attorneys
Okay.
withdrew
You would have to be sitting in
right before oral arguments. So the U.S. v. Miller, the landmark gun
I'm-
case up until Heller, was decided by solely the state
let that sit
making
for
the
now.
arguments.
Thank you.
There was no.
Oh, wow.
The Supreme Court
Um,
actually allowed the attorney
anybody
to
else
not
on that
appear.
answer?
Oh,
Incidentally,
that was
was there anyone
bullshit.
else
I
who was
remember
around
talking
here
about
in
that.
That's
the
very
area
strange. Because usually
between,
they
let's
could have
say,
said no and
60
forced them to come.
65th
Yep.
Street and 54th Street between about 12th Avenue and
I know
6th
that
Avenue.
case. I know that. That's
On the night that this incident is reported to have occurred.
Now this is why you need to have
Go ahead.
good jury
Go ahead.
questionnaires.
Thank you. Sarah
Or if anybody
Castelli,
at the event.
Alan Castelli, Scott
Yeah.
Hart,
Seriously.
Brianna Garrison,
Were you
Sahil
there, do you
Kindry,
literally
Elena
live in the
Fro,
neighborhood?
Brian Blake, Brandon Cramen, Susan Hughes, James Armstrong.
Guys,
from
imagine
yeah,
if you
you
were
were
there
walking
as
around
the
with
jury
no one in
right now,
chat.
you'd be
TJ
so bored
Williams.
because you wouldn't have two dumb lawyers talking over everything.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Richards.
Court is boring.
You got more
though.
names?
I am all powerful.
Nicholas Dialvo of Digital Forensics, Peyton Engel, Digital Forensics, Dr. John Black, Force Science Institute, Evan Devlin, Investigator, Dr. Jeffrey Jensen, Medical Examiner, Todd Johnson, Private Investigator, Steve Spignola, Private Investigator, Officer Jacob Birch, Kenosha Police Department, former Officer Amanda Franco, Kenosha Police Department, Sergeant Jeremy DeWitt, Kenosha Police Department.
You already mentioned Jeremy DeWitt.
Familiar with any of those folks?
Oh, maybe they're going to call him twice.
Jason Lakowski, Ryan Balch,
Maybe it's his
Joanne
cousin.
Fiedler, Nicholas
Uses the same
Smith,
name.
Jacob Marshall,
Nicholas Smith again.
Joshua Zeminski, also known as Alex Blaine, Kelly Zeminski, also known as Kelly Dunn, Monica Mata, Lucas Zanin, Nathan DeBrune, and Richard McGinnis. That's all, Your Honor.
There was one on your list that you didn't mention, or maybe I didn't hear it. It's number 12 on the first amended witness list.
I didn't list them because the state already listed
Oh,
them
okay,
here.
fair enough. Okay, anybody acquainted with any of those folks? Okay, thank you, folks.
Are we done with
Do
the
you,
witness portion
have
yet?
any interest, financial or otherwise, in the outcome
Oh,
of this
thank God.
case?
Thanks, Robin.
Uh,
Thank you for being here.
Does any of you have any feeling of bias or prejudice for or against anyone involved in this case? Number one, I think I'm going to leave it alone. We'll discuss it in a little bit. Anyone else for or against anybody? Biased for or against anybody? Number three.
Yeah, no, sorry about that, Sovereign.
Okay.
I do not know them.
Okay. Do you have you discussed the matter with your daughter?
That's hard not to do.
Well,
No
no,
worries,
I'm
Mandy.
not
Have a good
suggesting
day.
it is. It isn't. I'm going to leave it for further inquiry.
What? She's got to go. Come on.
He's doing it
You still
already.
got 150 people there.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay.
And
Is there
she's
any one of
discussed
you
the case with the daughter? Yeah.
Like,
What was the
we
who
saw
daughter's
has
this
any
in the
opinion,
Anderson
who
trial.
has
where it was-
financial interest or
formed
something?
expressed any
Hang on, hang
opinion?
on. And click. We saw this during the Anderson trial. He's already taking issues and then punting them down the road to deal with them later. Why is he not just going to the effort of working it out now? It's lazy judging to me.
To the guilt or innocence
hear
of
you.
the defendant. Let's break that up into separate questions. Once again, keep in mind that your decision is to be based on the evidence which is presented at the trial. But we do want to know if you've ever formed an opinion in the past, or if you've ever communicated any opinion as to the guilt or innocence of the defendant.
That's
in
why you
this
got to get
case.
your social media. That's why you need the social media. people to,
So let's
you
go
know,
with the
look
back
at
row
stuff.
first. Anybody who has ever now has an opinion. Let's start with a now has an opinion. Anybody now have an opinion other than the presumption of our law, which is that the defendant is innocent? As I mentioned a little bit ago, that was another thing that
Well,
the founders
the
gave
daughter
us,
knew one of the
was a strong
defendants.
presumption of innocence. That's not true everywhere in the world. In some places
But
in the
did she
world,
like him?
That
there's
would
a
be me,
presumption of
Mandy.
guilt, and the defendant has got to respond and prove his.
Oh, wait, hang on. I can get the manager for you.
That is not
Hang
our
on a
case.
second.
We have the presumption that the defendant is innocent, and the burden is upon the state to prove guilt and must prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. So Is there anyone who now has an opinion as to the guilt of the defendant other than that
Yes, hi, how
he
can
or
I help
she
you?
will indulge the presumption required by law and presume the defendant to be innocent? Did you have your hand up, ma'am, or not? Okay. Let me ask you this. Whatever feelings you may have had coming in here,
She's asleep. I'm not waking
Can
her at this
you-
hour.
shed them and follow the precept of our law and presume that the defendant is innocent and refuse to vote guilty unless
Oh, yeah. Hang on.
you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, even if you think that he is probably guilty. Can you do that?
Hmm.
I'm not sure.
That's tough.
Well, you're telling
Because
us
if you
what
think
that's
he's probably
exactly what we
guilty, I don't know if I want that person
So
to
is
do it.
anyone who objects to the removal of this juror?
Yeah, she's got to go.
I'm going to thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
But now
Excuse me,
everybody
thanks.
sees exactly what I said earlier, right?
See the,
If you think he's guilty or you think he's
and
innocent
ask-
and you can't get past it, that's your quickest way off the jury.
Absolutely.
number 41.
This is a high profile case. There's no shame in just getting up and saying, you know what? I don't want to do this. I think he's guilty. I've seen a bunch of news stories. Of course you have. If you're in the area of Kenosha.
All right, and ma'am, would you have raised your hand and answered to anything that's been asked so far? Thank you. Would you please take that seat?
It's an alternate.
Okay, I think I had did I have another hand?
Nick on stream is how just replaying it. It's just a replay at the moment.
Go ahead, number 3.
Yeah, everybody's gotta figure out something about this case.
Okay. Is it that you're not sure that you can
Judge
put
confidently
aside
said he could panel this whole
what you
jury
may have
today.
thought or
Think he
in the
does it?
past? Or is it that you
I don't know.
not sure
Just to clarify, I bought this from a tourist shop. Like if this was proper, it wouldn't have wood on it. It'd be made out of cork, and they'd be wine corks, and it'd be properly. Crikey, mate, you had an issue with me employee Hayden. Horricate his ass on here. I think he's got better things to do. He was gracious enough to allow me to reuse the footage, but whether or not people drop in is entirely up to them. I have no issues with it whatsoever.
That's going to be tough.
you're willing to do that?
Getting today is going to be tough.
Okay. Any reason this juror shouldn't be excused?
Yeah, if you're not careful.
Morpheus, they're not going to
Okay,
sequester this
thank
jury.
you, ma'am.
No, they're
Go
not.
next.
Okay, so this on?
Hold on. Bear with me a second. 41? 42. 42, would you go up, please?
No, Big Chungus, they're gonna be done with this by 4:30 p.m. today or 5.
1.25.
Yeah. Would you have raised your hand
Yeah.
in answer? You're going to Europe on Friday? Okay, turn around.
Get out.
Any
yeah,
reason this
so-
juror shouldn't be excused?
What the hell?
Thank you, everyone.
Like, why do you wait 4
Where
hours
are we
to
going?
say that, right?
Where are we going?
Well, he was one of the alternates
well,
that
have
was
a
coming in.
wonderful
This is a problem with this
Um,
inefficient process that you're
would you
talking
come up,
about,
please, ma'am?
right?
Yeah, because you could have asked all these questions
Come on
already. Going to Europe, he's gone. Where you're at the day of protest, you're gone, right? All these
Okay,
things could have
ma'am,
been
would you have
hammered
raised
out
your hand in
questionnaires.
answer to any of the questions so far? Please take seat number 3. What was her number? 43.
That's one thing I'll say about the Floyd trial. They had jury selection because they knew they were going to have a monster issue with jury selection.
Right, number 4.
They
I think
really
you had
made
your
it
hand
so
up.
efficient. And even they still got a juror who was on a who was with the Black Lives Matter t-shirt on. I didn't know I owned that shirt. That was funny.
I don't remember wearing that. You were at a giant rally.
Now,
Traveled
that's
1,500 miles to go to it.
and people sometimes think that they're supposed to
Who
come
knows
in
if
here
they war?
and not have been aware of what is going on, and that's not true at all. And there's nothing wrong with my watching a program about some incident that happened in Beaumont, Texas, and you can watch what the media reports and form kind of an impression about it. But I wouldn't think for 1 minute that I would decide upon someone's innocent or guilt based upon what I
You
saw
got
on
to actually
TV or
call
what I
Sydney
There's
Swatter.
a
in
lot of
this
people
area.
who've done that,
I
Judge.
had discussed with my family members. If I had the enormous power given to me by the founders of our country and the responsibility to be fair and impartial,
Bergman Swatter. That makes more.
I
that-
understand.
makes more sense.
that was all
ICF
fine
Dave
and
here.
good.
No, we cannot turn our
And it's all
voices
good when
down
I'm
so it doesn't
detached
tune
from
out
it,
the
when I'm
judge.
right
It's an
at the core of
artifact
it.
of how Streamlabs works.
Um,
But people
would
are
be like if
welcome
the
to go
judge
watch
had the
the
power
streams
that we
without
don't have
commentary that are there
given
that
to
you
us
won't
by
offend me.
the founders of the country. They said the
But
judge
if
would
you're
try these
here
cases.
for
If I could
if you're here to
some on
watch
TV
Kyle
and
Rittenhouse
then
trial with
I
no
could sit through the
commentary,
trial
you're in
and
the
then
wrong
give a
place
verdict.
because we're going to
Decision.
talk
That's-
about things, talk
so there's
over
nothing
things, explain
wrong
things.
with
You're here for the
having
commentary.
had
And if you're
prior
not,
opinions about it, we do want to know
Yahoo is
about it.
covering this on
if you're
YouTube
at.
for free.
But
That's where I'm pulling the stream from.
if
It's from
you're
Yahoo.
confident and
So you
sure
guys can
that
go check it out there.
I realize
And,
the very
and I
strong
get it.
distinction
Like if you want that, but
between
we're
the
gonna make
safeguards
commentary.
built
That's
into
why
our
we're here.
system
And
what's out in
and
the
if you don't like that,
general population.
catch you next time. It's
And
cool.
understand that
Thank you, Nick. Couldn't have said it better myself.
if you can do that, then there's not a problem. So you need to be concerned about.
Just imagine
having
how
previous-
boring they are in the courtroom, like the jurors
long
are.
as
You
you
know,
follow
they don't have any commentary.
Yes.
What do you think?
Yeah, people always
Robin,
tell me
I've
to
never-
like speed up things.
Well,
Robin, I've never actually watched the trial as it in its entirety, so I know what the verdict is. I don't know if I agree with it because I haven't seen the evidence laid out. That's the whole reason that I'm going back and rewatching this, because I'm very interested to see. So, you're in the wrong place. No shit, Nick. Damn it, Hayden! Why did you make all my accounts gay? Dude, I did that ages ago. How have you only just noticed? But thank you for the super chat.
Or speed up things to get through it. And I'm like, no. Let's get the feel of how horrifically boring
and-
court is.
Go for it,
Let me ask
Mandy.
it this way.
Can
And
you
this
skip
kid
the
is doing
pause?
a pretty good job of
You
it
are
too.
any less?
Yeah.
Do you think you are any less able to be fair in this case?
If you want to hear Rackets without Aussie's commentary, go to his stream. If you want to hear the troll, then you should go and watch Law and Cuck. To be fair, I don't think Law and Cuck were actually streaming this at the time, were they? I mean, if Nick's borrowing this off Yahoo, then theoretically, I presume Law and Cuck don't actually have it.
Than anybody else who's here.
Okay.
These
Probably
are
not or
deep
not.
philosophical questions.
Huh? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. How about next? Number 5.
We've got the 1,500 like drink happening. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, what would
Protogen,
happen if-
we're not
if the
using
evidence
Streamlabs, we're
developed
using
that actually was
StreamYard.
Different
So can't do that.
from the information upon which you
Somebody put
based
the judge seems incompetent.
your
Well, why
opinion?
is the
Would you
judge seem
be able to
incompetent?
set
He's
your
going
opinion
through this
aside?
jury selection.
You couldn't, in spite of actually hearing from people who actually saw or even
Well, apparently
videoed
we'll find it
what
eventually.
happened. You wouldn't be able to put that aside.
This woman knows.
Really?
I can't
Any
put it
reason this
aside.
jury shouldn't be excused?
Pretty sure with
What I
this
tell
where
you,
Cuck
well,
Gage comes
you
from.
guys should be charging us for this because we're showing you how exactly you get out of jury duty, right?
Yeah,
I
there you
can't be
go.
impartial. What you going to do, Judge? Put me on the jury, but I can't be impartial. Any excuse why not to let this woman go? Boom. But this is not legal advice, and don't do this. If you can be impartial, tell the truth. These people are under oath, for God's sake.
Ma'am, would you have answered or raised your hand rather to any of the questions asked so far? Thank you very much. Would you take seat number 5 there, please? Okay, now that back row again. Anybody else? I see number 8.
I'll say
Oh, he's
this.
Nicholas.
Let's a poll. Do you think this judge votes for Democrats? or
Cucks was
Republicans?
streaming it, but when Nick got 100k
Ooh,
like viewers,
that's a good
That's when
question.
they decided to buy court
Chat
stream access.
Is this guy a Democrat or Republican voter?
That'll do it.
Do you know the answer?
I don't. That's what I thought was just interesting. I mean, because usually you can get a feel of it, but this is very. You really don't know. I just don't know. Sometimes he'll say something. I'm like, all right, so he's a hardcore righty, but then I'm like, he sounds like a lefty.
Well, it's a matter. We all encounter incidents.
Even a chat. Damn.
See, chat, I'd actually be interested to get your opinion on this about how much they should pay juries. I genuinely believe that jurors should be paid more than they are. If only because A, it is a solemn duty to potentially condemn someone to a life behind bars, but B, because it is an imposition on an individual, and if you're taking time away from your actual daily livelihood where it can impact on your financial well-being, I do think that they should be paid more than a base wage. Like, I'm not actually sure exactly how much they pay in America, but it's not a lot here. I think it's like $20 a day or some shit at different times, like in different courts. But I do genuinely think that jurors should be paid a little bit better. Don't get raisins with me. Also, this is just jury selection. Once the trial starts, Dick and other commentators will want to hear for themselves. Naturally, they'll talk some less than jury selection is not as exciting. True, but I do still want to actually hear the commentary and whatnot through the jury selection, so... Not a lot there either. If they're paid more, they get actual intelligent people to do jury duty. Yes. Jurors are incentivized to rush to a judgment. Exactly. Paid about $15 a day there. Payout jury from unemployment fund at Same rate, if not a bit higher. Money is already there. Okay. Jurors might be actually more inclined to actually discuss the case details rather than railroad someone if they were actually compensated. This is true. Here, it's minimum wage, but counted as overtime, not taxed. Last time, I think it's about $17 an hour. Interesting. Comp for lost wages, cap at $250 a day. Would be probably the best way to do it, frankly. Didn't know jurors got paid at all. I thought the company you work for pays your base wage. Not all the time. $20 a day is insane. For people working paycheck to paycheck, probably near enough to get them evicted. Quite possibly, yeah. In this day and age, nobody can afford to pay cut. Plus, you usually have to pay your own transportation, gas, and parking, so it's really a financial burden. This is true. This is very true. During the main part of the trial, as soon as Nick and panel stop talking, Aussie will take the opportunity to talk at that point. Look, and guys, obviously I'm going to do what I'm doing right now and pause when there's something specific to talk about. So, alrighty, let's get stuck back into it. I'll probably do another about hour and a half of the video, which will take us through till it'll take me through to about 7:30 in the morning. So,
Republican DR.
Well, you know what you think. We're talking about hearing the actual evidence.
Right.
And the funny thing is, that's how you know you have a good judge.
So if you heard,
can't tell if it's an
someone
RRD, right?
Someone said Nazi Party of
directly
America.
contrary to, and let's say you heard 4 witnesses who are directly contrary to what you think the case was, based upon what you heard or what you. Yeah, see, you wouldn't be able to disregard the. Okay. Any reason this juror shouldn't be excused?
No.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
oh, excuse me, sorry.
Juror number 45.
Ballotopedia says nonpartisan. I've never actually met one.
Yeah. He's appointed by somebody. If he's appointed by a D, then he's probably a D. Ds don't generally don't appoint.
Is he
RRDs.
appointed
Would you
or
have,
just
uh,
Wisconsin
Is it just
election?
us?
Any of the questions asked
If
so
it's an
far?
election, then
Thank you very much.
then
sir.
he'll be on
Would
the
you
ballot
take-
under
take
DNR.
number 8?
Let's look.
He was put into office by a Democrat.
I should clarify for anyone just coming in. I'm live. They're not. This is the new StreamYard layouts.
Hey, anybody
that
else?
was 50
in the
years
last
ago,
question
Democrat.
Was
I'd be a different Democrat. What is it? Is it?
If you've
He's
ever
on a
formed or
lifetime
expressed any opinion,
appointments,
no,
though, right? He's had to be
or
reappointed.
express any opinion as to
Yeah.
the
Either
innocence or
federal
guilt
or
of the
lifetime
defendant
appointments.
without hearing the evidence. What's your number, sir? 17, and what's up?
My biases go back to 14 months ago. I've been commenting consistently on news feeds and Facebook. It also goes a little further to my belief in the Second Amendment, which comes from Monroe's writings in the Federalist.
He's
I'm gonna
gone.
stop you.
This guy is gone.
He's out.
and yeah, but here. No, I'm going to tell you. You haven't done a single thing wrong. But
You gone.
But you're gone.
as I said
Yeah.
before, if I didn't say it, I'll say it again. This is not a political trial.
I
The-
mean,
this, one
it
of the
is, though.
problems with the way the media has covered this, and it's not just the media. It was mentioned by both political campaigns and the presidential campaign
Yeah.
last year. In some instances, very, very imprudently. There are important issues for those who seek to lead our country to discuss.
the
What
difference is
the
the
innocence of
judge
guilt
doesn't
of an
want it to
individual
be
accused of
a
crime is
political
not one of them.
trial.
And
That's what
also,
he's
the
saying.
trial is not
I'm not
about-
running this as a political trial.
to the extent the trial is about the Constitution,
Oop, no, don't want
it's
that.
about the right to a fair trial. And I don't want you to take this as a lecture. My point is that we don't want to fall into the trap that many
I
of the
read about the
media have, a
Constitution
large
going back to the
percentage
words
of
of
the media,
Monroe.
and discuss this as a political trial, or that there are bigger factors in this case at stake in this trial. We're concerned here in this courtroom to try this case in accord with our law, what our law provides, what our rules of evidence prescribe, which have developed over hundreds of years to improve the level of fairness. The jury system is a wonderful system that was given to us by our founders. It hasn't always worked perfectly. And in fact, there's some very shameful chapters in the history of
This is true.
juries' determinations in this country.
See, that's one thing that I do find interesting is that your DAs are in a lot of places are elected. See, here it's a job. You're either the best for the job or you're not. And while you do ultimately answer to the state government and that sort of thing, or to the federal government, the governor general, whoever else, there's no political motivation behind it because you are doing your job. You can't lose that unless you do a ridiculously poor job, and you do get reviewed by the public and all that sort of thing. So you can still get lampooned for stuff. But I do think that the whole appointing district attorneys is a major issue, frankly, in my own personal view, because it does add a distinctly political slant to things in every single case. So thank you very much for that comment. DC killing spree. Jesus Christ. Where are we? Being not political, hold my beer. Oh god.
Country. But I've been in this business for 50 years, and it's getting better. It's a lot better now than it was 50 years ago. And if we keep at it and try to contain our
Can you
feelings, and
imagine?
decide
He
this
has
case
been on the bench
law
for
and
50 years.
unfairness, it's going to get better yet.
That's crazy. That's
I
crazy.
want this case to reflect the greatness of Kenosha and the fairness of Kenosha. And I don't want it to get sidetracked.
No, he
with other
hasn't.
issues.
Actually, I
don't care
think
about
they
your opinion.
Morpheus
in a
says he was
certain way,
appointed in
man.
1983 by a
They're
Democrat
directly
governor.
contrary.
I think he might be kind of centrist.
One of the beauties of the
All I know is I
jury system, although
respect
it's
his
not
ruling so
intended,
far.
is that it brings together
I'd be as
the
kind to say
whole
it varies on the
composite of
position
the
he's
community.
voting for.
And it isn't just the case isn't being decided on political basis. It's being decided
83 to 21 is
it's done
40,
properly
well,
on the
38
basis
years.
of what does the law say? What are the true facts? That's what the jury decides, is what are the true facts and how do they fit together? And that comes out as a verdict. So I'm sure you'll be questioned here when we go into the private discussions. I'm sure you'll be questioned about anything that you put out on the internet or what discussions you've had, but they're not disqualifying. The fact that you've disclosed them is fine. But anybody, if you've said something about the case, we want to know about it for sure. But I just don't want to get into a discussion now where we're talking about the Second Amendment or anything like that, because this case is not about, the Second Amendment, like all the constitutional provisions, have a role in this case, but they are not the focus of this case. Okay? If I'm
He's
going
right,
on,
yeah.
bear with
He
me.
got his law
Okay,
degree
so
in
do you think
1970. That's why he
you
says in this
can be
business. He's
fair-
been on the
50
bench
years.
for about 38 years,
No,
but
I
he's
do
been
not.
a lawyer for 50.
Do you think that
Oh,
there are
please.
other people here who are going to be fairer than you would be?
I have no idea how to answer that.
Okay.
I would hope so.
How would you
Think
answer
about
that?
it.
what?
I do, and it goes back to politics. You told me to stop.
No, yeah, okay. Any reason this gentleman shouldn't be excused?
No.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Go on.
Mandy Carvicka says, good morning, Nick and Nate. What's for breakfast? Whiskey for me.
Yeah, I've just had this big cup of
Coke.
coffee.
I
Going
usually
through
don't
jury
eat until
selection.
like 6, 7 p.m. because I'm busy.
Yeah. That's late in the day, though.
I know. Trust, it's not what I choose. It's what I end up
Yeah.
doing.
A government
Do
employee
you know,
that cares
does
about what they
Wisconsin do
I'm
sentencing by
stunned.
judge or by jury?
I'm not sure. I have to look that up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because I know in
Ma'am,
the,
would you
the
raise
Texas
your
case,
hand?
they had that
Any
weird
other
piece of it
questions?
where after they found her guilty, they then had to
That's-
find
You don't have to be bashful
how
about
much
it.
time she served.
Yeah, in Minnesota,
Okay.
judge does the sentencing. Not a
No,
jury.
number one.
They use the jury's facts
it
and they
possible that
apply
your
the
opinion,
law because we
whatever
have
it
a
is,
sentencing
6 in the
commission
morning.
and the
I'm
guidelines
not
and all that.
drinking.
The evidence in the case, which
But
has the
this-
safeguards.
Bushmaster
in Wisconsin,
937.
Do you think you could put
Yeah,
aside
yeah.
what you've said
Bushmaster
before and
937.
decide
Thank you for
solely
the
on
for the
evidence?
donation.
Hang on. The panel is Memorex. I'm the only one that's live, people. I'm really enjoying this, though. Are judges for a case determined based on availability or where the crime took place was charged? A combination of both here. For the most part, it's if you're in a particular area, if you're in a particular district, you're going to get whichever judge is on roster. If Hayden was drinking, Brandon would be dropping $100 super chats. This is true. The panel is ChatGPT. So hard for anyone to listen to every instruction and law in trial, especially since it isn't our world. This is true too. Yeah, judges go by district. Love the streaming this with Nick and commentary. Yeah, well, I mean, it's making things more interesting. But I know that some people have complained that I'm going through jury selection, that I'm doing everything else. Guys, I have never actually watched this, so I want to watch it right from the get-go, right through. And I'm curious on pretty much the panel's commentary because it is going to... that itself will probably colour my opinion because these guys are more knowledgeable about these areas of law than I am. So if there's things that I don't specifically know, that may be the linchpin in what changes my mind on a particular given issue. So And there are things surprisingly here in the jury selection that I am finding interesting and that I'm taking note of. So, no, it's the replay of the first one. Just feel like Schroeder being chosen for the Edison trial was a setup because I knew how he was old and his wife was sick. Look, I'm not going to like dissuade you of that or anything like that. I'm curious why they brought him out of retirement for that particular criminal trial. I'm not going to lie, and that is just as legitimate as a theory as anything else. So you just want to get a white girl wasted. Aussie's expertise is in a kangaroo court. Most courts are kangaroo courts, let's be honest. Never got to see jury selection first time, so you're happy with it? There you go. Watched the entire trial the first time, and I'm still interested in the replay. Fabulous. Guys, I'm just going to take this opportunity. There is 270 of you. If you haven't already hit the like button, please do. Over on Rumble, I can see 35 of you watching. No idea if that's live or not, but hopefully chat's running. I can't see anything. Shit, didn't read the poll question. That's fine. Just after, what was that? Just after seeing slimy stuff the DA pulled, who knows what happened? True. Had to have Schroeder because all but one of the other judges has connections to the family. Oh, of course! That's right, the mother! And there were people that worked in the court. That's probably why they'd use Schroeder. Because everyone else would have known them. That actually explains why he had to come out of retirement for that criminal trial. Oh, I'm sure Racket's wife wishes she had a pause button. Okay. Sure, it does look like he had more colour in his face than he did during the Anderson trial. This is true. Finally, people will get the joke behind my name. This will be funny. All right.
Very much appreciated.
Do you think that you'll have to, once
Sam
you're on the
Walter,
jury,
I'll read yours
you
in a
might have
second.
to swallow your pride and tell your friends, you know, I actually heard all the evidence, and will you be able to do that?
Yeah.
I'm going to put you in that seat then, and we'll see what happens. Number 17, please.
Grab Joe's stream and
close
insert
to- they're close to
himself
20.
in with Joe watching Nick.
Okay.
Because then the
15,
questions
hand
start. So
up.
if you have
We'll see.
get a C20, then
15.
the lawyers start questioning.
I did. It's in
I mean, Joe did say that this was a brilliant idea, so, I mean, he can't really get mad if I do that.
for the video. I could be impartial only given
Motion to change
that
venue was denied because I could use Schroeder.
given both
Huh.
sides.
What?
What?
So, just as you stated, so often facts aren't presented equally. And
Look, he looks
there's a lot
confused.
thought out.
Suddenly he's like, what is she talking about? I didn't want to strike her for being a weirdo.
Yeah.
So all the clips that were showing up were not favorable for him. And what I'm definitely afraid of right now is, yes, I have somewhat of a preconceived notion, which I could overlook, but if given through the trial, you're starting to see that it's a one-sided, I would have problems with that.
Well, this is what the Constitution says.
Very weird.
Both sides have the right to question the witnesses. Both sides have the right to force witnesses to attend
Mm-hmm.
and to present evidence. Both sides are going to be given the right to argue the case and present their views.
Hey, Parallax, long time no see.
interpretations of it. We try to do everything in total balance. When you see Liberty up there on the
Well,
wall,
are you going to make me waste a
she's
challenge on this woman, though?
show-
I got 7
my
challenges. You're going to let me waste a challenge on
eyes
her?
are
Yeah,
obscured.
that's
You let her
annoying.
go for cause. Yeah, you let her
The,
go for cause. The
When
defense
every
is
judge
happy to
takes
have
an
her,
oath
but
from the Chief
prosecution,
Justice of the
you
United
gotta go.
States right to the municipal judge of the smallest community in the country, every judge takes an additional oath, not just the constitutional oath, but also a judicial oath, which includes the pledge that I will administer justice fairly without respect to persons. That means be fair to everybody who comes in. Don't be looking at who's involved without respect to people. That doesn't mean you don't respect people. It means you don't give an advantage to a bank president or
I'm sorry, you're saying there's an extra oath that you take for fairness and that sort of thing, and yet we saw what during the Anderson trial?
a big executive or a teacher or a priest or anything else. You cover all that up and you decide solely on the evidence. And that's what is expected of the jurors. Now, you said you saw one and then you saw another and you formed a different view of it. And you didn't see anything that's evidence in the case because there's been no evidence. you have a field of a fund of evidence, which is absolutely nothing in the eyes of our law.
I've got every respect for
When you
Irons.
have
My
heard
mum was
all
one
of the
for
evidence, both parties
decades. Now she's like
being
doing
fair
midwifery
to
and
produce
stuff.
evidence and to challenge evidence and
He's
argue
talking.
evidence.
He's not just
proud of
talking to
it.
her. He's talking to all the crazies in the crowd.
Yeah.
But she's got to go. Come on, Judge. She's not going to
Show
go.
your hand up. It's number.
Oh, he didn't dismiss her.
What?
Come on. You're going to make them wait for challenge on that? If you're the prosecutor.
I didn't hear what
Oh,
you said.
she's got to go.
I verbally admitted.
See, and guys, like I said, this is why I wanted to watch the jury selection, because seeing this is
in your
this sets up a few different things for me.
I kept asking myself, can I honestly do that? And I keep coming up with a thing. If there's evidence there that would be indicating innocence,
So this guy's saying that he believes he's guilty.
I need to be fair to the court. I'm making a specifically change of mind.
Yeah,
So his
this
problem
guy
is
has a
that
prejudice of guilty, and he's not sure if he can change his mind even with evidence. Go, get out.
Yes.
Mangs, from the sounds of it,
I
and it
hope
actually
I'm
makes
understanding
sense.
you right, but it sounds like you've made a
I'm pretty sure that it makes a hell of a lot of sense. Like, this is just my theory based on something that I've just put 2 and 2 together in chat. There were a number of people in the Anderson trial that were related to this deceased that worked in the various courts. It would actually make sense that the other judges had a conflict because they knew the people involved in the trial and they knew members. I mean, I think that the alleged deceased, and I'm still calling him that because he could easily be sitting on a beach somewhere, I think he actually worked at the court at one stage as well, or he was, and that of itself would be enough to cause half the judges, if they'd had any dealings with him, to have a conflict. So it actually makes a hell of a lot of the case, which very much should have been moved. Yeah. Weren't the informants? No, like they actually worked in the registry, I think. No, this is a rewatch. This lady just wanted to appear stupid about a constitution, quite possibly.
conclusion.
All right, guys.
Early on,
I'm gonna quickly go and do
and,
something. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, but I'm gonna let it
even
play.
when you consider the injunction from the founders of our country that you should decide solely on the evidence, you're not going to be able to abandon that opinion. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Any reason this jury?
Gotta go.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
See, if I was the prosecutor, but the one before that, we don't gotta go either. Come on, Judge.
Who's next?
Do you hear the pew 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 that happens, right? Like you
Yeah.
hear that? I thought in
I
my
hear
head every time it happens. I'm like, what is going on?
I'm like, is this something I have open? No, but I don't have anything open.
No, I
Just-
think
just
it's the
random.
court. It's whoever's
All right,
running the
number
court is some
47,
alert.
would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far? What's up?
I'm a self-employed tile contractor, and I have a job in a house that is closing next Friday that isn't started yet. And it's not done. Those people move into a house without a bathroom.
Do you have people work with you?
Just me.
Work for you?
Just me.
How much of a financial loss would you take if a competing contractor were to do that work?
Oh shit!
4,000-ish.
That's the gross, or that's
That
your?
would be the gross.
What would be the amount that you would be out of pocket?
Probably 2,500.
That's a tough hit, though. Come on, Judge. You got 150 people sitting
Any
there. Come on,
reason
let
to
this
share
guy
your
go.
excuse?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
He lets him go.
I said, come on. Like,
You
you
got-
can't be like
I
too
got a
crazy
house
with it.
closing. Did the Yahoo cameraman fall asleep and pan up? What is he doing?
I don't
Let's
know.
remember the state seal of Wisconsin. Sam Welter
So-
says, if God forbid Kyle is
All
found
right,
guilty, how is
sir, would
sentencing
you have
handled?
raised your hand
Does the
and
judge
answer to
diss it
any of the
out? The
questions
jury?
asked so far?
Actually don't know. in
Would you have
Wisconsin.
raised your hand and
I'll try and
answered
get an
to any
answer
of the
for you.
questions asked so far? Okay, thank you. Would you take seat number 16?
So we got 16.
Thank you, sir.
So hold on, we were at you were 17. Now we're at 16.
Yeah, anybody? Why? I didn't mention that. We have some devices here that for to amplify the spoken voice, and they also decrease the ambient noises. And
Now, are
people have
there-
used them. In fact, I've used
Is
them,
he
and they
seating
work
the
very
20
well.
jurors, or is he
And,
saying 16 of 34?
we actually have a schedule where
so
we
like
sanitize
16
them every
is just
6
gone.
weeks,
Now they're bringing
so
in a new
that
16.
there's no concern about putting them.
Yeah, he wants 34
Okay,
that
we do it
passes
every day.
initial screening,
Pretend they're used. We
and
do it.
then
Right.
each
Uh,
side gets
Anybody
7
want
to knock it down to
hearing
20.
device? They work through this gadget
Yeah.
up here, behind they're infrared. I don't know. Anybody want one? Just tell the bailiff.
So I think what they're doing is they're going to go through the entire
Alright,
jury questionnaire. Once they get done with
Let's
the
see,
jury
now we're going
questionnaire,
through about people who have
then they'll have their
expressed
34
opinions or now
in the
have
room.
opinions. And I think we're
And then they
in-
use their
what's your number, sir?
preliminary challenges to strike that
19?
34.
What's up?
Is 19.
Let's wait until the.
Oh, Bard just said, he says there's 34 in the box. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. There's the reason why there's 34 in the box. Each side gets 7, and after the strikes, they whittle it down to 20.
Hey, what's up, Barnes? By the way, big shout out to Robert Barnes in the chat.
You know, I'm not trying to be obnoxious, although I can be. But I'm not trying to be obnoxious. But what you're telling me is that you have discussed with other people, and no matter what the evidence is, you're sticking with your opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, fair, no, well, fair enough. I'm not trying to diminish you in any way. Or any reason this gentleman shouldn't be excused. Thank you, sir.
Now, I think this is a lesson for you. See how simple it is? The guy just said, I come to the conclusion, I'm not going to be swayed either way. You're gone. All this whole, I got kids, I got this, I got a pot on the oven. That's going to be less likely to work.
Yeah.
If you really want to get off, I've already come to a decision. Damn the evidence. See you later.
Although, Your Honor, I just started a roux is a good excuse. Like, I just started a roux. I'm going to burn that. You can't do that to me. Have you ever burned a roux, Your Honor?
Sir, would you have raised your hand?
Guys, I don't want to do this
Any of
for
the
these
questions
streams,
asked
but
so far?
I'm going to turn on
Thank you
subscriber
very
only
much. Would you
mode
take seat number 19
because some people are really
without tripping. I think she said.
really try hard in the chat. So,
All right.
The free speech, free speech.
Anybody else now who feels that he or she now
their
has or
their
has in
free
the past
speech
expressed
ends at my
opinions,
nose, and my nose
I'll
goes
give it
far.
Number.
What is that line? It's like your right to
25,
your
26.
fist
Yeah.
right
And, what's
extends
up?
to the place of my
So the
nose
tip
or
of my
something
nose.
like that.
Whatever the
Your move,
opinion
it's
is,
your
can
arms.
you abandon it
You can
after
swing your
reading?
arms up to
Well,
my
to
nose.
have an open
That's
mind
when
on
you're
the
I
moving
have-
right to swing your arm.
and decide
I have an unfair
exclusively,
advantage in
no
this.
matter if it's everything you thought about the case is true.
Tip of
turns
my
out not
nose
to
is
be fact,
broad and
not to be
fast.
established. Even
You got a huge circle
what
around you.
happens, you'll be able to decide on the basis of the evidence here in the court.
Absolutely.
Okay, fair enough. Anybody else? Okay, number 31.
Uh-oh.
I have expressed an opinion. My nephew was a police officer and left because of work. I will try to be unbiased.
Let me ask you this.
What does your nephew being a police officer have anything to do with this case? There's no police involved
To
in this
clarify,
case.
I'm not putting subscriber mode on.
The uproar, as you refer to it, the unrest, whatever you want to call it, is related to this case only because it is the circumstances under which it occurred. The case, the focus in the case needs to be on the actions of the persons involved. So there were many aspects of what happened during that period that have really almost nothing to do with this
Sheila
case.
Aliens, I don't believe
So
in
I don't
slow
know
mode
what, you know,
chat.
what your nephew, what aspect of it might have upset your nephew or whatever reaction he had. But when you say you think you'll try to be fair, do you think there's any reason for me to think that you are less likely to be fair than anyone else who's here? Okay, thank you. Okay, 32.
Now, if you're a good attorney, you're taking notes when he's asking these jurors these questions because you got to know who to target.
Rooted in the city and have had my opinions. I think the problem I have is the amount and sense of people that I do know in Kenosha and how deep our opinions are about certain things. I think it would be very hard for me to not have outside influences during this time.
Okay.
Can you
number one.
seriously just restrain yourself from talking to those
hard.
people for 2 weeks as your civic
It's not
duty? Like, can
in
you
the
just
equation.
try to not
Just
talk
as
about
when I
this
was
case
started
for a minute?
talking about my
I'd be more worried about her
house in school.
partner at this stage. That's what that sounds like. It sounds like she's got a very opinionated partner
was
that
hard
won't
for
shut
me.
the fuck up.
frightening, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But they had to do it because that was their duty. As far as influence by others, one of the instructions I'm going to give those who were selected for the jury is they're not allowed to discuss the case with anyone, not even members of their immediate family, much
point.
less anybody else. And what I tell them is, you're welcome. You're okay. It's okay to say, I'm serving on a jury, but then follow up with, and the judge told me that if I talk with you about it, we'll both be in really big trouble. And that's such a perfect thing to say.
I
because
guess
it's
his
the
lawyers
truth.
were kind of
And we
spoiled
don't
on
wanna
this,
go there.
right?
Believe
Because
me.
we're used to not
Neither
talking
of
to
us
people
does, but
about
especially you.
stuff that
You
that
don't
other
know
people
what
might
it
have
is.
heard.
And in fact, what I sometimes will tell
But it's
people who
like,
get
just
funny about
don't. Like, just say,
is
hey,
I'll
I
tell
can't
them.
talk about that right now.
They'll give
It's
me
really
their
freaking
opinion
easy.
2 weeks.
about a case. I'm not talking about this one.
2 weeks we
Their
can talk all we
opinion
want,
about
right?
the case. and
Yeah.
I'll say, you have me at a disadvantage.
All you got to say is,
Because
I'm on
I
the
haven't
jury.
heard the
Don't
evidence
talk
yet.
to me about it. I'm not
And of
talking to
course,
you
they
about
haven't
it.
either, and they should feel like fools for even doing that. But as I said, it's a human tendency to form some impressions and all that stuff. That's all okay.
Someone should
But when you're coming here in the
clip
courtroom,
Nick saying he doesn't
and
believe
you're
in
on the
slow
jury, you're
mode.
like one of the cardinals when they elect the Pope, they lock him up. And the reason they do it, if you
Good analogy.
Half the Cardinals probably should be locked
really
up, to be honest.
fascinating reasons about how people elections take place. And so they
Oh
they-
no!
they-
No comment.
they lock them all up in the room, and they're not coming out until they
Choose a
they're not
pope.
going to be subject to influences by this one or that one or anybody else. And so I know you're well
On
connected,
occasion, Parallax,
and for the record,
I'm
I-
actually
I'm familiar
thinking
with
that
this
I'll start up a secondary channel for the
and,
nerdy stuff.
she's,
But I've got
well known to a member
3
of
or
my
4
family,
different booster boxes that I
and,
need to open.
But I don't see her even maybe a couple times a year.
Generally, you got to provide the letter that comes from the court,
well, I
Mandy.
see her
You got 150 people. 150 people, Judge. Let this one go.
Typically have discussion with her, but
Yeah.
So she's well acquainted and with people in the community.
He's got, like I
But,
said, he's got a story for
every
everything.
juror is
Let
just
me
going
tell
to
you
have
about
to
this
be
other
selected.
juror I talked to
It's
back
just
in
going to have to have a
1979. Oh
firm
my
bar
God,
to having
Judge.
discussions with anybody about
Wouldn't
the
put it
matter.
past him, honestly.
Do you think
He's
you
talking
have
through his
opinions
reasoning. He's
or
talking
have
through his
expressed
reasoning. That's
opinions?
all.
We were
But you
discussing the
cannot
recent moon landing.
discard
When
entirely and decide this case solely as you view the evidence in this case.
That would be difficult for me to do.
Once again, you're talking about difficult. Do you think that,
I'd be unable to.
pardon me?
I would be unable to do that.
Do you think that there's others here who are more able to be
Oh,
fair
that's-
than you?
that's
I
like,
think so.
you're not helping,
Reason
lady.
that this lady should
She's
get you.
literally
I
I can't do
incapable
it, Mandy.
of not
That's what-
talking to other people about this subject.
The only
But
person I can
she
write a
wanted to get
note
off the
for is
case.
my
That
wife.
was her way to get off, and her being that's difficult. He wanted to just her to say, "I can't do it," so you're gone. You know.
Yeah.
She was just trying to play the game. She didn't want to go on. She didn't want to be on. So she's trying.
Guys,
to
if you're
be
trying to
All
get
right,
out
so
of
would you
jury
have
duty,
raised your
just
hand in
say
answer
the
to any of
thing.
questions asked so far?
Like, don't
Thank you very
pussyfoot
much.
around
Please
it.
take that
Like,
seat.
just say, I can't be
Okay, anybody else
impartial.
now?
I love drunk
Oh, yeah,
drivers.
excuse me.
I hope they kill more
Um,
people or whatever. Like, just say
And
the
you are
thing.
number
Like,
33.
I'm driving drunk
oh,
right
no.
now.
Okay, let's deal with
Just
the one
say it.
back. This is number 10.
There you go. You wanted proof that this isn't live? I control the entire Ricatosphere at the moment. At least this specific stream, anyway. Oh, wow. I really paused that at a great time, didn't I? Sorry, Nick. To be fair, if she's a blabbermouth, better than halfway in the trial. This is true. Blows my mind. I bet 3/5 of these jurors can't name 3 branches of government. Schools have dumbed down youngsters so much that it's just jaw dropping. Can't say I blame. I can't. No lies detected is what I was trying to get out then. In fairness to Schroeder, it seems less like I'll tell you a tale and more like this is why you should do your civic duty. Yeah, for once he's actually like his stories have a point to them. Do a Zach Morris timeout. Yep. Jury duty is linked to voter rolls in the USA. Do you think they pick by what party someone is registered for? Well, they're not supposed to. I mean, it's supposed to be randomly picked off off the electoral roll. Same thing here. It's just supposed to just randomly cycle through. I mean, guys, I don't know. I am permanently disbarred from serving on a jury. I know that in America, the lawyers can serve on the jury. I certainly can't. So,
Ken, what's up?
For religious reasons, I really believe that.
for religious reasons? I'm sorry, what?
I don't know what else to say. That's my opinion.
sincerely held religious beliefs. She's got to go.
Get her out.
Yeah, she's got to go.
Oh no, I've got a fax machine. I'm just saying I can't write a note to get you out of.
Get out and also get a better translation. It says "Thou shalt not murder," which has a
Murder,
different
yeah.
context.
Well,
than
let me,
kill.
and I understand that, and I
different
don't want to
yeah.
suggest that you should.
Thou
do
shalt
anything
not
in
kill.
violation of
Ask the
religious beliefs that you
Canaanites or
hold.
whatever, how that, or the
Um,
Midianites
however,
or how that worked out, whichever one it was.
I think most religious faiths accommodate the belief in self-defense, and that's going to be an
Judge,
issue
he
in this
just
case.
said
The state
he's
is
guilty.
contending
Just
that
get
these
her out.
crimes were committed. The law provides.
But you know what,
that,
though? He left the
self-defense
other
is a
crazy on
defense.
that the
They have
prosecutor's
the
going to have to use the
right
strike on.
to defend
So
themselves. I think
he might be
most
trying to look
religious
for another
groups
crazy on the other side that they
believe
got to use the
that.
strike on just to
I
make
think
it
I
fit.
guess.
I just turned up in a clan
when,
outfit,
for
tends to
example,
disqualify me.
during
Jesus,
the
Sovereign.
attack on Pearl Harbor back in 1941.
Oh, we're going back to Pearl Harbor now.
That was
the-
perfectly
the-
timed.
Obviously bounced this
the
woman,
sailors,
right? Why
were-
did you
Yeah.
bounce this woman and
on
move
the
on to the
ship,
next
but all the
person?
70, planes
Let me tell you a
start
story
shooting them,
about Pearl
dropping bombs on them.
Harbor.
But you know what?
I think
You know
most
what? I
religious,
think he's doing this on purpose. Because
belief
if
would be that
another
they
juror who wants to get off may want to use the same thing,
morally
so by forcing her
return
to go
fire
through this
try
this
literally to kill
interrogation
those
may make the
who
next
were
person less
attacking
likely to use this same
to save their own lives
excuse.
and those of their colleagues. So I want to make sure.
Don't you
that,
want to hang out with Judge
you know,
Schrader and just like
those,
listen
I
to
think
him?
that a large segment
Like,
of
outside of the
perhaps
context of
everybody
court, I want to just be
here
like, Judge,
would
tell
agree
me a
with the-
story
with the,
about literally anything.
with the
I think you're
proposition that,
great.
thou shalt not kill. But
You want to have a
we'll
beer with
be
this
open
guy and just
to
hang
what
out with him,
moral belief is,
but not when the
more
Brewers
importantly,
lose.
because
Apparently,
this
that's
we have
bad.
secular institutions in this country. In this
I
court here,
kind of feel like
we
I
are
would
bound
prefer
by
to,
the
to
law of
have,
the state.
have
And
dinner with pretty
regardless
much
of your
anybody,
personal
but
beliefs,
Yeah, I think you're
the
right.
higher
He's
subject of the morality,
he's not debating the
of,
woman.
uh,
He's
of
debating the crowd.
self-defense.
Yeah.
If it is
fry the
self-defense, I'm not
names
saying it is. If it's
from the
self-defense,
DMV
it
database.
is our law
Wasn't registered for a long time.
that
I
the
used to
jury
get
is
calls
not
every
to
year.
convict if the jury
Had to call in
believes
for
that
a
the
week.
defendant acted
Huh.
in self-defense, and I don't want to get bogged down on that right now. But do you think you can follow our law, whether or not you agree that that should be the law, and that you think that it should be, you should turn the cheek? Do you think that you can follow the law in terms of making your verdict? And
I remember when God vibe checked the Pharaoh. The 11th commandment is thou
examine
shalt
the
not be
evidence
blue
and
pilled.
decide whether the
Hang on, wait, what? Thou shalt not be blue pilled. Did you hear Chris Chan's been released from jail? He's out right now on the prowl. No shit. No, I did not hear that. Huh. Jurors from the murder trial went on TV instantly and don't recall anyone from Rittenhouse trial coming forward to speak. Are your laws more similar to Canada or the US? I don't know a whole lot about Canadian law. I've never really looked into it. But for the most part, Canada, Australia, and the US all have very similar laws because, for the most part, aside from the stuff that stems directly from your constitution, a lot of it is based on the jurisprudence from the UK because a lot of the laws, Blackstone's laws, were still imported. So we actually have surprisingly similar processes. This jury process, a lot of the court proceedings, all that sort of stuff, it's all near identical. Don't be so sad yet. It means a new saga of this Chris Chan will begin. Yeah, either that or the emergence or the merging or whatever. Sonach busted him out of the jail. No need to worry about Chris Chan. He only does it to his mother and he's fresh out of mother's. Oh, Rob.
case is self-defense. Can you do that?
No, I have to follow God's
Okay.
laws. Get out.
Any reason this jury shouldn't be excused? Thank you, ma'am.
Bye.
Wouldn't it be great if the prosecutor's like, objection,
Yeah.
Your Honor, she's great.
We want her on the jury.
Your Honor, could she be the foreman, please?
Foreman.
It's
Uh,
lunchtime, Judge.
Yeah, no kidding. I
We
need
got
that.
the lunch.
I need that hour break. I need to pee.
He's looking intensively into the.
All right, ma'am, would you
Right.
have raised your hand and answered to any of the questions asked so far? Okay.
A general and a specific bias.
With the intensity with which you say it, it sounds like that you're not open to
She's
what the
prepared.
evidence shows.
General knowledge of self-defense, and specifically, my dad's funeral
No,
was to be on
stop her, Judge.
at night. We had to schedule because of everything that's going on.
Okay, now, nobody here is charged with
Being a jerk.
being disorderly. The actual crimes are very
That's true.
specific and they're a lot more serious than that. But whatever
So,
happens.
as a matter of
in terms
opinion,
lawful
Nate, do
dissent,
you think there's a risk in
unlawful
allowing
behavior,
jurors to express
those
their
are not the
specific
issues.
biases and
That's
tainting the other
frightening
juries,
that
jurors on the
things were
pool?
delivered
Yes.
by
Yes.
It's
people in
possible
people's
if you have a juror like someone like me. If I get up and I give my reasons why I think he's not
But-
guilty, that I think
Right.
is going
Is
to
that
affect a
something
lot of
that
people's
you-
opinions.
you
So
think should be
you
taken out
don't
on
want people to
somebody
get into
involved in
that. You would
this
just say no. Okay, you have a bias. Oh, we need to go in the back and talk about it.
Exactly. That's my opinion.
Yeah, because
is that
like
there's
if
a
I got
bias
up and
like
I'd be
that,
like, well, look, Judge,
you
I
don't
think
have the
he's
issue of the
not
other
guilty
jurors.
because of this and this and this. Here are the legal reasons behind it. This is
Um,
Wisconsin law.
Is there any reason
He'd have to be like,
for-
stop.
excuse-
No, we got to clean out this whole jury room.
Thank you, ma'am.
Phoenix Lord Asserman, yes, we will still have a stream tonight because I'm an idiot. The Great White Dope says, why the hell is this guy on the stream? He is so loud and abrasive. Do you mean the judge? He's the judge. That's why he's there. How dare you?
Sorry, would you have raised your hand and answered any of the questions asked so far?
He even fooled the camera guy. The camera guy's about to go for lunch.
The
Like,
witnesses?
shit, we supposed to go to lunch.
Who are they?
2,000 likes. Oh my god!
Randy Valeri.
Remember when Joe discovered the Fanta
amazing.
story? Oh yeah, that was funny.
Boom.
The chat is encouraging
What was it?
self-harm.
Okay.
What are we?
Uh,
3
what's
hours
like
in
Drake.
out of 8. It's just gone 6:30 in the morning. I might
You're
actually
a
keep
full
playing
man,
this a
you
little
can
bit
do that.
because I know that some of you
Okay.
aren't a
Has either of
fan
them
of
discussed any
the
aspect of this with you? If either of them appeared as a witness in
jury
the case, would
selection.
you judge that
So
person's
if I can get through this, we
believability
can
by
get
a
into
different
oral
standard
arguments.
from that you employ with complete strangers?
Maybe by the
Okay,
end of
thank
the
you. I'm gonna
stream,
ask you to
maybe
take,
early
seat
tomorrow.
number 10, is it?
Yeah, I didn't hear her name, but she definitely said it. Her last name is Leary.
Yeah.
I think 33 had an opinion. Yes, ma'am. Number 33.
I just feel that I formed my own opinion already before coming back.
Okay, and you're not, I gather from the comments which have been made, you're not unique in that. The question is, can you put that opinion aside
Can you overcome
and
it?
follow what the evidence shows as opposed to an opinion you have based on what you heard outside the courtroom?
No, as bad as it sounds,
do
if
it?
they're already saying that, they
Can
should
you
be
rescind this
they should be released for cause.
Thank you, ma'am.
You see, very simple, right? She just no. That's it.
I have
Now,
I
but
formed
now
an
you're gonna have a
opinion
whole
on
bunch
this
of other jurors. Now you're gonna have a whole bunch of jurors using the same excuse, and this is probably what the judge was afraid of. Like now, okay, guess what? Guess what? Me too.
Because look, as
I
bad
have
as
an
it
opinion.
sounds, if people don't want to be there, or they have a particular bias, then they shouldn't be there. If someone is specifically saying, "No, I don't think that I can put aside my prejudices," that should be automatic. They should be automatically removed. Talking about hearing stories, have you heard about Lindsey Graham's Ladybug collection? Yeah, and no, I don't want to think about that. Thank you. Too bad Nick doesn't show so super chats you could read his too. I was protesting in the Black Lives Matter. It couldn't be me. It could have been me dead. I'm biased. Where are we? Like, it's fairly straightforward. If someone's already saying that they don't want to be there, they shouldn't be on that jury because they've got an incentive to end it early and not consider everything properly. If you're a defendant in the south suburbs of the Twin City, you want me on your jury, FYI, says Kyle Berg. Fair enough.
My opinion is
Okay.
I got dinner at 8 o'clock.
Yeah. It took me a month to get
All
this
right, ma'am, would
reservation.
you have raised your hand and answered?
The
any
difference in
questions
this though
asked
is
so
that
far?
like this only works
Okay,
if
thank you.
you're
Would you take
I mean
seat
only
number
really
33?
consistently works if you're on a high profile case, right? Like
Okay, anybody else
this,
now with opinion?
this is some unknown criminal vehicular homicide case. You're like, I've formed an
number-
opinion on this case. And you're like, how? The judge is like, what did you
You don't
even
know
read
nothing.
about this?
Sorry,
Yeah.
That's a good point.
I did not hear what you said.
I don't think the mic is on.
Is it hospice?
Yes.
Okay. Would you-
Oh,
know what,
so
I'm
they've
gonna
upped
take
it
a
to
break now
6
because
now?
I just got to pop out.
Oh,
The
yeah,
food
no, it
is
was
here.
6.
And
3
so I'm
children,
gonna
3
go
adults.
here and,
Just gotta pop. Food's here. We're out of here.
Yeah, right there. You guys keep there for the time being. Now, pizza is here.
Pizza,
And
Pizza.
very
so, and I
Midwestern.
believe it's over in the other building as well. And we're going to take a break.
What did juries get for
Um,
lunch in New York, Nate?
How realistic is it to start
Pizza and
at,
sandwiches
at
and virtually the
1
same shit.
o'clock?
From what I understand.
Actually, I try to go.
I think it's pizza and
quarter to 1,
sandwiches.
probably pushing it. 1 o'clock.
I figured they'd bring in a Subway platter, right? Like,
Yeah.
well, you got
That's
hammer,
the
you got
easiest way to do
turkey.
it.
There you go.
1:15.
With the same toppings. It's always lettuce,
during the break,
onions, tomato. There's no mayo because you can put that on yourself.
If there's a
And then you got a
problem,
side of
we'll
like pickles
see
and
one bill
olives.
us and we'll see.
I know from
I
the
mean,
ones
a
that
medical problem.
that I've seen and been involved with, they usually just let them go for lunch.
a
Go
sauce.
for lunch.
But,
And maybe they don't have something in the back, but they usually go outside for lunch too.
And
And they warn them you can't talk to any of the attorneys if you see them or whatever.
talk about
Right. Don't talk
the
to
other
anybody
jurors
at
and
all.
that.
If
You
one
can
of the
talk,
attorneys
don't
comes
talk
up
with
to you and
anybody.
hands you $100, please
but
tell the
if you
court.
talk about the jurors, we'll talk about
Just quickly. Oh, I know plenty about jury nullification. Yep, for anyone that doesn't know, that's the jury's overriding power to overrule any verdict, even if they believe that there is sufficient evidence. Better news, I'm hearing the clipping of spruces. What are you putting together? So just in the background, just to keep my hands busy so that I don't get jittery, I'm still working on my what's going to be the piece de resistance of my gunpla collection, which is the metal grade, master grade Strike Freedom. So, but I'm going to keep that off camera just so I don't bore the hell out of people. But thank you for asking.
the Packer game. You can talk about the Bears game. You could talk about the Blackhawks haven't won a game yet. You could talk about a lot of other things, but you could talk about anything about the case, anything about the people involved.
This judge is a massive sports
anything
guy.
about other
Like he
jurors.
cares
Yeah.
about
And
Wisconsin sports
I
dramatically.
start at 1 o'clock. 1:15. And
It's mostly sandwiches. Like they get
Uh,
platters from
don't
like
use any
Yeah, I know
electronic
I'm
equipment.
freezing
Don't
and
be going
pixelated.
Woolworths.
My
online, put anything
my
up
upstream
that
right now is
pertains to the
having
case,
a lag spike,
or
so
might pertain to the
hopefully
case,
it'll fix soon.
or any news facility of any kind. Please do that.
G20 and 21.
And don't communicate with anybody. Don't mention that you're going to be eating in the courtroom. They're not allowed to leave. Okay, well, you leave to go to the bathroom. Whatever you do, don't make sure you go to the bathroom somewhere other than the courtroom.
Unless you're wearing a diaper. If you're a diaper fetishist,
But anyway,
be
don't
in the courtroom. It's fine.
Ugh.
don't leave the building. Don't talk with anybody not involved.
Mildly unnecessary.
Don't go
then,
on.
but anyway.
Don't be sending messages. You can send a brief message to your loved ones about, "I'll talk to you later," and everything's fine.
I'll never
But,
see you
don't
again,
be
but everything's
discussing
fine.
Please. And that's folks in the other buildings, I think. And when you return from using the restroom or whatever, you may, you please take the same seat you're in right now. Any questions?
The jury plays musical chairs.
All right. Bless you all. We'll see you. in a bit.
Bless you all. This judge is clearly a Christian biased judge and should be excommunicated from judgeshippery.
You're crazy.
All right, it's going to depend on.
All right,
what
we're
we
on a
talk about.
break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Is there anything? Are you gonna hang out for a while?
Yeah, I was gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom too because this was a long jury selection. But one thing I want to say is that I think the most interesting part of this
Is this
the
before
fact
or after
that
the peace song?
this judge seems to be such a down to earth regular guy. He's not the monster that the news media have been making him out for the past couple of days. And it's you know what's a shame is that this guy's been doing his job in this very liberal county for so many years and not a problem. And now all of a sudden he's a racist who hates all black people. It's like really for those of you who've watched this whole thing with us. Has the representations that the media have been making about this judge, is it even close to what you see here? You know what I mean? And that's what I think people need to really understand. Just how horrible we've been told this person is.
Kangaroo's good to eat.
I wouldn't mind having a beer with this
Look,
guy.
depends
You
on
know
your
what I mean?
taste. They are
No,
pretty gamey.
Not only
It's a
would
lot-
I not
it's a lot like
mind, I think
venison.
he'd be great. Like he seems like
yeah.
a fantastic conversationalist. He's full of interesting
Explain why
anecdotes.
kangaroos
He's got a
aren't
lot of
cute but
experience
filthy
beneath his
wankers.
belt. He could probably tell you just about everything about Wisconsin law that you'd ever want to know. And yeah, guys, if the media hit pieces on him say, oh, well, he issued a ruling which was overturned by the appeals court. Yeah, he's been on the bench 50 years. He's going to be overturned a time or two. But in this case, how he's conducted himself so far has been completely reasonable. The reason this is something people may not understand. The reason the defense is winning the majority of these motions is the prosecution knows they have a bad case. They're bringing motions to try and improve their case, and the motions are based on the same bad information that the case itself is based on. And they're doing their job, right? They're trying to win. I have issues in general with prosecutors and how the state does things, but it is Binger's job to try and win this case 100%. And so he's doing what he needs to do, even if those things end up being unfruitful. They're probably just at least a hop away from frivolous in most cases,
You know
or
what?
in most instances.
I'm gonna respectfully disagree with you on Binger's trying to win. And the only reason why I'm going to say this is that my first day as a prosecutor, they take us all the new prosecutors and put you in the room, and they say, in this case, is it your job to win the case? And people raise their hand, yes, and they say no. Your job is not to win the case; it's to seek justice. And if justice is you winning, then we want you to win. But sometimes justice is admitting that this is not, that to end this particular case. And I think right now we are so close to that line where if he's just seeking to win this case and not seek justice, which I think is really wrapped up here, then I think this prosecutor has an issue. And there's nothing right now. Can you make an argument that he has a case and he can win it? Yes, but I think if you were really seeking justice, you wouldn't have the charges against the Rosenbaum charge wouldn't be there. And I think the other charges, yes, the Rosenbaum charge would definitely not be there if they were trying to seek justice.
Right.
Again, that's just my opinion.
No, and okay, let me mitigate what I said a little bit and couch this with your very wise commentary. I think you're right. The aspirational aspect, his job is not to actually win this case in that sense. But I think Binger believes that his job is to win this case because I think that there's a tendency to go from that first day, right, of prosecutorhood, where you do have these aspirations of we're seeking justice. I do think that there's too much incentive as people go on. That there's a possibility they go to the point where I need to win this case for me.
Yeah, Star,
And
that
so that's
whole,
probably a better correction.
look at that
I
later.
don't know if Binger is personally motivated to win this case, but I'm saying winning a case like putting Kyle Rittenhouse in jail is a massive stepping stone to the
Oh, yeah.
next step in Binger's
Was
career.
Bingham politically motivated?
And with the facts of this
Wow.
case, I think you're right. We're right on the line. Does he have probable cause, the lowest bar that you could possibly imagine to bring this case? Yeah.
Yes.
But should he have brought this case? When you look at stuff like Zimmerman and Trayvon Martin, where they didn't even, Zimmerman ends up winning at a pretrial motion to dismiss, I think, on that one. And
Yeah.
you look at all of the police shootings, like Jacob Blake. Heck, let's just look at the Jacob Blake shooting.
Yes.
In the same county, the prosecution refuses to charge the officer who shoots Jacob Blake because it was obviously
Self-defense.
justified.
Yeah.
You've got a guy
that was a
fighting with
self-defense
police.
win.
Yeah, you got a guy fighting with police. You got a guy stealing a car with kids that are not his in the car. He's not authorized to do any of this. And you got a knife that he's used in the tussle with police. You've got him entering a vehicle. Vehicles very quickly become deadly weapons. It's a justified shoot. The Kenosha County district attorney comes out, or whatever, not the Kenosha County, whatever county they're in, district attorney comes out and says this is a justified shoot. That could be done in this case, but it's not. So, hey, you want to take that urine break?
Yeah. Let's do it.
All right, I'll see you in just a couple minutes. To the chat,
No.
take a break, go to the bathroom, grab the food that you need. We'll be back in just a second. See you guys then. All right, peace.
All right. So at least now that means that I can fast forward a bit. Rosenbaum was the only one not actually recorded by only eyewitnesses. Okay. All right. Damn, Nate updated his where are we? Okay. Yeah, all right. Anytime you're ready. Oh, you're gonna be a little bitch on me now, aren't you? Bloody YouTube. Alright, well, if I have to restart the page, we're at 3:14:27. So I suppose that's something.
On the evidence given in the court here today, and guided by my instructions regarding our law, reach a just and true verdict. Anybody?
Okay.
The Yellow Stream by
That'll
IP
do.
Freely. It's good.
Robert, more likely
right
than not,
now sending
I'll
my
either
wife
do
an
it,
Arby's order for later.
Oh,
I'll either be doing
I
it
got-
daily
let's
or
see.
every
God.
second day. I do occasionally
what?
need sleep, but we'll see how
one
it goes.
thing I think a lot of people fail to realize,
Like and subscribe so you get the
and I know I'm going to
notifications.
take a lot of flack for saying this, so but I don't care.
Uh-oh.
The media is responsible. I think the media is more responsible for this Kyle Rittenhouse situation than anything else. Because
Yes.
if they hadn't lied about the Jacob Blake situation, then you wouldn't have Kyle Rittenhouse. Jacob Blake had a knife.
Yeah, no, I'm
He had a
laughing
warrant.
so much about
He
that,
fought the
Keelan.
cops. The
Like-
shooting was justified. All of that, right?
You know, thank you very much to StreamYard for putting in these custom layouts. Like, it's freaking awesome, I'm not gonna lie. Do a daily oral. Bite me, Sovereign. No, guys, originally I'd planned to do like half a day each day. Watch the notification. No worries. It's literally Nick and Nate are here. Hayden's recorded. Yeah. I'm take 30 seconds to show the clip that I sent you on Twitter. All right, hang on. Let me look. Driver on the freeway 118 in Chatsworth captured on video with a wild crash sent a Kia flying through the air after it hit a tire that... Okay, let's have a quick look at this then. Just to keep Stingy happy. For anyone that doesn't know, Stingy is my ADA appointed, but we're on fairly good terms. So we'll have a quick look at this. This has got audio. What are we looking at? Okay. Not seeing anything. Whoa! Damn! Hang on. Oh, and the truck tire goes in for a second look. Damn! And it goes back for an extra hit. Wow. Okay, thank you for that, Stingy. And that's how you play Mario Kart. There was no sound to it, Glitter. So, interesting. Yeah, that was crazy. Thank you very much for that. Now I just need Schroeder to react to you reacting to Nick reacting to Schroeder. Well, we know he watches trial streams, so... Yeet! Shocked that the Kia driver was okay. Huh. Alright.
The media, instead of waiting 24 hours to verify, guess what? His wife was the one that called. Guess what? He had a felony warrant. Guess what? He had a knife. Guess what? He wrestled with cops. They tried to use tasers. They tried to use all this. They wrestled him down. And then when they pointed guns and said, put the knife down, he reached into the car. Now, as an officer, do you want the officer to see what he's going to pull out that car after being pointed with guns? Stop. Of course not. So he was totally cleared. But the media, when they first said this, they showed the video, said he was shot in the back, and it made this big fuss, canceling NBA games, for instance. All this stuff happened, right? All this stuff happened, and it was the whole narrative was false. Then you have people now get up arms thinking, rightfully so, that if Jacob Blake was just shot in the back indiscriminately for being black, I would be out there protesting, and I'm assuming Nick would be too, right? If the cops are out there indiscriminately shooting people in the back for no reason, right? Then you got a different story. That's what
I wouldn't be out protesting because I don't do that.
What I mean.
But I would be speaking about it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like that's the whole deal. We get I get the luxury of not necessarily having to protest, right? Because we have
audiences.
Look, right now we've got 2,600 people. After recess, we'll probably shoot back up to 3,000 or whatever where we were before. We have the ability to communicate directly to more people by getting on a video than we do sitting there yelling into a bullhorn and snapping our fingers or whatever. So we have that luxury, but yeah, outside of that, it's that's the main thing. We would be speaking out against this stuff. Definitely don't want people. I don't want police shooting. I take the extremist position. I don't want police shooting anybody, and then let's let that as the baseline, and then let's go backwards from there and say this was justified, and let's be really critical about it, because I don't want the state executing people in general. So yeah, if the police are out there actually indiscriminately shooting people, Jacob Blake would have been a terrible example of this, right?
Yes.
Like the Rayshard Brooks case is better than the Jacob Blake case, and I don't think the Rayshard Brooks case is all that good either.
Yeah,
right.
Well,
like, he fights a cop, steals the taser, shoots the taser at the cop. Other cop shoots him.
Jesus.
I mean, I don't want a guy to die, but okay, go ahead.
No, you're right. Rayshard Brooks is that cop was justified too, right? And that cop was justified. If you base off what the damn DA said the week before, just so everybody understands, in Georgia, a taser is a deadly weapon. And they've actually had cases where people have been tased to death. So they consider a taser as a deadly weapon, as a gun.
Like a month before Rayshard Brooks, the DA who prosecuted who brought charges against a police officer made this argument in court like a month before Rayshard Brooks. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you.
Yeah, right. No, you're 100% right. And then Rayshard Brooks happens, and now all of a sudden the taser is not a deadly weapon. So it's obvious that case should be thrown out. I mean, and that guy lost anyway, but he was corrupt, so he lost anyway. But anyway, this should be thrown out. In this case, though, this is what I think a lot of people don't understand about how the media can drive people to be losing their lives. Because I think if the media covered this case correctly, we don't have enough information, but we'll see what happens. And then people find out the real details. Then I don't think nobody's going to be in the street running around for this guy. Just like with Micaiah Bryant, the one that was going to stab the other girl, and now you had this the mass rally for her, and she was about to kill someone else. Like, the media has to start taking responsibility for some of these things.
Not only is she about to kill someone else, she's in the downswing. Like, I'm shocked in that case that she didn't incidentally injure the person she was after, right? Because the fact that cop was able to shoot her in a way which stopped her behavior is almost miraculous, because you've been a law enforcement officer and a prosecutor. You can see any number of times the bullets do not stop people unless you hit them in very specific places. Movies are fake. You don't go flying back from even a 45, right? It does not launch you into the wall. They just go through you, and people tend to carry on with their activity for at least a little bit. And it's a scary situation. So
it is. And go ahead. You're about to say something.
Oh, I was just going to say, no, I fully agree with your analysis of this. The media holds a huge amount of culpability because of the way that they're presenting this. And the reason is, the media is just as click whorish as any YouTuber. They've learned this from YouTube. They've seen the success of how you get clickbait titles, and the media has pumped this up. And following the summer of love, as some are calling it, but 2020 summer of riots and protests and Black Lives Matter, they saw dollar signs on the Jacob Blake story, and then they saw more dollar signs on the Kyle Rittenhouse story, and they were right. 100%. The media is right about how much money they were going to make. These were the Jacob Blake thing fizzled out when the prosecutors refused to bring charges, but Kyle Rittenhouse picked up the torch and ran with it.
Yeah, that gave them something. And it's just, even the way they coach, it's funny because when I first saw the Rittenhouse interview, the first interview when he was on the street, he didn't seem to me to be some racist maniac who was out there to kill Black people. He was some kid who wanted to get involved, who, got a gun, had some training, and was out there running around, playing hero, right? That's fine. Now, I do understand it's a dangerous situation, and maybe he was unprepared and didn't understand the gravity of where he was at. But that's what I saw. And really, even when you look at the event, you see this 17-year-old kid, 17 really, running away from a grown man who's throwing something at him with gunshots behind him, right? Think about if you were 17 and you were in that position, right? What would you be thinking?
Yeah.
And I think people have to really, and that's what I think this case is going to come down to. Was it reasonable for a 17-year-old kid running from people shooting at him and another man who's throwing stuff at you, and then you get cornered and that person lunges at you trying to grab your firearm? I don't see how you don't get self-defense with those facts.
Here's the crazy thing. So many times you see, well, Kyle shouldn't have been there. He shouldn't have been out there. If you're going out there, you're entering. Okay. Let me disagree with you. Because I got 5 kids, right? You're not going to catch me at a protest because I don't want to catch a stray bullet. I don't want to catch a knife, something like that. I don't want to get knocked down, hit my head. Look, protesting is a younger man's game, and that's great. I'm not besmirching anybody or shaming. You just probably won't see me out there doing it. But at the same time, saying he shouldn't have been out there. Well, by definition of the curfew order that you're citing for he shouldn't be out there, neither should anybody involved. So we're still in the same equal legal footing for literally everybody out there. And when you have equally situated participants in an act, you don't get to say, well, one person's not justified because they were participating illegally. It's like, everybody's at an illegal poker game or something, and one guy was cheating, and the other guy called him on it. It's like, well, you can't call someone on cheating because it's an illegal poker game. That doesn't make any sense. Like the bounds of what they're doing put them on an equal legal standing. And again, should Kyle have been out there? I think Kyle would be the first to argue, I wish I wasn't there, right? Like, I wish I didn't have to go through this. I wish I didn't, I wish I hadn't had to shoot these people. But at the same time, go ahead.
No, you're right. I don't think there's any way that you can say that this kid wanted to shoot those people. But I think people have to be, I just think people have to be reasonable and understanding with how self-defense works and the situation it was in. If you really think of it as a 17-year-old kid playing hero, it was, but and that doesn't excuse him from what happened. But, and I know this is going to be tough to say, I think the kid used some really amazing restraint in pulling that trigger because, from what McGinnis said the first guy reached one time, Kyle moved back and pulled back, the guy reached again, and then he said the guy, then he lunged like this, and that's when Kyle shot. I would have shot that guy as soon as he came kind of close, right? It's and maybe I'm just too scared, but it just didn't seem like reasonable to expect this kid to allow this guy to. And what is this maniac going to grab the gun and do to you? I don't know. It's just, and I don't know why the media is spinning it the way they are. Check this out. I'm gonna screen share something. This is the New York
absolutely.
Times. I'm gonna look at this. This is the fatal night in Kenosha, right? This is what the media. This is what happened for the first shot. Now check this out.
No, there's probably no point. I started it from the start so I could go through jury selection stuff, but
cars are being vandalized.
So this is Rosenbaum behind. So he's just walking away from Rosenbaum.
He passes Joseph Rosenbaum, who was fighting with the armed men at the gas station earlier.
Who is fighting?
Now here it is.
And throws a plastic bag that holds his belongings from the hospital.
Now, mind you, he just got out the hospital too for some mental issues. So,
right.
Close behind him, a man holds up a handgun and fires it. We don't.
Now, I'm just stopping you here just for that. Rittenhouse is under those circumstances.
He's already considered about getting shot at.
Do you not think that this is going to be a little that you should be it boggles the mind why they brought charges on this, right?
the other context, I saw the judge's mug, so I was just making sure.
Okay, that's the first time that I've seen part of the footage of that. Oh, hospital my ass. That's okay. Someone's already firing into the air. I would be fearful for my life. I don't really see an issue here so far.
He wasn't saying anything important. The other context of this is not only did someone shoot prior to Kyle, which if you're running away, right, you're running away with a gun, you're being chased, someone shoots, you have it might be the guy behind you. But interestingly,
you don't know.
So it wasn't Rosenbaum. However, it was the guy that Rosenbaum was with, and that's been confirmed by other video. First of all, credit to the New York Times for actually doing a really good breakdown of the timeline here that was relatively honest. Because whatever other commentary they've done in the case, like this timeline came out pretty early and was really good.
Yeah. We can watch the rest of it because after this,
Don't know why. Then Rosenbaum lunges towards Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse fires 4 times.
Had I been in his shoes getting chased and then I heard a gunshot, I can't say that I would have done anything differently.
And I don't think, and this is the part I would say, I don't think any reasonable person, because that's the standard. What reasonable person wouldn't have done what happened here? I'm talking about honestly, right? So, again, I don't see why do you charge this kid? Why do you charge this kid and make him pay all this money and do all this for something that I think is as clear self-defense? This is what
Chat, tell me this. If you're running through a situation like that, irrespective of whether or not you're supposed to be there, whether or not there's a curfew, anything else, if you're running around and you hear gunshots behind you, would that put you into a position of fear for your life? I'm willing to bet it would.
Self-defense is meant for, right?
That guy is a witness in the trial? Really?
Maybe. Charitably, right? Charitably, maybe the prosecutor charges him with the shooting of Huber or Gaige. And again, the Rosenbaum shooting to me it's the most justified. It kicks off the event for the rest of the evening, in my opinion. And I think they're all tied, right? Like from the moment he's running from Rosenbaum, once he makes the shots, he circles back to like Jim Psaki to see how Rosenbaum is doing. And then he makes the decision, I need to get away from here, get to police. So he runs, and then he's kind of accosted and followed on the path, and he gets interrupted. But even if you think, okay, Huber and Gaige, maybe he's not, the Rosenbaum shooting seems justified. And I don't know why, if you want to prosecute on the next 2 shootings or 3 shootings, because he does miss the one guy. But if you want to prosecute on the next 3 shootings, why would you include this one as like a predicate act? Like, because it's going to get brought up. And I personally, like I said, I think psychologically,
okay, well, that's fine.
Win the Rosenbaum case for the jurors, you win the case.
What I'll do, Stingy, is I will watch that after we watch the trial, because aside from Nick and whoever else appears on the panel's commentary, I don't really want to color my opinion of the trial itself. So whilst I appreciate that, I will do that after the fact. But thank you. I very much appreciate you going to that effort for me.
I think you're right.
But they could have made some decisions. I don't know how, because to me, all 3 shootings are clearly justified. But I could at least say, trying to make some wise discretion, say, no, we actually, and that'd be a good psychological tactic. No, we think he was justified here. However, we think his actions in the following incidents were so egregious that they passed the bounds of self-defense. To me, it's like the prosecution has hamstrung their own case from the get-go, starting with the complaint itself.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here's the last 2 shootings.
Okay, so this is
Rittenhouse trips and falls. Anthony Huber hits Rittenhouse with a skateboard.
Now this guy kicked them, and now he get hit with the skateboard.
Oh, fuck that!
But this is now
and attempts to disarm him. Rittenhouse.
Now that's where he's grabbing the gun, running away, and he pulled the trigger. That's where
shoots him in the chest.
Now look at this
Here
guy.
is Gaige Grosskreutz with his gun drawn.
Now I want to scroll this back 1 second. Look at this part here. Oops. Rittenhouse.
Disarm him. Rittenhouse shoots him in the chest.
Now see the last guy, the guy who lost his bicep now to UNICEF. But when he puts his hands up and walks back, and then he lunges at Kyle, and then Kyle then puts up and points the gun and then shoots him then. So even in that situation, Kyle wasn't going to shoot him. He put his hands up and moved back. Kyle's getting up, and then he lunges at Kyle, and then Kyle shoots. So here, and he has a gun in his hand. Again, as a reasonable person,
yes,
I don't see how you don't get self-defense here. I just don't. This is self-defense 100%, right?
Wouldn't it be great to have those young man reaction times? Like, because that's the one thing these videos don't do, because they're focused on explaining, like they pause and they highlight stuff. What was it? John Black, right? The expert. He says that the shootings here that follow, it's 7 seconds of time.
Yeah.
Between Huber coming at Rittenhouse with the skateboard and him shooting both Huber and Grosskreutz. It's 7 seconds. It's so fast. And you're right. Gaige lunges back for Kyle, which is just dumb that he does that, but he makes that decision. And it's entirely different between one of my other favorite non-self-defense cases, which is Michael Drejka. He's the handicap parking spot guy, right? Yeah. He actually gets knocked down. He pulls the gun on the guy, and the victim of Drejka was actually stepping back and turning away. And the video shows that he had made the move backwards and away. And of course, the bullet trajectory is through the ribs sideways rather than front on, showing that, again, he was turning away. Grosskreutz is not turning away. He's coming forward. He's pulling his gun up, and it's a mess. And anybody who happened to see that, if Kyle did not pull that gun and shoot him, it's every likelihood that Kyle would be dead. And that is quintessential to the question of, would a reasonable person feel they're justified to shoot in this situation? Yeah, of course. Someone's about to pull a gun out and shoot you, and in your mind, all you've been doing is defending yourself this entire time.
Then yeah,
and I think the key point here also too is, if this guy puts his hands up and starts moving backwards and Kyle shoots him, we got a whole different scenario now, right? We got a whole different scenario. But when he did do that, Kyle didn't shoot him. And then you'll see even after this, somebody else is coming forward and puts his hands up and Kyle didn't shoot him.
Grosskreutz with his gun drawn. He also gets
last
shot
guy
and calls out for help.
Yep.
Reality of it.
Yeah.
That's very unfortunate for Grosskreutz.
Yeah. But now I do want to say this too, because now, since we're talking about the legal reality of this, I want everybody to understand. Grosskreutz and what's the guy, Huber with the skateboard, they have viable claims for self-defense too. Right. And I'll say, because they believed he was an active shooter. So just imagine if somebody's like, again, like I always make the excuse. Let's say if you're in a building and somebody says, hey, there's a guy.
I think the DA included Rosenbaum's shooting to try and falsely paint the other three as part of a group of heroes trying to catch a murderer, as opposed to a violent mob that they were. Would not surprise me based on what I've heard. They wanted his rifle, nothing more. Bye-bye arm. Ooh.
Well, shooting people. And then you see somebody with the gun, and someone says, that's the guy who shot the people. And you have weapons on you, a gun. Do you shoot that guy? And if you do, was it reasonable? Because you've heard the gunshots, you see people screaming, he's shooting people. Is it reasonable for you to take that guy out? Would a reasonable person have to take that guy if they had the tools to do it? And I think in this case, even though their beliefs were mistaken, because they have mistaken belief that Kyle's an active shooter, the law even addresses that and says, even if your belief is mistaken, if it was reasonable at the time, then you can use self-defense. So Kyle, at this point in time, if Kyle kills him, Kyle should be justified. But if he kills Kyle, he would have also been justified in killing Kyle, which I know it's a little weird for people to really understand, but that's the way the law is. Am I wrong?
No, I think you're right, so long as both Huber and Gaige actually possessed the subjective belief that they were acting in self-defense. That's the trick. Now, we don't know,
because they weren't after. Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
Now, if we won't know Huber, right, because he's dead. So we can speculate. And Gaige is likely going to argue that he believed he was trying to save people or whatever. This guy was a menace and a threat. And yeah, they could make that claim. I think the objective reasonableness is there, but it's the subjectivity that is the key. And that would all depend on what statements they made to police following the incident, typically, because that's how you're going to garner the subjective nature of this. Is what do they say when they're cross-examined? What do they say to police officers in their recorded interviews? But yeah, so subject to those caveats, I agree. I think they could reasonably make those claims if they have the subjective belief. Now, if they go, this is some guy defending the car lot and he's a piece of garbage, I'm going to kill him. Like that's obviously right. Obviously not the case.
Yeah,
but
I'm just assuming that these people, because when you hear the story, everybody's saying he just shot some people, he's an active shooter, that type of thing. Then I think that changes that formula. But again, it's a weird little situation to be in. But I think everybody's just focused in on, when Kyle killed these people, what was his intent? I don't think he had any intent to kill any of these people, right? And that's another thing, that they're charging him with these intentional murders or negligent murders. He doesn't have that intent. He's trying to get away, and these people, unfortunately, are preventing him from doing so. So this is a really tough case. But if I will just say personally, if he is convicted and his self-defense claim isn't upheld, I think that would be injustice. So it just is.
And I think we'd have an issue, because the first time I saw this, I was like, this is self-defense. I mean, I don't know how you write a self-defense. I mean, if Zimmerman is self-defense against Trayvon Martin on the rather thin factual basis coming from the only living party in that case, if Zimmerman is self-defense, I have no idea how Kyle is not self-defense. And so I think you're right. If he gets convicted and it's upheld on appeal, I think we got a real issue with the basic common law idea of self-defense in Wisconsin. And I think Wisconsin would have something to work out there. I hope he doesn't have to go through the appeals process to show his innocence, because in this one, it's like, I can't imagine anyone other than some like avowed pacifist doing something different in this situation.
Well, because
I think
a lot of these cases turn on the whole.
I think we can be very fair to say that if a pacifist had not taken a shot, the pacifist would not be alive in this situation. As he said, can't wait to see Aussie's reaction to spoiler with another spoiler. Helpful to all, thank you. No, I specifically asked for no spoilers, but in this situation, I mean, I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at this. He's sitting up. He's just been attacked in the head with a skateboard. He doesn't know who the hell else is coming from him. He knows that at least someone has a gun, and he's seen someone coming at him. I'm sorry. Yeah, a pacifist is going to be dead for sure. I don't see any issues in this situation so far.
What would have happened if he didn't do what he did?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So with the first guy, what would have happened if he didn't pull the trigger? Well, then that guy, this mentally ill person, which Kyle probably didn't know, so you probably wouldn't even be able to use that. But you would say, what would have happened? Well, he would have grabbed that gun, and then now is Kyle's life in more jeopardy or less jeopardy? You know, now you're struggling over a gun. And the good thing is the law doesn't say you have to put yourself in that position. The threat of being in that position, the imminent threat of being put in that position, allows you to respond, so you don't have to be struggling with somebody with the gun. I think Rosenbaum is done. The second two, I also think are self-defense, but I think you also have that issue where you have competing self-defense claims, and I just don't think any reasonable jury can look at this video, understanding the full context of the circumstances, and come to find this kid guilty. Especially after what McGinnis says. McGinnis is one of the witnesses, and they have him. Let me. You want to see his interview? What he says about what happened? And because
if you got it, that'd be great. I'm going to read the super chat. Peter Bema says Grosskreutz would be guilty of a war crime in a war zone. Feigning surrender in order to inflict harm is internationally recognized as criminal. It is only in war, though. That's kind of a weird artifact of it. You're right. In a war zone, that would be improper activity, but they're not actually at war there. McGinnis he's a journalist for PJ Media. Or is
still
it
got the dent in his head?
The Daily Caller.
I can't remember.
Jesus.
Oh, Daily Caller. Okay. So so he's a right-wing commentator. Sorry, I shouldn't say right-wing comment. He's a journalist for a right-leaning publication. That's probably the more appropriate way to say that. Yep. He's a journalist for a right-leaning publication, presumably on Kyle's side. They use his statements for the majority of the complaint, like his witness, especially as in regards to Rosenbaum, I should say. His witness statements as the firsthand person who is closest. He's the guy they rely on to write the complaint, which is why it reads so favorably for Kyle in those first instances. Okay, let me pull it up here.
Well, but two things, though, with McGinnis. Number one, they're charging Kyle with putting McGinnis's life in danger because McGinnis was behind the guy that Kyle shot, Rosenbaum. So they're saying that by shooting Rosenbaum, he also put McGinnis's life in danger. So that's and McGinnis is the one you'll see when he's the one that took off the shirt to try to save Rosenbaum's life. But this is what McGinnis is. This is McGinnis's present sense impression of Kyle at the event was. So let me play this.
Yeah.
He did say that there was a lack of law and order in the area and that in the absence of police that he was providing that. He also mentioned that he was a certified EMT and that his primary goal there was to provide medical aid to protesters. So it was very clear that he had an idea in his head that he was there to help, both for protection of the business and of just the people in general there, but also to render medical aid to any of the protesters who were injured. But the real thing that I picked up on after that interview, I thought to myself, this kid is very innocent. I don't think this kid realizes exactly where he is. And once I saw him being yelled at after I'd interviewed those other individuals, just prior to him basically running and the whole thing happening, my final thought was, oh my God, like this kid does not realize that all these people are looking at him and screaming at him. And these people are ready to go and grab him. And it was at that very moment that the man was shot, kind of ran towards him and everything unfolded from there.
All right. Now, the interesting part is in the complaint, he goes on to say how the guy was grabbing at Kyle's gun and lunged at Kyle's gun before Kyle shot him. So, I don't think this is a good witness for the prosecution, right? I don't think it is a good witness. I don't see how you put him on the stand and try to get a conviction from this guy.
Right. It's weird to me that they're charging the reckless endangerment basically of this guy because the prosecution's going to call him, which means the defense is going to get to cross this guy, and he's going to go with the defense's narrative on this 100%. And he's probably going to give some troublesome, testimony to the prosecutors. If you guys don't know, when you're calling a witness for your case in chief, you ask open-ended questions. You're not allowed to lead the witness. So you have to ask questions to elicit a narrative from the witness's perspective, because they're presumably favorable if you're calling them. So prosecution's going to call this guy to talk about reckless endangerment stuff, and it's going to lead into everything else. And he's going to say, no, I actually think Kyle Rittenhouse is justified. And then on cross-exam, you get the opposite job. You can ask the open-ended questions. It's not generally recommended because you get to build your narrative by leading the witness through things. And the witness can be limited to basically yes or no answers. So you're going to ask this guy, hey, was Joseph Rosenbaum chasing Kyle Rittenhouse? Yes. Isn't it true that you saw him reach for Kyle Rittenhouse's gun? Yes. Isn't it true that you believed at the time that in this situation, Kyle Rittenhouse was in danger? Yes, I did. I had that present sense impression. Do you think it's reasonable for someone else to have that impression too? Yeah, I do. You get to ask questions like this. And that's why this witness is going to be such a weird thing, because if you don't charge the reckless endangerment, right, then you force the defense to call this guy as a witness. You force the defense. Yeah, and then the prosecution gets to cross him, and they get to build the narrative that way. And it's still going to be rough, but not as bad. So in my opinion, a very weird charge on this one. And they're basing it, from what I can tell, on statements that he said that once Kyle fired into Rosenbaum, something hit this guy's leg, and he thought briefly that he had been shot. He doesn't know if it's debris or from shrapnel from the gun or a piece of concrete that popped up and hit him. He has no idea. But at first, he very briefly feels, oh, maybe I was shot. And it's like, that doesn't put him in reckless endangerment. That leg pain could have been anything. It could have been psychosomatic. It could have been a chipped piece of concrete. It could have been something completely unrelated to this. And so, again, a weird and thin claim by the prosecution on this one.
Here's the one thing. Now, here's the complaint from everybody. The criminal complaint it's still be up on the screen, right? This is reading through this. For those of you who don't know, I'll put the link in the chat too, so people can read it. But one of the things is that on this, when they talk about McGinnis, and they lay out the facts for McGinnis, they say, where's it right here? About here the Lord thing, FU. Then McGinnis, then Rosenbaum appears to continue. Sorry, let me read from here. I'll highlight it. It says FU. Then Rosenbaum appears to continue to approach the defendant and gets proximate to the defendant when 4 more loud bangs are heard. Rosenbaum then falls to the ground. Defendant cries, help, blah, 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 blah. I just killed somebody. Where is it at? Here it is. McGinnis stated that as the defendant was walking, Rosenbaum trying to get close to the defendant. When Rosenbaum advanced, the defendant did a juke move and started running. So he got it. So Rosenbaum has been after him. McGinnis then stated that there were other people. McGinnis then moved to the defendant, approaching when he saw, trying to get the part where he says he lunged at him and grabbed the gun. Here it is. McGinnis stated that he did not hear the two exchange any words. McGinnis said that the unarmed guy, Rosenbaum, I like how they put unarmed here, was trying to get the defendant's gun. That's damning, right? Mm-hmm. McGinnis stated that the unarmed guy was trying to get the defendant's gun. That's damning. That's like, why are we bringing this charge? Then the next sentence closes the door. McGinnis then demonstrated by extending both hands in a quick grabbing motion and did a visual on how Rosenbaum tried to reach the defendant's gun. Game over, right?
Why is this in the complaint?
I was like, okay, self-defense, right? Game over. Yeah. Why do you this is not the defense's thing. This is the complaint of the prosecution.
Would you, as a prosecutor, would you ever write that in a complaint?
No. This is a self-defense complaint. This is obvious self-defense. So
you got 2 options. You either don't charge, or you just don't mention this very inconvenient fact and you force the defense to raise it at trial. Like, there's no middle ground. This is a terrible thing to include in the complaint. Real quick, there's someone in the chat who has an interesting legal take that I wanted to get your opinion on. It's from Butterfly. He says, Kyle did not have the legal duty to protect the dealership. That is the duty for the cops and or the National Guard. Do you have any opinion on that?
It's irrelevant.
Thank you.
It is irrelevant. And I don't mean to be dismissive of it,
No, you
just to
should
give
be.
you- but
No,
but-
because
but-
Castle Rock v.
this-
Gonzalez, right? Castle Rock v.
Yeah.
Gonzalez, the
Castle
cops
Rock v.
have
Gonzalez.
no duty.
No duty. Yep, the no duty case. But that was Justice Scalia's opinion, which I think is a brilliant opinion. You guys should definitely read that, the Castle Rock opinion. But in this case, if Al, as a citizen, if he's holding a gun and walking around and the police aren't arresting him, right? He has the same legal right to be there as everybody else. Now, you can make an argument that everybody's violating curfew, but then again, we talk about being selective here. You got all these people out there walking around.
Okay, hang on. If you accept Rittenhouse handled in self-defense, WRT Rosenbaum is any reckless endangerment of McGinnis not on Rosenbaum and not on Rittenhouse. Arguably, there's a break in the chain of causality there. But look, a reasonable person would say yes. I mean, he's the one that put him in the situation where Kyle felt the need to fire the weapon. So it's a reasonable argument, frankly. It's fair, but he had more of a right to be there than the people smashing and burning the property. This is true. Don't remember a lot of BLM Antifa riots after this event. Funny that. Well, I think they probably got what they wanted out of it, which, from what people are telling me in chat, was the whole narrative from for the media that, 3 people were killed and they had what they needed for the write-up. So it makes a certain amount of sense. Whole thing was frivolous and a waste of money. If it hadn't been for political pressure, it wouldn't have got past a bench hearing. I don't know if that's true, to be honest, based on what I've heard about how Binger conducted himself. Sometimes certain cases are pushed, shall we say. So, not trying to plug them, but in America, if you're going to carry, you need a USCCA membership. They're pro Second Amendment legal team. Fair enough. Ice cream trials on Verdict Watch. Yeah, guys, I'm not actually covering the ice cream trial. That's what Jeff's doing, but I'm sure it'll get there at some point. Wish you Aussie still had your guns. Breaks my heart your government took them. I had this conversation with someone yesterday. When the government took our guns almost 30 odd years ago, Australia as a whole was still a fairly young country. We never have had the gun culture as ingrained in our society. So for the most part, when Port Arthur happened and people voted to give up the guns and that sort of thing, it wasn't a big deal for us. And there's also significant misconceptions. We are a nation of about 25 million. We still have approximately, I think it was, was it 8 million or 5 million? I was looking at the statistics yesterday. We still have 5 or 8 million registered weapons out in the public. It's not as gone as people seem to think. It's just that for us, we have to have what's considered a legitimate reason. And that legitimate reason can be as simple as joining a gun club. It's not as arduous and onerous as internationally it seems to be portrayed in the media. So, I mean, if I wanted to, I could go and join a gun club tomorrow. Admittedly, there's a wait because, you have to do a little bit of training and that sort of thing. And I think one club that I looked at said that you had to be with them for 6 months before they'd sign a letter saying you could own one or whatever. But I mean, that's up to each individual club as far as I'm aware. If there's any Aussies in chat with gun licenses, I'd love to know. But if you own a farm, getting a long armor license is like that. Particularly if you've got kangaroos on the property because they've got quotas to have them culled. And they're a pest and all that sort of thing. So it's not as if there are no guns in Australia. So just wanted to clarify that. Acting in self-defense is by definition not reckless. True. This witness helped Kyle. He's a state witness. And that's how stupid this case must have actually been. Law of self-defense, need Bronca. Can you use a firearm in self-defense or do you get charged in Oz? Not something that I've really looked into, but I mean, pretty much it's the same as proportionality, basically. If it's reasonable. I mean, look, it can't be premeditated. Like, you can't specifically have a baseball bat by your bed, that sort of thing. You can use like weapons of opportunity. My bad. Thank you for the information. I always love to be educated on topics I don't know. No, you're very welcome. And that's something I just thought I'd bring up, is that it's not, like I said, guns are not as removed from the Australian culture as you think. It's just that for the most part, because it wasn't ingrained in our culture, the everyday person doesn't see a need to own one. We've never had the revolution that you guys had. We've never had... I was under the impression that Australia had banned firearms entirely, and that came from the news. Yeah, and there's probably significant reasons why certain individuals in America probably wanted you guys to think that. I mean, for example, the NRA would love to have an example of people losing their liberties entirely, wouldn't they? But that's just my own personal opinion, frankly. I've seen some things that have been put out there that make absolutely no sense whatsoever. State called some reporter they thought was some hardcore lefty blogger, turned out to be a rational person who saw it all. Well, there you go. So, okay. Anyway.
The key issue is, even if Kyle had run into a bank with the gun, is it, is he justified in running away from this person? Because every piece of evidence we have is that Kyle was trying to run away from the contact. You heard the eyewitness who was there with Kyle saying people were after him. They were trying to grab him. He fled the scene, and this guy ran and tried to grab for his gun. Those are the key facts here. The fact that even if that gun, and I'll go to the extreme example, even if Kyle was a felon and that gun was illegal and he had illegal ammunition, we can make everything about that gun in that situation illegal. That does not remove his right to have self-defense. But now I want to make it very, but I do want to make it very clear, because then you're going to have the people say, well, what happens if he was robbing a bank? All right, if you're the agitator, right? If I go into a bank and point guns at people, freeze, give me. I have now initiated it. I am the agitator. So I'm agitated. So now I'm the provocateur, as they call it. Now I don't have a claim to self-defense because I'm the one pointing guns at you. But if I have a gun and you come and be throwing bags and I'm running away, obviously you are the one, the antagonizer. You are the one provocating. And then if you put me into a corner where I can't leave, right? Because he's trying to run away, but now he's cornered.
Can you do a video on the history of Australia and upload it as a video, not live stream? Yeah, suppose I can if you'd like me to. I mean, one of my very first videos was on gun laws in Australia, if that's what you're curious about. But yeah, sure, why not? I mean, I've been meaning to do more videos actually on the parliamentary system here in Australia, how our laws work, how various other things are. But yeah, I can certainly do one on the history of the legal system here as well. It's no issue. NRA pretty much got sued into oblivion. Not so much here. The as weird as it sounds, the American NRA is making inroads here in Australia, which is really weird. Nate sounds like a lunatic at 1.25. Now you see what the big deal it is. Look what they did during bug. That's why this administration here today didn't push so hard, because we gave them the finger and go pound sound. That's the other thing that at some point I'm going to clarify a few things on, people. The American view of what happened especially in Victoria, we didn't just lay down as much as people think we did. There were media blackouts and various stuff I'm aware of was not shown overseas. And whilst I'm sure some friends like Maphanger would have some very opinionated pieces on exactly what Dan Andrews did and didn't do, we didn't just roll over. Do you have any coverage of Friendly Geordies? I don't deal a lot with Friendly Geordies, I'll be honest. But that's mainly because he's interacting with some individuals that are fairly litigious, and I don't really need that right now. I thought because Australia was a prison colony, the inmates were not allowed to be armed. No, well, you got to remember, some people actually came across on actual boats because, we have some amazing beaches and territories and that sort of thing. But, there he is. Told you. I mean, we had protests, we had riots, we had all sorts of shit going on. So oh shit. It just annoys me that occasionally we do see people thinking that as a whole, everybody just rolled over and allowed the government to do what it wanted. So, and I think saying that does a disservice. Avi Yemeni, your favourite, showed a lot about the lockdowns and Aussie standing up for their rights. There you go. Now, I've got to try and find that piece that I just dropped because I'm a moron. Give me a second.
Then you have a classic self-defense claim. That's what makes this different. So yes, even though if he was breaking the law, he was violating curfew, but that does not remove his right to self-defense in that moment. Excuse me.
Yeah, and very, very well said. And it's something that bears repeating. If you're in the bank, like if you go to rob the bank and you change your mind and you pull up your gun and you run away from the bank and the bank security guard chases you down and you say, hey, no, I'm sorry. And the guy then pulls the gun on you like you're a block away. You may actually be justified in shooting that guy because you're no longer engaged in the first aspect, that agitation. That's in the Wisconsin law, that if a person retreats and they clearly communicate that they're not engaged in the initial aggression, and it resets the self-defense claim. Yep.
Yeah.
And so it's important to note that that Kyle, by all accounts that we can see, was retreating. Even if he did or didn't have to, that's irrelevant. That because it's mitigated by the fact that he did. He did retreat, whether or not he had to. And then the other interesting thing is, for every duty to retreat state that I'm aware of, Wisconsin is not a duty to retreat state. But assuming he's the aggressor for the purpose of argument, and then thus assume some need to retreat, in every duty to retreat state, the legal standard for when your duty to retreat ends is when your quote back is against the wall. And basically, and basically all of those courts recognize being on the ground as the equivalent of having your back against the wall. Once Kyle is down on the ground, whether he was knocked down by Huber or someone else, he was kind of hit at first, and then he falls. Yeah, he falls a couple seconds later. So whatever, it doesn't matter the justification. However he ends up falling, either through his own act, through someone else's act, he is no longer capable of retreating under the law. And at that point, his duty to retreat has ended the moment he hits the ground. These are all really important nuances of self-defense law that a lot of people saying that Kyle is guilty don't seem to understand.
Yeah. And I know that there are going to be riots in the streets when he's eventually let go, right? We know that the summer of love is going to start again, but
be a mess.
It's going to be because people are just uneducated in what the prosecution is actually doing and what the law actually is. Because I don't think any fair-minded person, liberal or conservative, can read this complaint and not see it screaming self-defense, because they're key witness in this thing, right? The person who was there is saying, yeah, it was pretty much self-defense. The guy was lunging at God's gun because this maniac was chasing him. He waited to the last possible second to shoot, but it then makes you think. The scary part about this is, why was he even charged with this first crime, with this first murder? Reading this, there's no way he should have been charged with this.
Yeah, it's such a tortured writing of the complaint. And again, when I got it, I remember I was down in Florida. I was at my parents' house. And so I'm on mobile and I'm like waiting for this thing to come down. I read it and I'm like, you got to be kidding. This is the most tortured complaint they could have written. You know, it would have been easier just not writing it.
Yeah.
But I think taking the charitable approach, the most charitable approach, not going with my full anti-government thing, but just in general, I think the prosecutor felt immense political pressure from publications, especially in the context of the riots going on, and he thought maybe if I'm being charitable, he thought if we just prosecute this thing, maybe we can calm people down. What do you think on that?
Yeah. I agree.
That's the reason I did it.
Don't forget, this prosecutor's probably got an elected official. And I'm not sure if he's Democrat or Republican, but if you're a Democrat, that puts even more. So that puts even more pressure on you, right? Because now 80% of your base believes that this kid is a racist guilty, right? So what you want to do is get the targets off your back by saying, okay, we prosecuted him, and the jury, the legal system didn't. Maybe we need to change the law in that particular sense.
Yeah, I did everything I could.
And I think that's what this guy's trying to do. He's trying to kick the bucket down to the jury. But I think the strongest thing to do, and I think the more appropriate thing would have been to do, was to not bring these charges at all. But that takes too much political courage, right? Because again, he's got a family to feed.
It is for him probably political suicide to not bring these charges, especially.
Well, yeah, and I mean we can see what we saw in Gravely in the Anderson case, that they don't have any issues with bringing cases when there's shaky evidence. Yeah, exactly. It would have all been Gravely's call. This didn't age well. A few weeks later, they're calling him Binger. Be wonderful to hear exactly what happens since the media are a bunch of cucks and won't tell the truth. I didn't think you'll lay down. You'll have a strong will to not let them do that to you. Look, don't get me wrong. There are a lot of people that abided by what they had to. But that was mainly because it was like there were really harsh penalties. But again, like at least every weekend there were protests. There were media blackouts as to what was happening. Like they actually cut off the local news. They weren't allowed to fly and cover the protests and all that sort of stuff. And the footage that came out was shared across social media and all sorts of things. And I do blame certain 2/3 of media here in Australia for making it seem as if everything was, okie dokie and we were just happy to stay in our homes and all this sort of shit. Made us look like fucking cucks to the whole world. So, as a former soldier, I applaud Kyle Rittenhouse on his near flawless execution of the classic fighting withdrawal. But has there been any consequences for those harsh COVID rules? Are they being re-elected? Yeah, look, that is the one thing that really annoyed me is obviously the federal government that was in charge of things. They got swapped out. The Labor government here in Victoria, there are enough like diehards to keep that they got re-elected, which I'm really pissed off about. I think my government's got your best there, quite possibly. But anyway, Murdoch and co are idiots. Yep.
Actually, on the heels of Jacob Blake not having the charges brought against the officer who shot Jacob Blake, the most amazing thing of the aspect of these, Jacob Blake, I believe, avoided all of his criminal prosecution, didn't he?
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
This man was committing like 4 felonies at the time.
And one time, and don't worry about it.
It's got all the focus became on the police officer who shot him, and it's like then that's gone.
But you couldn't get a conviction. Do you think they really would have been able to convict Jacob Blake, even though he had all those felonies? They wouldn't have been able to convict him.
Not after the shooting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think
the shooting is
I don't
like
think
here he goes. Okay, but he got shot though, and he's in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. This guy's not. Yeah. But then the other thing is in the Rittenhouse case, again, you have
guys, if you're one of my regulars, you'll know that right around this time of the morning is when I have to go and get the little one ready for daycare.
Or at best, some pretty serious misdemeanor crimes. Right? Like
all of them are violating curfew.
Hopefully these guys will keep
all of them are violating curfew.
Yeah.
And that's a I hate curfews in general. I'm not going to defend any curfew ever.
No, we're not defending it, but we're giving the legal reality of they were violating curfew.
Yes. Although here's the question for you, and this is a legitimate question. I don't know if Kyle had not left the car lot. Is he violating curfew?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting
property. The curfew is not about being. It's about being on public streets. As long as you're on your own property. That's why a lot, and that's one thing a lot of people didn't. A lot of the people on the left don't understand is that they're saying like the people with the guns, all of them were violating curfew. Well, if those businesses said, hey, we want you to protect our businesses, stand on these, you can stand on our property. Then if you're on that property, you're not violating curfew. It's when you go onto the public streets, then you're violating curfew.
Yeah, and that's a critical distinction in this case, and an interesting defense. And the defense has hinted that they're going to be bringing these types of things up. Right. Like they're going to be bringing up the fact that Kyle Rittenhouse was there that night, not necessarily at the time of the incident, but that night to defend. He was under the reasonable impression that he was defending a particular piece of property. And he was under that impression that the owner had given his permission for him to do so is going to be a big part of this, because some people are out there like, oh, he's a roving vigilante out on. It's like, no. Like, specifically asked, according to the things I've read, and maybe I have not read everything, which is likely, but according to things I've read, his friend says, hey, we've been asked to go hang out at this property, make sure the rioters don't come and destroy the cars. You in? Kyle says, yeah, I'll be there. At that point, he's under a pretty reasonable belief that he's going to be able to be at this place and not be in knowing violation of a curfew, because you could be on private property all day. Like you can stand on the edge of your lawn during curfew and pee into the street all you want. Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as no one's looking.
New York had this stupid law, right? Where we have brownstones here. So people were like smoking weed on the brownstone. So they're saying, so the cop says, hey, come here for a second. Let me speak to you. As soon as the guy comes off the brownstone into the public street, they write them a ticket. You're smoking in public. He's like, what do you mean? You told me to come here. Well, you came out. So that, and unfortunately, curfews only have to deal with public property. They can't tell you to stay inside your house if you have a yard or whatever.
Right.
But I think all those.
They can't keep you away from other people's private property that you have permission to be in either.
Yeah, of course not. But I do think now but I think I think the defense's case is so good. I don't think they need to go. I wouldn't want the jury to be confused about shit. I'm like, yo, let's just keep this as simple as possible. McGinnis, as soon as they call him McGinnis, he's a virtually eyewitness. It's a free witness. McGinnis, what did you see? Have him play, and if he says anything that differs from any of this stuff, we destroy his credibility, right? Well, in the complaint, you told the cop this. On these interviews, you said this. So now you're changing your story. McGinnis is done. That's our witness. Then the other two, yeah, this is done. I'll be shocked, but I've been shocked before. I'll be shocked if he's convicted.
Yeah, I think the most promising aspect of this so far is that the judge has been very level-headed. He's and his motion rulings are not ridiculous. Like there is a situation where you could see the judge ruling differently on a lot of these motions and still like maybe not be horrific, but the judge has been pretty consistent on this. And I think the biggest win for the defense was the concession by Richards to limit John Black's testimony. But the judge seemed already keen on doing so. Like, I'm not criticizing the defense in making that decision. The judge seemed like we're going to pretty much keep John Black to his expertise on the video itself. And that's it. The defense, I think they might push for a little more. They might try and get some behavior opinions out of him as part of his expertise. But in general,
that's going to be tough.
Yeah, but that's the biggest win the prosecution has gotten so far. They've lost on everything else, and the judge is reasonably applying the law, and I think the prosecution knows it, right? I haven't seen any press conferences from Binger talking about how like they're really having some questions about anything going on. They haven't motioned for the judge to recuse or anything like that. So the indications in this case so far are that both the prosecution and the defense think the judge is acting fairly, even if things aren't going their way, and that's good news. Again, that's what you want. You want a judge that you can is going to be consistently predictable one way or the other.
Nick, let's keep it 100. The prosecution has a shit case.
They do.
And the judge, and let's not pretend the judge doesn't know this, right? The judge knows. The judge just read this complaint and said, "Oh my God, are you really bringing this case?" You know. So these rulings, I'm thinking, are really letting the prosecution know you're really going to have a hard time here, because why are you calling him a victim when your goddamn key witness is saying something the guy's grabbing for the gun? Obviously, it's going to be even more prejudicial calling him a victim when he's the one agitating the guy. So no, let's not call him a victim because it's unfair, especially with the facts we got, right?
My favorite moments so far in this case was when the judge was arguing over whether or not the impacted people could testify in the case, right? And the prosecutor says, "Well, Anthony Huber and Rosenbaum won't be able to testify in this case." And the judge's reaction to that moment is, "Do you have any other point to make?" It was just like his veneer has cracked a couple times, and you're like, I think you're right. The judge has read this complaint. He's like, I mean, okay, I got to be impartial on this, but we got to also face the factual reality. And that's the thing with the looters. And he's like, if they can demonstrate that these guys are burning things, calling them arsonists is pretty fair. Like, please.
Yeah. If they're on camera burning stuff up, but I don't think you don't have Rosenbaum. I think is the one that you might have a little something with, because he was I hate to say escape mental patient, but literally he had just gotten out of a hospital for mental issues. And that's why that bag that he threw at Kyle Rittenhouse was literally, they put all his clothes in the bag at the hospital and gave it to him. And he runs to a Black Lives Matter protest with all the clothes and stuff in his hand.
With the bag. He's literally coming
bag.
from the hospital. Oh, it's the insanity of what was happening there is beautiful.
I was going to show you the part again where he has the bag, which is funny.
It's him in the chest.
Because that's what he said. He's got the bag where he comes from the hospital
with his gun drawn.
Yeah,
he also gets shot.
It's like this. Like literally, you got to. I don't want to call him an escape mental patient, but you have somebody who's just
he was an escape mental or not an escape mental patient. He was released mental patient.
Released.
Look, there's no need to protect the legacy of Rosenbaum, in my opinion. This guy was a bad guy. He's a repeat bad guy, and some of his initial crimes, which have no relevance or bearing on this case, and I think the judge is right to exclude those prior acts. Those were highly prejudicial, but we're not in the courtroom. We can say this is a bad dude who, for whatever reason, was in a chain of bad behavior, as sometimes happens to people. And the fact that there's no imminent reform for Rosenbaum, right? He's going from mental hospital, bag in hand, to a protest, and ends up engaging in what would have otherwise been a felony assault.
Rittenhouse
otherwise have been a felony
where
assault.
cars are being vandalized. He passes Joseph Rosenbaum,
Look at him. He's got
who
don't
was
got a
fighting
shirt.
with the armed men at the gas station earlier. Rosenbaum now starts chasing Rittenhouse and throws a plastic bag that holds his belongings from the hospital.
That so yeah. So so you got yeah. So he's got his hospital clothes. I don't know. This is, you know what, this is honestly scary. It's scary that the prosecution can bring this case and with these charges. That's scary.
And it's for Kyle, you know, it's certainly life altering, and it's potentially heavily life impacting. Because the prosecution's narrative in this case has become the media narrative, or maybe the media narrative has become the prosecution. It doesn't matter. They've become one. And there's a point where the nature of media will preclude the average viewer from reasonably distinguishing between a prosecution's narrative and the facts, because the prosecution, this is important for people to know about prosecutors too, and in a lot of ways defense attorneys. You weren't there either, right? The prosecutor wasn't there, defense attorney wasn't there. We're relying on gathering of facts, and those gatherings of facts are going to be imperfect in some way. If you're a defense attorney, your client is going to come in there and tell you all the things that they didn't do that make them not guilty. They're going to tell you all about how the police mistreated them. They're going to tell you all about all these circumstances that explain any of the potential bad things. And you're going to get that, and that's your factual basis. Sure, you can research that and talk to other people, get other witness statements, but ultimately you're going to have a very biased perspective on what your client did. And the prosecutor is going to be gathering facts adverse to the client, because the people with facts adverse to the client are going to go to the prosecutor to give those facts. And the people with a bunch of facts favorable to the client probably aren't being interviewed by the prosecutor at all. So those narratives are crafted from inherently biased positions. And that's how the system was designed. We're supposed to be adversarial, and the jury's job is to go, no, this is actually what we've determined what happened here and here and here at these relevant factual moments.
Yes. And those are great points, because the problem, and I think the problem with a lot of these prosecutions is that if the people or if the state is trying to run a narrative instead of presenting the facts, that's where this stuff starts getting dangerous. And I think that's where we're starting to get the danger here, because in a prosecution like this, if you just lay out the facts of the video, and then you have a couple of witness statements, and since this is really about self-defense, you're really talking about state of mind and what's reasonable for a 17-year-old, right? Because it's not what any reasonable person would do. We're talking about really what a reasonable person in Kyle's position. It's really 17 in that particular space. You know, it's just like, you know, if
in the context of the Summer of Love.
Yeah, in the context of the Summer of Love.
Right.
But I don't think there's anyone who would say them running from someone, hearing gunshots behind them and getting cornered, and the person who's been chasing you, there's, you know, I'm assuming Kyle didn't know he was from a escaped mental patient, which he wasn't, but he was a mental patient. You know, I just don't see how. I just don't see. Again, it's just, and that complaint. There's something up here we're missing. There's got to be something we're missing, because there's nothing of this stuff that just adds up. It just doesn't add. That complaint doesn't add up. This video doesn't add up. Why is this kid on trial? Why?
Yeah. Other than it's overtly political. It's hard. And I've been really trying to resist that label on this. Like I've been really trying. Like, I'm just, and I always fall back on, you got two bodies. So at the end of the day, the prosecutor can probably justify this because you got two corpses, and you know exactly who shot him. Like, you've got it on video who shot him. So there's no who done it in this case. There's no forensic analysis needed to like tenuously tie a bullet casing to someone. Like you have these hard elements of some murder cases already taken, and you've got two bodies. You know who's responsible for it. Then I guess you bring the charges and make them justify it. But I don't agree with that. But at least that's the only thing I can see, unless there's something going on somewhere else. But I try not to engage in conspiracy unless I have some ground for it. And in this one, I think if there was a crazy high level conspiracy on it, they wouldn't have had Bruce Schrader as a judge.
Oh yeah. No, I don't think this is. I think it comes down to just apparently two people are shot. You got a heavily Democratic probably district. You know, this DA is like, yo, and you saw how hard it was for him not to charge his own cops who were clearly in the right. You know, they had to do that whole thing. And then it's like, you know, then you're running for re-election, and now you got this thing comes up. You know, and the media has all, you know, you got all the young Turks and everybody screaming, this was some wild racist across state lines and was looking to execute, you know, protesters. And it's like, well, hell, you know what? Let's run it up and let the jury make the decision. Now, is it right to do? Is there probable cause? Yes. And I think it's fair that you can go and say, you know, let's ask people if this happens. But I think at this point in time, I think anybody reading the facts and hopefully there'll be more facts that come out of trial, but anybody reading the facts as they are, I don't see how you get not self-defense. But maybe, and I want to also coach this with this. If there are new facts that come out during this trial, my mind could be changed. You know, if Kyle Rittenhouse, you know, if they had some mic on him and said, hey, I'm going to kill this guy Rosenbaum, watch this, and goes and antagonizes Rosenbaum to chase him, something like that would change my mind. But there's absolutely no facts that I've seen now that would change my mind and make this something that this was not self-defense.
And
did they start back up the court?
No, not yet. I've got I've got it here just waiting. TV has ruined this in people, but in the majority of cases, there is not a surprise fact, right? There's not like some secret witness. All the witnesses are disclosed. Their statements, they've probably been interviewed or gotten some statement from the attorneys in the case of some sort, or if they've given a statement to the prosecution has turned over that statement to the defense. All of the video in this case is going to be disclosed to both sides. So, and if it comes up, for example, that the prosecution actually had a piece of evidence, like some rock solid stuff that they were somehow trying to obscure
we'd have seen
and
it
sit upon, we'd have seen it. And if it comes up at the right time and they're like, wait, you should have had this a long time ago, why wasn't this disclosed? That's a mistrial and it's over anyway. That the TV has done this where they think there's always going to be like that Columbo moment or whatever, where someone walks in and changes that's not likely to happen.
You're alive. He's alive.
Rosenbaum walks into the courtroom. Kyle's like,
we thought you were dead.
Yeah, the idea that we don't that you're talking about, like, of course, you're a lawyer, you're a reasonable guy. If it comes out that there's a bunch of audio of Kyle Rittenhouse saying, I'm going to kill this guy, that Chuck Huber guy stole my lunch money last year, whatever it is, that's going to change the opinion. But the likelihood of any of this stuff happening is really low. There's got to be some crazy thing that occurs, and it's not going to be a FLIR image from the FBI drone that that bothered me, by the way. Did you notice that? They're like, the defense is like, they didn't tell me that this footage exists. And they're like, well, we sent you an email with a link that said that it might be there. It's like,
doesn't have arms.
Yeah. Why didn't you just disclose the video?
And
oh my God.
We're going to continue with the examination. I think the last thing that happened, we need to fill seat number 33.
Okay, sorry about that, guys.
There was an intervening call-up, which was number... Which number was she?
Insaner Robot says, have the prosecution built a case, they may be likely to lose as an attempt at pre-appeasement so they can sell, well, we tried. Also, thanks for the entertaining dinner time show. Yeah, I think that's a possibility.
So let's ask 54 to come up.
I think that's what's happening. I think they're appeasing the mob. That's what this is.
By the way, here's a 2,500 like drink, guys. Thank you. Thank you for that.
I see what you mean about him doing drinks for likes. Well, there was a super chat.
Answered yes to any of the questions.
So you gave up your firearms and hand them over the emus and the roos.
And then there was one of the jurors, I would understand number 6, I think.
Thank you for the super
first,
chat.
Let's start with 6 in the back row. Did you say that you were unable to hear what's going on, ma'am? No? What did I do wrong? Oh, I was close. 59? Where's 59? 59. Hard time hearing? And,
maybe she should get hearing aids.
I guess what I was told was that you said that you're only hearing about 25% of what's been said. Okay, any reason this lady shouldn't be excused? We can't replicate that now. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, no, send her off.
Thanks for letting us know.
Beautiful. That's the get out of the nice one. I only heard 25% of what you said.
Okay. And then there was
had a jury duty free
number
show.
16, I think you are. Yes, 16. What's up? Well, we'll start with that one. You missed some of what was said this morning. Okay. Any reason?
Everybody's here is gone. Judge, you need to say it all again.
Okay, thank you, sir.
See, all those elaborate excuses. Just come back from lunch. I didn't hear what you said.
I didn't hear earlier, Judge, when you said we could say what the problem was. Sorry.
Number 55.
55 is a hearing problem. You can't hear either. I was right next to 56.
Again, if you can't hear, please let us know. And also, we
Judge,
have,
you can't say if they can't hear,
devices
please let us
here,
know
and,
because they can't hear
is
you.
anybody actually using one right now?
What did you just
Anybody
say?
want to endorse this product? Leo Martin, who is a state certified. You just heard him. He's a state certified language interpreter, and this is the highest echelon. And he can translate not only flawlessly between English and Spanish, which isn't as easy as you'd think because there's things like idioms. Well, I tried to present that proposition, but I struck out.
Like White House
Now,
and
if you
House White. They
translate
say
that
Casablanca.
literally,
House White
it
versus
could become a
White House.
baseball term, but it has nothing to do with it. You presented a proposition in front of the Board of Inquiry.
This
and,
man's such a great
you
translator. He can
lost.
translate idioms.
So there's, and I could give a better example even too. But these are people at the highest level.
Hang on. I just saw this shared by Hunley. Oh, damn it. What the hell? What the hell, StreamYard? No, that is not going to make a difference. There we go. That'll do. Not a cell phone in sight, just kids having fun in the moment. With a freaking guillotine toy. Just recreating the Salem witch trials. Sounds about right. But anyway.
do it contemporaneously while I'm speaking English.
Vive la
You can move it
France.
into Spanish for that gentleman.
Here in Wisconsin, we have the best
and he uses them
translators,
all the
wonderful
time.
translators. They can
He's not
translate
even hard
Spanish
of
to
hearing,
English
but it
flawlessly. We
improves
borrowed them
his
from
ability
Trump
to hear
Tower.
it. So
They're wonderful.
anybody,
Make a
just
great
let us know
taco
if you want
salad.
one of these.
Fantastic.
And I've got this poor lady
Cinco de
standing here.
Mayo, they translate extra well.
Would you have answered
They don't even
yes to
say
any of the
mayo. I
questions
say
asked so
mayo.
far?
This is why I wanted to watch this with the commentary. People are like, oh no, I just wanted to hear the court feed. I wanted to hear your thoughts on it. Honestly, guys, sometimes I just want to sit and laugh with everybody else.
mayonnaise. I
That's
love
you. I move
mayonnaise on my
into,
sandwich.
seat number 16. Okay. Oh, no, she's not new. She was in the original group. They have not yet been sworn.
I had to
Right,
educate
start
some
with
of my
them, we'll
family
have,
members about the Trump taco salad the other
she's
day.
been-
Oh my
It's
God.
so great.
You were here in this room all along. Okay, hearing impaired, not hearing impaired, just hearing
Hearing impaired.
needs. I think are there two of them or just one? Okay, gotcha. Okay, now we're.
I don't understand what she's
all of our
doing, Your Honor.
seats are
Some sort of
filled.
sign language.
So, anybody else now whose has expressed an opinion as to the innocence or guilt of the defendant?
Hands are going to
Okay,
go up.
now let me ask.
Nobody hands went up. Wow.
Is there any one of you who
Fair
cannot or will not try this case fairly and impartially on the evidence given in the court here today, and guided by my instructions regarding our law, reach a just and true verdict?
It's also
Anybody
great because
who
I don't
is
have to be
unable
on 100% of the time as well.
Is there any one of you who
It's
is
difficult. I'm
cannot
not going to lie.
read, speak, and understand the English language? Anybody who does not reside in Kenosha County? Oh,
See, these are the questions you ask first.
number 5.
These are the
what's up?
questions you ask when you got everybody there.
Yeah.
Really? You were
Just
living here and
saved
now you
everyone a
moved
whole
to
heap of
Chicago?
time.
All right.
What the hell are you doing here?
Now you're registered to vote. You have a driving license from?
Oh my God.
Okay. Now you're legally living full-time in Illinois.
Driver's
Okay, and that's
license
your
in
intent to
Kenosha.
remain there?
Yes,
Any
it's-
reason this
How
nation
is she
needs to-
still in the jury pool?
Okay, thank you,
What?
ma'am.
Jospy,
Excuse
I don't
you
know
and,
what's with the
no
game
letter.
sounds. It's on the court feed.
Yes, the court.
Number 56.
Yo, but how is this woman still? Did she hear the other guy when he was like, I don't
Yes.
live here anymore?
All right, sir, would you
She
have
sat
raised your
there,
hand and
but maybe she
answered
went to
if yes, you would?
free meal for lunch.
You
Like,
know,
I'll go out to them after lunch.
Oh, I heard they're bringing in pizza.
Okay.
I hope it's from Giovanni.
I'm sticking around. I want to see what they're going to give us to eat.
Okay, and?
Never disclosed or talked about any details of the case.
Okay, fine, and who was out? Who was
Second
that?
one was Anna Giddings. Her parents also go to the same church. Never talked about any details of the case.
Okay. Do you have
That's a good
any other reason why
question.
you would have raised your hand? Thank you. Would you take seat number 5, please?
All right, we got another good juror.
Good.
But law enforcement background. I got some more Leos inside there. So
All right. Anybody else who does not reside in Kenosha County? Anyone who is unable to read, speak, and understand the English language? I guess it's a little late for that, but I'll ask anyway.
this is the
I have to
this is the
Um,
jury. This is what you're supposed to ask
Is there
when
anyone
they
who's
first
taking
get there.
medication at this time
Yeah.
which could cause
Take
drowsiness
medication.
or impair reasoning power or judgment?
Why were these questions not asked at the start? It's a party in here. Hey, Triton. But like more to the North Dakota. Damn, they can't catch a break. Oh God, what's happened now? Like what is he doing? How are they had 100 and something people in this jury room, and just now they're asking this question. And more to the point, Chat's right. How the hell do you answer the question? Do you speak and do you properly speak and read and write English? If they're not asking that question in other languages, like you know, without trying to sound racist, there could be a Mexican sitting on that jury that doesn't speak a lick of English, that just gets by with, you know, yes, si, no. Like 31 of 70 cars derailed in a hazmat incident. Oh, fuck. Okay.
Just imagine how many
only
people you get
medication
out.
that could
You
cause
do this
drowsiness,
is the first. These should be your first 5 questions.
impair your reasoning power
Yeah.
or your judgment. What's up? The migraine medication.
I'm on cocaine right now, Judge.
Migraine medication. It's number 15. And
I wouldn't call it medication, Judge, but it's methamphetamine.
okay, now I will tell you, it depends on how drowsy you, because there are some lawyers. You wouldn't need any narcotics to put. They wouldn't take any narcotics to put you to sleep. If they were talking, you go to sleep. So it's that pronounced. Okay.
Is that
And you're
pronounced?
on the medication at this time, or if you took it, if you got a headache, you would.
I would take it.
Okay, I'm going to leave that for examination by the lawyers. I don't, and I think too.
Oh,
Wait,
you
gotta,
make
wait,
some
peremptory. Are
I
you
don't know,
serious?
So she's got
crazy.
to.
hopefully
If
there
she
won't
gets a
be an issue,
headache,
but
she'll take a
let's hope for the
prescription
best.
med that can knock her out.
Anybody else on the medication?
you imagine
But why don't you
Really?
excuse her though? The judge needs to let this woman go.
I mean,
He's
oh,
gonna
there's
force
another
her
hand
to
on
use a
medication?
challenge on her. Oh my God.
That's not okay. Like in my book, that's not.
I don't hear you,
okay.
ma'am. I don't hear you. I'm not hearing you. 39, and what were you saying?
Judge has to dismiss himself for not hearing.
I can hear it.
No, then you don't have to.
Almost
Question
allowed an
is,
Indian dot
is
not
it
feather
likely to
spoke like
cause you to
25% English.
become sleepy?
Almost
Yeah,
was
is it
wanting to get a
guaranteed to cause
translator
you to
before
feel
they
sleepy?
finally dismissed them. This was the Potter trial. Jesus.
Will it interfere with your reasoning power or your judgment? Okay. Now we do keep an eye, believe it or not, on the jurors.
We're
to
gonna
make sure
watch
nobody's
and see if
taking
you
them off.
pass out.
It can happen.
You'll be wired to an
And,
electrical prod on your
And
seat.
also, if somebody feels that,
I'm gonna press a
coming on,
button if
don't
you fall
hesitate to let
asleep,
us
and it's
know,
gonna send a mild electric
because
shock up
we
your
can take a
ass.
break if it's only involving 5 minutes or maybe a little longer, and we can deal with that. Or if it's
Nate, have you ever had a medicine make you drowsy?
Push-ups here.
Yes. Did it last only 5 minutes?
We will.
No.
We want to make sure everybody.
Yes, Triton. This is past Nick. I'm live. They're not. Hence the.
Can fulfill
Look at your 5 minutes to
his duty and
relax.
responsibility.
Give
And-
5 minutes
woman,
to
it's
sober
like
up.
it
Sure.
only lasts 5 minutes. Are you
just
done
having
for the day?
something that causes you to have to take medication, we don't-
Those background
I
noises
want-
are so great.
Unless it's.
Yeah,
going to be
I don't know
interference.
what.
So
Is the
we're
judge
gonna
getting
hope for the
super
best.
chats? I don't know.
You
You gotta learn that.
Just let us know, or if you have need a bathroom break,
To me,
something like that. Just get.
I've
the
only had
attention of
that
me, the
reaction.
clerk, or
I have
one of the bailiffs,
narcolepsy,
and we'll
and
take care of it if necessary.
my doctor
Any question
prescribed me
about that?
Adderall
You've been
one
very
time.
cordial and
I
kind
took
with me,
one
and
one
I'm
dose
done,
of Adderall,
finally.
and I was
So
holding
let's,
my
turn to
kid
the
at the time. He was
prosecution,
less
and,
than
Mr.
one,
Mayor,
and my wife was
jury is
sitting there. I
yours.
said, I need you to take the baby. She's like, what? I'm like, take the baby. And she comes and grabs him, and I fell
yeah, I thought
into
that was
my
taking her.
chair, and I was
Oh,
asleep and not able to be woken up for like 3 to 4 hours. Like, it was so I never took Adderall again because of that.
Yeah,
But
fair
Yeah, I
call.
would never
it was
take
like
either. That's
this is not a 5-minute issue when a medicine knocks you out, you know?
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah. I think he knows that too, but I think he knows
Yeah.
that sometimes these jurors get, trying to play the game. You know what I mean?
Well, I took some NyQuil and I got really tired once. Like, okay.
That's what he's trying. He's trying to get out the whole. Oh yeah, so you're taking an aspirin and you're all right. 5 minutes, right? You need 5 minutes. We give you 5 minutes. No, if
Yeah.
somebody's really taking some medicine, they wouldn't say 5. They would do 5 minutes. Oh no, John, I'm out for the rest of the day generally. But
Yeah,
somebody
I think,
who actually takes the medication would know that though.
Oh shoot, I wasn't paying attention. Do we have a break again?
Yeah, because the lawyers now are going to question. They got 34 in the box, so now the
Yeah.
lawyers are going to question to see if they can knock those down to 20, which could possibly be done today. But obviously, the ones who I know are going. You got the Adderall lady, right? The one that's I take
You can't-
medication
yeah, you-
could fall out
You
of
can't
time.
keep her.
She's got to go.
You can't have someone sleeping during testimony, and testimony is going to get boring. She's got to go.
What's the other one? The other one, the one that was like, hey, I think he's in it. The whole Kyle may be innocent and all this. That's
Yeah.
another one that's got to go. But I think the prosecutor's going to have to just challenge this woman. They're probably going to question her first to get her judge to see if they can get her out for cause. The issue is if you can get her out for cause, then you don't have to waste one of your 7 peremptory
Not
challenges.
as far as I'm aware.
So I'm assuming they're going to question her to see if they can get her for cause. If they can't get her for cause, she's got to go no matter what. The defense.
Thankfully, I'm not quite that out of it. Testosterone raging. Someone asked whether or not methamphetamine. How do you sleep on it? Methamphetamine, things like Ritalin, things like there are any number of drugs out there that, whilst they do something to regular people, if you actually have the Like, I know someone that tried speed and it had no effect on them whatsoever because they have an actual mental disorder that it corrected for them. They thought that they hadn't actually bought drugs. Give it a week. This one won't keep in the news cycle very long. The alphabet crew is more protected than blacks. Well, this is true. Set up for 8 days on acid when I was a kid. Jesus, Bifronts. Holy crap. Point is, you can take these drugs and still like be knocked the fuck out.
Defendants, I want to see what the defense attorney, because really they have a lot of good jurors on there. A lot of the people who knew those, especially the ones who have personal relationships even passively with law enforcement, those are people who we'd rather want on the jury. So the ones that were like, I'm in the church with, the detective's wife, and I know this. Those are people, I want those people on the jury, right? So
the overwhelming majority of people who start with "I go to church with," you want on this jury. Like
those are on the jury. Yeah,
you want that, yeah. You want people who have a sense of moral obligation and justice. Now, the rare personality is the person said, "No, I believe firmly in thou shalt not kill being an absolute," and that, obviously you don't want that person, but generally speaking, especially in a place like Wisconsin, a church-going suburbanite is going to be an ideal candidate for probably favorable to Kyle's case, for the most part.
Yeah, right.
Or at least favorable to his disposition.
Over from the other building. Is there any one of you who has a religious or moral objection to the taking of an oath? Okay, would you all please raise one of your hands to signify?
By the way, objecting to taking an oath will not get you out of jury duty. They will just ask you to promise instead.
Yes. It's the difference between swearing and affirming.
That's a nice sweater she's got on.
Yeah, good pattern.
All right, and then did you folks resolve that issue?
Uncivil Law was commenting earlier. He really likes the judge's tie.
It is a nice tie.
He's opened up.
I don't know with the navy with the black robes though.
Yeah, that's true.
You generally try and go with something a little more colorful when you're wearing a straight black suit too.
I don't like the camera pan on the sidebar. I get you don't want us reading lips or whatever, but it is weird.
I wish you could listen to the sidebars to see the. But so just so everybody understands, they got the new jurors. So they have some new jurors coming in to see if they can cycle them in.
57. But I'm going to excuse you, sir. You're excused, and call the. You're going to get a letter about future jury service. Okay, thank you, sir.
Which one was 57?
I forgot which one was that.
The bailiff's going to give you a letter. Thank you, sir.
You got out today, but you got to come back.
Yeah, he had something where you can't be here today. But
we don't need a number, do we?
It's not like a great excuse to exempt you
Mr.
from
Binger,
service entirely.
It's all yours.
Oh, see, I was thinking it sounded like they were going to give him a letter to exempt him from future service. I was like, damn, what's this guy done?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tom Binger. I'm one of the prosecutors on the case here, representing the state of Wisconsin. The judge has given you a little bit of information regarding the circumstances surrounding this case, and I just want to ask a few questions regarding the events surrounding the night of August 25th, 2020, and that time period here in Kenosha. I think we're all familiar with the incident on Sunday night, August 23rd, 2020, in which a Kenosha police officer shot a black man by the name of Jacob Blake. There were a series of responses here in our community, which can be labeled a number of different ways. But in generally, we had a lot of people that came out onto the streets protesting. There were riots, there was arson, there was looting. There were a lot of things going on.
Wait a minute.
And I don't want to get into which side or which beliefs were right or wrong.
Okay, so it begins. That familiar tone. And Nick's already laughing at him.
Or anything like that.
Just leave it at protest.
There are constitutional rights to assemble and speech, etc. What I just want to ask is, how many of you came out physically on any of those nights to participate in any of those activities? To protest, to show your support for any particular cause, anything along those lines? I'm not seeing any hands. How many of you have any close friends or family members who came out on any of those nights to participate in any of those events? Maybe to march, maybe to protest, maybe to support one side, one cause, one belief or the other. And again, I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot about what your beliefs are. I just need to know if there was any participation.
Oh, shit. Just knows the names of the victims on Twitter and their ages. Okay, hang on. What was it? Metro Nashville. Okay. Must be a different post because when was that? That was 3 a.m. my time. When's the most recent post? 3 hours, 4 minutes ago. I can't scroll it up anymore. I'm going to have to take the banner off. Give me a second, guys. Okay, the 6 victims fatally shot by the active shooter at Covenant School are identified as Evelyn Dykehouse, Haley Scruggs, and William Kinney, all aged 9. Cynthia Peake, age 61, Catherine Kuntz, age 60, and Mike Hill, age 61. 3 9-year-old children. Bloody hell. Anyway.
Participation. So let's start, and I'm going to do my best to refer to everybody's numbers here, but I got to admit we've changed numbers so many times that I'm not sure I'm going to get them all right. In the back row there, you are in seat number 6. I think you are actually juror number 39. Is that right? Okay. Either way, I think we know who you are. You're raising your hand. Can you tell me a little bit about that, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
They have a biracial granddaughter. Don't know what's following.
No, it's fine, Sage. Thanks for letting me know.
What'd you say?
I don't know, but she's crying.
No, but we wanted to, she has, his cards are living with, white red hair and still building her card. And this is something that we allowed to do with another family members that had, and it was kind of
I can't hear shit, but all this talking and then the way he's looking, I'm thinking bouncer. Let's keep it moving.
Well, prosecutor wants her, but defense is going to
So I
strike
just
her
want
unless
to
the
follow
judge
up.
bounces
So
her.
your granddaughter did participate in some of the marching or protests, things like that? Okay.
So why did she not answer to the question
Thank you.
before?
Is there anything about your granddaughter's involvement in that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
a little bit, I'm sorry.
Okay.
A little bit.
All right. Now, I think the judge has already kind of gone through the whole discussion of how we're going to be hearing testimony and evidence.
If you're the defense, you would bounce
only
her,
at
right?
the end of that and hearing the
If you're the judge and you hear a little bit, you shouldn't you bounce her as the judge?
Will the jury be in a position to make a decision here? Do you think that you'll be able to keep an
this is the
open
question
mind,
to
listen to
determine
all
that.
the
The
evidence and
defense definitely
testimony,
bounces this
follow the judge's instructions?
But
and
she
only
says
make the
yes to
decision
this question.
at the end of the case?
He can't bounce her.
You don't know? You don't
So
think
she
you'll be
gets
able to
bounced
keep
now.
an open mind throughout?
She gets bounced.
Oh,
Okay.
awesome.
Bounce her. She's got to get bounced.
Do you feel,
Of
to
course.
use one of the judge's questions, do you feel that you're not going to be as fair as some of the other jurors that are sitting around you?
9 years old.
You feel that way? Okay.
That means she's
Your Honor,
gone, and that means he doesn't
I
waste
don't know
one of
that
those challenges.
This
too.
juror can be fair, so I think it'd be appropriate to strike her for cause.
There you go.
Mr. Richards, Mr. Shropsy. Thank you.
Yeah, no
ma'am.
objections
Good job.
from the defense.
Well,
My
of course.
daughter marched and I'm
shocked.
Sure, we want to run a jury. We object to that.
Number
that one
58,
line.
please.
I'd be of a mind to bounce anybody who is crying at all. In a jury.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
okay,
right.
I don't want you.
Raise your hand.
No
and
matter
answer
what
to
the
any of the
issue is.
question asked so far.
If they're going to be that emotional going
Okay.
into it,
Are
yeah,
you able
wholeheartedly
to
agree.
shed those views and decide the case exclusively as you hear and see the evidence in this case? Okay, you may be examined.
He
further.
said he's
Thank you.
expressed
Please take
opinion,
seat
so he's
number,
probably shared something on
6.
social media somewhere.
Well,
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I had asked a question about whether or not you had friends, close friends or family members that had participated in any of the events here in Kenosha. And we already spoke to one of the jurors. I know there were a few other hands that I missed. So if you could just raise your hands again so I get everybody. Okay, in the front row here, I think you are juror number 23.
Yeah.
Okay.
My son went down there. Went, but they got into it, so it's not gonna affect me.
Sure.
Like, you know,
Was that on the Tuesday night, August 25th, when the incident in this case occurred, or was it a different night? Do you remember?
I honestly do not know. There were a couple things that he went out and checked things out. I don't know which specifically.
Okay. Thank you very much.
you bounce her.
Did you have
if you're
your
the
hand up, ma'am?
defense.
Okay, you're seated, for the record, you're seated in
Her
juror
son was
24, but I
there?
think you're juror number 40, is that
Yeah.
right? Okay.
A couple of times too.
Some friends from church did, church service.
Okay, out front of where? Oh, okay. Do you remember what night that would have been? Okay. Did you participate in that at all? Okay. Would that affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror here? Okay, thank you.
The first one, I think the defense.
Was there anyone else's? Okay, juror number 29.
Yeah.
Second one, you can take a risk on.
I'm not sure if you're just referring to the evening or during the day, but those guys.
At any time.
So
Yeah.
we was boarding up buildings downtown. and they were downtown.
You personally were? Okay. Were those businesses that you knew, like the owners, or were involved with in any way, or just? Okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay, thank you.
That's a prosecution
Anyone
strike.
else's
I think.
hands
She
that I
knows the owner of
missed?
businesses subject to
Okay, thank
rioting and
you.
looting.
Yeah, you got to kill it. Yeah.
So,
you can't get it for, you got to try to get it for cause.
Yeah.
Juror 29 touches on a subject that I wanted to get to next, which is that we,
There it is.
I think, are all familiar with the fact that during this sequence of events, there were a lot of properties and businesses here in the community that were
Circle right back
damaged.
to her.
Some were
See if we can get
destroyed
it
with
for
fires.
cause.
Others were the subject of looting or burglaries, things like that. So what I want to ask, first of all, is how many of you
Hereditary
were personally
sedentary says,
affected
how are these
by
personally
any
affected
of the
people on the jury?
arson, violence,
Because the jury
looting,
pool is
rioting, whatever you want to call it,
and this affected
where
the whole
your
community.
property, your
Short
home,
answer.
your business, anything like that was personally affected by it?
The people in the community, this was a
Anyone?
mass rally. So
No hands.
the people in that community are the people in the
Do
jury.
any of you have any close friends or family members whose property, your home, their homes, their
No one
businesses,
personally
etc.,
affected
were
by
directly
this
affected by
in
any
the
of
room
the
right now. That's pretty
violence,
crazy.
any of the property damage that occurred around this period of time? Okay, I see a couple of hands. Let me start in the back row there.
Those
I
people gotta
believe
either be
that you are in
bounced.
seat number
Gotta be
3,
trying to
but you
bounce
are
those
juror
people.
number 43. Is that right? Okay.
And my daughter had a business downtown. It was avoided that.
It's subsequently closed?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there any actual property damage to the business? Okay. What was it that caused it to close?
Just lack of, people were going downtown.
Sure. Okay.
That area.
Sure, I understand.
Probably
is there
gone.
anything about that experience that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. Could you pass the microphone to juror number 4 next to you? Did you raise your hand, sir?
Yeah, she's got to go.
I have some coworkers that actually live apartment buildings right real close to the car dealer and a couple other places where our construction started on fire. So there's
It's called rioting.
so there's a mandatory evacuation of those apartments. So they had to find other coworkers that could put them up on the also.
Okay. And what part of town was that specifically?
I believe
Coworkers
it's,
are kind of attenuated.
Okay. Is there anything about the experiences that your coworkers had that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
just how crazy they said everything was when they came.
Okay.
That's a bad,
Okay.
that's a bad
And do you believe
prosecution.
that that
That's a
would,
bad job for the
affect your ability
prosecution,
to be a fair
though.
and
Right? He's
impartial
already got negative things about the whole thing.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
a
I saw at
probable
least one
bounce
other
from the
hand somewhere,
prosecutor.
but maybe I missed it. Okay. Juror number 40.
You know,
It would probably not affect
sorry?
it. Sure.
you know,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
some friends from church.
Was that the one down in 60th?
I believe so.
Okay. And you said these the people that owned it were friends of yours from church? Okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. Anyone else whose hands I missed with regard to the question of whether or not you have close friends or
So
family
all
members?
those people who
had
said yes to
homes,
that
property,
question,
businesses, et
the
cetera, that were
prosecutor is
damaged
probably
or
going to
affected
be
or,
very likely to challenge that, to
burglarized
try
or
to get
anything
them
like
off
that
the
during
jury.
all of
Yeah,
these events.
they're penciled in.
I'm not seeing any other hands. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Unless you get somebody just more crazier than
I
those.
believe
Those are
the
like
judge
the
may have already
40
asked
in
this
the
question,
target.
but is there anyone in the group of 34 that is not currently a resident of Kenosha County? And I asked because we've had a couple of already, so I just want to make sure. All right. I want to continue along the line I was just getting at about the property damage that occurred to some parts of our community. And I know that there were many people who live in our community who felt vulnerable, who felt scared about what might be happening to them, to their homes, to their property. I know
Everybody
juror
was
number
like,
29 already mentioned.
Were any of
helping
you
board up,
scared?
some
Scared
local
like little
businesses.
babies hiding in
So
your houses?
I want to
like
ask this
cowards?
question. How many of you yourselves personally took steps to protect yourself, your family, your home, your business during that period of time? That can range from boarding up windows to moving and staying someplace else. Some people decided
These are
to
great
take
questions.
steps to protect themselves with firearms or other defensive weapons, things like that. How many of you personally decided that you needed to take those steps during that period of time to protect yourself, or your family, your home?
This is a
your
good
business?
Anybody who says yes to this question is probably going to get
Try and
bounced.
remember all the hands here, but if I forget, I'll come back to you. Let's start in
Yeah,
the
you
back
took
row
that
there.
video one,
Juror
you
number
went
43.
way more than 7 strikes. I don't know what to do about this.
I was protecting myself the best way I knew how. I just go home, stay home, take go anywhere.
I won. I don't think I've had on.
And he got a lot of
Thank you.
hands up too.
Could you pass the microphone to juror number 4 next to you? Yes.
Well, if the standard is I protected myself by going to my house, that's not the worst thing.
Yeah. But what he's trying to do is who is fearful, who is afraid, because those are people who will be more sympathetic to Kyle, right? That's the reason why.
Or
anything else on that one?
Or people who say, you know, I sat down, I loaded up my shotgun and got ready in case anyone came
I
in.
believe you're juror number 58.
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay.
Those are the people you want to get off of course.
Do you have? Okay, I was going to ask you. Do you have family out there? Okay, thank you.
His family left the county for the
All
entire
right.
night.
Let's stay in the jury
that
box
didn't look
here
like
while
straight
we're all
coke in
close
his
by.
glass.
I believe that was there anyone else in the jury box itself that had other hand raised? Okay. Juror number 14. Okay.
We just spent a few nights at my place of employment when they were going after school.
And where do you work at? Okay. And so you were concerned about possible damage to the church or looting or something like that?
We just heard the rumors.
Okay, thank you. I believe that,
He's gone.
I don't have everybody's numbers here. Are you juror number 46? Okay, thank you.
I went to my sister's house in Gurney. Stayed there for a few days.
Okay, thank you.
I love how none of these people are personally affected, but all of
where
these
else? Let's
people,
see.
like,
Do we
they
have
didn't
any
answer the
hands,
personally
in the
affected
jury
question,
box
but they're
or
all like,
the front
I
row?
traveled out of
Let's do the
state,
front row
I went to a
here.
different
Raise
county.
your hand in the front row. Okay,
Like, you are
juror
affected.
23.
Like this one left. I saw my sister.
Oh, this lady's gone.
Okay. So
What's she saying?
am I correct in assuming that you didn't have a gun before this, but you decided to purchase one during this period of time?
Oh yeah, she's gone.
She's gone.
Gone immediately.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Maybe this might be
jury number 25.
That's
Raise
the
your hand,
cause. That's an automatic strike. She's gone for sure.
No way in hell are you letting someone on the jury that bought a gun after the.
Is exercising a constitutional
riots.
right a for-cause
Sure.
dismissal, though?
Did
I
you
don't
ever have
think
any
so.
problems? Okay,
You can.
that's good.
Yeah, because you can dismiss.
All right,
for anything,
and then over
unless
here
it's
in the
race,
chairs, I know
because
there's
that's a
hands,
Bivens
and I'm
hearing.
sorry I
So
didn't
you
catch
can't just say
everybody.
based
Let's
on
start in the
race or
far
gender.
corner there, juror number 11.
Well, you can
I
say
believe.
Is that
when they got the gun.
Bivens? Bivens is the race jury trial, right?
No, it's not. I thought it was a Batson trial.
Batson. Not Bivens.
Yeah.
Batson. Yeah, Batson was the
Thank you.
Hold our cards.
strike all the
back
black
at
jurors.
house,
Yeah.
And we closed our doors, made sure everything was locked. We also had a gun for protection. And we moved, we had
Probably
a blue light
gone.
up in front of our house
Yeah.
in support of the police.
Prosecution
But
probably
decided
gone.
We're concerned about the safety of our home and
Yeah.
replaced that with a regular bulb.
Yeah, a lot of safety, a lot of
All right, thank you
scared, a
very
lot of
much.
this.
Who else?
That's the
Right
perfect,
in front of you there is
juror
juror number 22.
for Rittenhouse. We were scared. We were they were
Yes,
around us. We took all these precautions.
Striking all the black jurors is very unreasonable, but striking all of the Arabic jurors, I mean, that
all right,
is-
was there anything
that
else
shouldn't
that you
be
did
bad.
personally
I'm just
other than
kidding.
that?
That's a joke.
Okay, thank you. I know
yeah,
there are hands. I'm sorry.
no.
Let's go to.
If you consider he's Iranian, though.
Are you?
No, I'm just kidding.
Got my numbers here. Are you? Wait. Yes. Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to follow the map here. Yes.
All our neighbors got together.
Actually, I'll mute because I'm going to make a hell of a lot of noise. Sorry, peeps.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else over here in the chairs whose hand I missed?
Yeah, the 2 gun owners got to go for
Okay.
the
Was there
prosecution.
anyone else in the
If
whole
the judge
group?
doesn't
Anyone
dismiss
else
the
whose hand I
prosecutor's
missed
going to
on
bring
that?
strikes on
kind of jumped
anybody
around
who
with
says
it.
they have
Sorry.
a gun for self-defense in this case.
Thank you.
Or went and got the gun
Now-
because of what they saw. Yeah.
Doubly so.
There were many
Yeah.
reactions to the shooting of Jacob Blake by a Kenosha police officer. And I think we can all agree there were people that felt that they wanted to exercise their constitutional right to assemble peaceably and protest. Is there anyone who feels that it would be inappropriate for citizens to take to the streets and peacefully protest what they consider to be something that was unjust? Is there anyone who feels that that is inappropriate? Okay. Does everyone understand the difference between that and taking violent actions such as property damage, arson, looting, things like that? Does everybody understand that there's
Shauna says, isn't it sad that people are getting booted off jury duty for being scared of violent riots because it may make them sympathetic to the guy who got attacked by rioters and is now on trial? Yep. It's actually rather sad. All right, we're coming up on 5 hours. Yeah, we still got time.
there's a big difference between those two things? Okay. Can we all agree
Yes,
that
this
human
is Binger
life
that's talking now.
is more valuable than property? Is there anyone who disagrees with that statement?
But this has nothing to do with that, though.
Is it a Lamborghini, sir?
Now, I've heard some of you mention that you.
I think that was just a ridiculous
either,
question. That was a
used
throwaway.
a
That was
gun for
stupid
personal
anyway.
protection or acquired a gun during this time period. And what I want
He's
to ask
trying to get
is,
that
how many of you
whole-
would consider
Kyle was
yourselves to
defending
be
a parking lot with
familiar
lethal force
with
there.
firearms?
Yeah.
Have a personal
That's how you
experience,
throw it
personal
out there.
familiarity with that.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm seeing quite a few hands. All right. How many of you personally
Have you seen how hard it
are
is to get a PS5 right now? I mean,
seeing a few hands on that one. All right. How many of you have, at some point in your life, either personally gone through certification to become a hunter when you were younger, like a teenager, for example, or maybe you've had your son or daughter go through that to become certified to go hunting when they're
He's
underage?
going after the
How many
gun
of you
nuts.
have ever gone
He's
through that
going
yourself?
after the gun nuts.
Okay.
That's all these questions about the gun. The gun.
anybody
Has
who has
anyone
a gun,
here
he's going to
ever
try and get out of here.
become certified to become an EMT, an emergency medical technician?
That's a good question. Because
Juror
Kyle
number
couldn't have been
13.
certified as an EMT because he was 17, even though he said he was. But
right.
Is that something that you are currently
Interestingly,
certified to
Gaige
do?
Grosskreutz also
And how long
claims to
have
be
you
a
been working as
certified
a paramedic?
EMT.
Really? That's interesting.
In the fire department? And which department is that? Bristol? Okay. And so what did you have to do to become
Hey, Susie
certified
Drug.
to be an EMT? And what did you have to do during that schooling? Now,
But
prior to
I
starting
think
that training, did you have to get a college degree or a high school diploma or anything like that? High school diploma was required for that? Okay.
that's what
And,
this is doing.
you
It's
said you worked as
attacking
a paramedic for
Kyle's
about 6
claim that
years.
he was an EMT.
Were you involved in any of the emergency response to any of the events surrounding August of last year, things like that? I knew they brought in other departments, so I didn't know if you personally were involved in that. Okay, thank you very much.
That's interesting that guy didn't mention
The,
any coworkers who were involved that night.
Incidents in this case
He just said some of
occurred
his coworkers
very
were.
close to this building.
I
Mostly
think
along
Ken's
Sheridan
counseling
Road,
coach made a very good
from
point.
This area down south to about 63rd.
Kyle is actually from
And
another
there's going to be
state.
some discussion in this
So the
case
EMT
of some of
requirements
the
in Wisconsin
locations
may be
of some of
different than the
businesses in
EMT
that area.
qualification in the state he lives in.
Used car dealership.
So
by the
he
name
may
of
be an
Carsource.
EMT in his
They
own
have
state.
a couple of different locations here in the area,
Checking Illinois.
including one at about 59th and Sheridan on the west side of the road.
18
There's
for
another one
Illinois.
at 58th and Sheridan on the east side of the
Okay.
road, and
So
then
he
a
could have
third
been
one
in
down at
Illinois.
63rd and Sheridan.
Interesting.
Is there anyone
Well,
who's
it's certainly gonna be
personally
interesting.
familiar with any of those businesses?
I know some
I think
people
like
talking
a
about
medic,
those
not
before
EMT.
Before all
all
this
this
happened,
quite
because
interesting.
it's maybe been in the news since then. But is anybody personally
I think
familiar with
it's
those
an EMT.
businesses? Anybody shop there, work
EMT
there?
doesn't require
bought a
you to
car
be
from
18
them,
in Wisconsin, though.
walk their lot to look at their cars, anything along those lines?
When do you lifeguard at a pool?
Okay, I'm not seeing any hands.
Wasn't Kyle Rittenhouse didn't he work at a community pool?
I think so.
I would like
But they could have been
all of
That's
you
lifeguards.
who
probably
are
why
seated
he said
here
he was a medic or
to
of
take a
some
look
sort.
around at the other jurors,
It could
the
have been
other
colloquial
34 of
too,
you that
though.
are seated
So you
here.
know what I mean?
And I'm going to ask
He had a
you
go
if you
bag and
know
everything.
any
So
of the other jurors that are around you.
it might just be just some ridiculousness. In other words,
Let's go to.
I can
juror
have a
number
first aid
14.
kit, but may not be a licensed EMT looking to help people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I
He
can be
was a
certified
lifeguard.
CPR on first
And we're not
aid.
going to say names, but I think
He's
you
a
are
lifeguard
juror
at the
number 55,
YMCA.
ma'am. Okay.
So he
So that
probably
means
would be
he's certified as
certified in
first aid and CPR.
Do
Yeah.
you agree that you know him as well?
I do.
Okay, let me start with you. If you are selected to be one of the jurors in this case, we are going to expect that you listen to all the evidence and testimony. And when it comes time to deliberate and make a decision in this case, we would like you to make a decision based on the evidence, the testimony in the case, the instructions of the judge. And jurors, of course, are expected to discuss it when they're deliberating, listen to each other's
I
opinions.
gotta go pick up the
et cetera.
babies because it's almost
But
3 o'clock.
We want your decision
But
to
listen,
be made
bro,
based on what
this
happens
was
here in the courtroom, not
fantastic, man.
something outside the
You're gonna be
courtroom.
doing this again tomorrow, right?
I don't know the relationship.
You're doing this
between
all
you,
week?
I'm going to
but
try and cover
hypothetically, if
every
one of
minute of
you
the
was
trial pretty
boss
much.
and one was
Except
the
Thursday, I'll have some
employee,
trouble.
there could be a danger.
Well, God
that
bless you, brother.
the
God
employee may
bless.
not want to side against the boss
Good luck.
because when
And
you
we'll
leave this
see if we're
trial,
right.
then
If we're
that could have been your
prediction
point. I
acquittal.
don't
My
know the
prediction,
situation, and I
except for
don't
the
need to
last
know
two
that. What I'm
charges.
just
Last
getting
two
at
charges,
is,
I think they got.
do you believe
Acquittal.
that
I think you're probably right, man.
both were on this
I
jury?
think so.
That you'd be
Guys,
able to
check
put
out
aside
Nate
your
the Lawyer on
personal
YouTube. You can
relationship
click on his
and make
name
your
in the
own
description of
decision
this
without
stream, and it'll take you
considering
right to his channel.
outside
Go
things that
subscribe
you
to
may
him.
have with the other juror. Does that make sense?
Thanks, guys. Later, Nick.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask you the
brother.
same question, juror number 14. Would you agree with that as well? Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the panel that knows any other jurors? Okay, thank you.
That was
We
great
had
having Nate on
a
for the
juror
show.
who
Nate's good,
has since
good
been
dude.
excused.
Very
who made
reasonable,
a comment
smart guy,
that,
lots of experience.
leads
Check
into
him
one
out
of my
for sure.
questions. And as I understood that juror's comment, it was something to the effect of, she has a lot of friends and family who have strong opinions about the case. And she felt like she would make a decision in this case based on what she already knows or the opinions she's already heard, and wouldn't be able to put that aside. The judge has alluded to the fact that this is a case that has a lot of attention to it. And I think we've picked up on the fact that there are a lot of people with strong opinions one way or the other. And obviously, no one's heard any testimony or evidence yet. So the facts aren't in.
Lovely
But
lady Overlaw'd
what I'm
bringing some
getting
coffee
at
and
because you all may have friends or family that know about this case, who you've already talked to about this case, and they may have their own opinions. We want you to make the decision. Those friends and those family aren't here. We're going to be asking you as the jurors to make the decision based on the evidence. Everybody else out there hasn't heard the evidence. And whatever they're reading in the newspapers or seeing on the media or whatever is not evidence. So sometimes, as one juror has already alluded to, that can put someone in a little bit of a difficult position where you feel like if I decide one way, it might
there you
make
go.
all of my friends or family upset
I am.
because they
I'm very
disagree with me,
spoiled.
or vice versa. I don't know. So my question is there any one of you who feels that you're in a group of friends or family, or you've got people that you know who are just so dead set on one side or the other of this case?
So this is
that
what he's trying to
you'd
root
be
out are the
afraid
people who said they have friends.
make a decision.
They
this trial.
have a friend
And then
group
have to
that's
face
talked
that.
about this.
Have to
and
go home at the end, and they're
I go to
confronting you, like,
college
well,
and
why
all
did you
my
find
friends are a
this,
bunch
that,
of
or the other
liberal
thing
lib cucks or
when
whatever that is. That's
we
what he's
disagree
trying
with
to get because
Is there
that's
anybody
not
who would be
dismissible for
uncomfortable,
cause,
be
but they might want to
worried
extend a
about the
strike on it.
consequences
Still
of
pencil them
making
down.
a decision in this case because you're worried it might be unpopular with the people that you know? Okay, ma'am, I think you are juror number 15. Is that right? Okay, thank you.
Really care about my friends.
Hmm.
But my husband.
Okay.
I have to live with him. And he is very opinionated and he has his mind made up. I would not want to go home with a decision that would result against this.
I understand, and we certainly don't want to cause your divorce.
Well, no, both ends of course, so this is the second.
Well,
At least she's damn honest.
Anyway, my point is, I don't want to do anything to cause any friction in your marriage. If I could just have you hold on to that for one more second. The judge has already advised all of you that you are to not discuss the case when you go home at night. And I can understand that that might be difficult in some circumstances.
It's really difficult to not discuss
Do you
a
feel
case
like
with your
you'd have some
spouse.
difficulty with that in your?
I remember as a kid, my mom was on a first-degree murder, a capital murder charge down in Texas, and she did
And I
not
don't
discuss
need to
the
know
case
which
with my
side
dad
or what his
until
opinion
after
is.
the trial
My
was
point
over.
is in asking this question.
I
ma'am, is
distinctly remember when the trial
I
was
don't
over because I
want
remember her then
jurors to feel
discussing
that
it with my
pressure
dad.
and have it influence their decision. Your decision should be based on the evidence, the law in this case, what you hear in the courtroom, and not on what you're worried about someone else might think.
I
So,
think they were
do you
sequestered
feel
for
like your situation
just
with your
jury
husband
deliberations
would
in that
affect your
case.
ability to be a
They were
fair and
not
impartial
sequestered the
juror
whole
in this
time, I
case?
don't think. I'll have to ask her.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I have to. I understand. Thank you for being honest. I appreciate that. That's sometimes hard.
No. My
to
mom was
talk about
on
these things that
was
can
a
make people
juror.
uncomfortable, and I'm sorry I had to
A
put you on the spot
juror,
there,
not
but
charged with
I
first-degree
do
murder.
appreciate
Yeah,
your
I was gonna say
honesty, and I do
phrasing.
appreciate everybody here has been so forthcoming and open.
And the guy was
and
sentenced to
forthright about
death.
their opinions
He
and
was
their
also
experiences
released
and
from
things like
prison
that,
and
I'm sorry I had to
is
put you on
out
the spot
free
like
in the
that,
world
but I
right
hope you
now.
understand how important it is that we hear that. Your Honor, I would move to excuse juror
Appeals
number
work
15,
apparently.
based on laws.
So objection? Yes. Yeah.
Guys, just a quick reminder: if you haven't liked the stream, I do like the encouragement,
Juror number 15.
so we can be back here tomorrow
So
or the day after, and the
you
day
have
after that.
concerns, and I couldn't see you, but I could hear you. You have concerns about how your spouse would react to a certain verdict that you gave? Okay. Would that feeling or your concern, would that sway how you view the evidence in the case?
That's pretty freaking obvious.
Defense wants this witness.
So if you, whatever the evidence is, and you have a strong belief in one side or the other, if that is in opposition to what you believe your husband believes, would that have an impact on you being able to say, this is my honest opinion as to what I believe? So if you, it's okay.
She already said she's not going to be impartial, so she's probably going to go.
The juror has stated she's upset now. So I think it's best to move on to something else, and then we can come back to this later. I'm not trying to curtail your examination.
The
But let's
juror
see what
is
goes.
upset now.
Thank you. But
She's
So-
what? She's
So move her
can't do
on.
it. So
We've
she's
already put one juror on the spot,
Good
so
Lord.
I'll move on. Is there anyone else who feels similarly? Is there anyone else who's worried that you would be put in a situation where you might be making a decision and then you might be returning to folks that
the long and short is
be dealing
that
with
lady
some
should be
tension on
gone.
that?
I mean,
Okay, I see a few more hands, so I appreciate
She
that.
said she
Let me
can't
try
be
and go
impartial.
in
Get her
similar
out.
logical order here. I believe you are juror number 46. Is that right? Okay.
I'm borderline respect. I'm sorry, I'm a gossip. I don't think I can be quiet.
I'm a gossip. Oh my.
Okay.
These people. Have you
Sure,
tried
and
not
that's great.
being a gossip
Wonderful.
because the
Good to have
Bible
that
says
support
so?
And that relationship. It's hard. This is a case that's, I think.
It's funny. It's almost as if
probably
Nick
walking
has an
in the courtroom
opinion on
today was
things.
wondering if this is where you were going to be at, and here you are. And I think everybody's acknowledged that we all knew about this before today, and it's gotten a lot of coverage.
200 watt studio. I
And
haven't missed your super chat.
There's
I'm going to do all of them.
there is a natural tendency to want to talk about any case that any juror is on, but particularly one like this. So I respect that and I understand that. The judges talked a lot about the requirements of being a juror in this case, and some of them seem a little draconian, a little illogical, maybe a little unfair, but they're the rules. And there are good reasons why these rules exist. And I think we all understand that. Sometimes it can be a lot to ask, but it's a requirement. And it's important because we want to get the decision based on only what's happening in the courtroom. And as the judges already explained, there's a lot of other things out there in the world that may not be accurate. And we want to make sure we get the best decision for everybody. It's fairness to the defendant, it's fairness to the state, it's fairness to the community. This is the process we use. And it's a very, very important one. It's a long time honored one. But it requires the jurors to accept that limitation. It requires the jurors to go home and do exactly what the judge said, which is, if you talk about it, we're in big trouble. And I think we've all picked up on the fact that you don't want to be in trouble with Judge Schrader. So can you do that? Is it too much to ask? I mean, you can talk about the weather. You can talk about the Milwaukee Bucks. You can talk about Chicago Bears. You can talk about kids. You can talk about school. You can talk about whatever. Just not anything.
Again, as a lawyer who can't discuss a lot of things that people talk to him about in the context of law, and you'd be surprised how many people talk to me about things in the context of legal advice, even now that I'm not super enthusiastically practicing.
I can do that to one person. No phone, no TV.
Oh, he can sequester individual jurors. I was wrong about that. My bad.
Oh, there you go. From talking under those circumstances, if that's the alternative.
What one?
I don't want to be sequestered.
Pogo one?
I was just going to be really honest.
And that's exactly what Vermont. And bless your soul, that's exactly, you're the ideal juror in that respect. But you do need to understand that we mean it about these rules, and you simply cannot do it. And that's all there is to it. And we all have to live life with its limitations and resist some of our impulses. And
Lady Rackets had to find the Pogo Star Trek song.
I'll try.
No.
Shout out to Pogo.
I'll just tell my sister.
Uncivil law, I've never heard of a one-juror sequester
Tell her
either.
to call me and I'll explain why. All right. All right.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I know there were a couple other hands that I missed. Was there someone in the front row? Okay,
Taking phone,
Yeah,
internet,
data
sure,
contact
sure,
away.
go ahead.
Yes. I just had to.
Yeah, that would be that would easily be torture for certain gossips. Say hello to the lovely wife. Shall do. Thank you very much, Secret Squirrel. Jason, stand alone on wanting to be wrong way you said it. Next prediction: the media will apologize for misgendering the mass murderer. Oh. Anyway, moving on.
She just didn't remember it was Pogo who
I
did
have,
it.
which is kind of like IBS, but it's more of an anxiety problem. So
You just say you had IBS, but it's more of an anxiety problem?
I get chest pain and pressure in my ear.
You're having chest pains and pressure to your eardrums from a court hearing?
So I'm fearful that it's going to cause lapses.
Send him to a GP. Get it signed off on. That sounds like bullshit to me.
Because I'm focusing a lot more on.
Thank you for sharing that. Are you okay right now?
No, that's why I brought it up.
Have you had trouble following the things we've just been talking about?
It's making me more and more anxiety.
Okay.
What's going on worse?
Is there anything you need medically wise, medication, anything like that to help with that?
Prosecution wants people like this.
They just keep saying, whatever.
Okay.
It's not a diagnosis type problem.
Did you identify it as
IBS? Yeah, they said it's a type of irritable bowel.
Yeah, exactly. That's what,
Wait. He's got irritable bowel? Get him out immediately.
Okay, well, of course, if you just start out here, that's okay if there's an issue. But when you were describing the symptoms, you're talking about typical anxiety type symptoms. Yeah, but if it develops into something that would be lower in your system, how much time would you typically have?
Well, once it starts, every 10, 15 minutes, I might have to excuse.
Okay. Okay. Now, is this something that you think could happen and that you're anxious about the could, or are you, or pardon me?
Anxiety usually.
Sure. And the question I have is sometimes the anxiety is the worst enemy because you're concerned that it might happen and that's disabling in itself. And the question I have is, are you anxious that it could happen or that it will happen?
No, it has nothing to do with the anxiety. That's not what causes anxiety. Anxiety causes.
Right.
Exact opposite.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Anxiety makes him poop.
Would you alert us if there's an issue
I'm
that,
feeling
you
anxious.
need to immediately cease what
I
we're doing?
gotta go.
Absolutely.
All right, let's do that, and then we'll see what develops. Okay. And I'm going to ask that you.
When you gotta go, you gotta go.
The question I was
I'm sorry,
getting
when you
at
get
earlier, we had
anxious,
a
is
couple
it
hands
running
already, and I think
or
I missed a
solid?
few hands,
Oh,
so I want
come
to come
on.
back to it because I was asking about whether or not making a decision as a juror in this case would put you in a situation where you might have friends or family members who you'd have to confront afterwards. I think everybody got the gist of that. I believe that juror number 31, did you raise your hand, ma'am? Okay, thank you.
I won't want people to Thanksgiving, which I've done in the past, especially with my family attending, and then my nephew, who was a police officer, now has PTSD over many of these situations. It's just very difficult. Would it make me impartial? No, but it will make it a very uncomfortable Thanksgiving.
Okay, and I just want to make
An
sure I understand what you're saying.
uncomfortable Thanksgiving.
You
Judge
are
ain't gonna strike
concerned
that one.
that if you're a juror and you make a decision one way or the other in this case, that it could cause some discomfort, some awkward interactions with family.
Mind you, if I was the
at the
defense, I'd be striking her.
Okay. And I believe you said that, I think you meant to say that it would not affect your ability to be impartial, but it would be something that would be weighing in your mind. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Okay. So I want to be respectful of the consequences to your family because I certainly don't want the holidays to be any more awkward than they already can be sometimes, right? But do you feel that being worried about how Thanksgiving might be or worried about family would affect your ability to listen to the evidence in this case, follow the judge's instructions, and ultimately reach a decision? Okay, thank you very much. I believe that juror number 50, did you raise your hands too, sir? Okay, thank you.
So I've got a lot of friends on pretty much both sides of the spectrum, including a former roommate, police officer. I guess my thought is there is some bias because I have tons of friends, like I said, both sides.
Sure.
That are very opinionated. And I don't live with most of them anymore. I don't live with the police officer, but I know, I guess, knowing them how opinionated they are might affect my thought process.
Okay.
As well as family members. I know, like my parents, for example, are both sides of the spectrum as well.
Sure. Can I offer a little bit of a silver lining? As a juror in this case, you'll be the expert because you'll have seen all the evidence, right? So now they'll all listen to you because they don't know as much as you, right?
Yeah, that's
the real purpose
that's gonna
behind my
make an
question is I understand that you have folks on both sides, as you put it, that some may disagree with one jury verdict and agree with the other side or whatever, and that's not unusual. Right. But what we're really concerned about is we want your decision to be based solely on what happens in the courtroom and the evidence, the law, the arguments of the attorneys, etc. What we don't want is we don't want a situation where I'll use your Racine police officer roommate, for example, and I don't know, and you don't need to say anything about how that person feels about the case, but we don't want to be putting you in a situation where you're so concerned about what that person thinks, and if I decide this case one way, and then that person, the next time they see me, I'm going to have to deal with all sorts of, arguments or whatever, or support. It could be the other way too. It could be, I'm going to go this way because
Why are you
I want
guys
that
doing
person
this to
to
me? I
support
haven't
what I'm
even
doing,
eaten
and I don't want
anything
to
other than
It
Pop-Tarts.
can work either way. I'm not taking sides. I'm just saying we don't want you to be in a situation where that influences your process of making a decision here in the case. Do you feel that you'd be able to put all that aside and not worry about what they think? They're not the expert, right? Make your own decision, and then afterwards deal with it.
Yeah, I would have no problem making my own decision. I just wanted to bring that to light.
Sure.
So that everybody else can catch it. So there's,
My nose is
Absolutely.
already
And I appreciate that.
approaching
Thank you for being
various
honest.
shades of red that were never known
Was there
to
anyone
humans.
else whose hand I
Prior to
missed on
today.
this question? Okay, I don't think there was. All right, good. In addition to a lot of the publicity that has been out there about this case, there have also been some efforts made to raise money to support the defendant. And there have been some websites that have been created where people can purchase merchandise with his name on it. They can donate to his family or to his legal defense fund or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, because
Is there
someone's gonna
anyone
put their hand up and say,
here
"Oh
who
yeah,
has,
I purchased a
done
whole
any of
bunch of
that
shit."
to support the defendant in this case? Is there anyone who knows anyone, friends, family members, anyone who has done that to support the defendant in this case? I'm not seeing any hands. Okay, thank you. We've got a list from the court of some basic information about all of you. And one of the categories that we get is your occupation. And for a lot of you, I'm able to decipher this and it makes sense to me, but there are some blanks in here that I just want to touch on. So let me just start with, I'm just going to kind of go in order here. I believe, are you juror number 34, sir? Okay. I don't see an occupation listed for you. Are you currently employed? And what did you do before you retired?
I was a food stamp.
Okay. And what was your highest level of education? High school. Okay, thank you. And then let's go to, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. You're right. He's juror 7. You're right. I got the numbers wrong. I think he's juror number 7 and you are juror number 34. Okay. Is that right, sir? You're juror number 7? Yes.
Sorry,
okay.
guys. I forgot. I have a personal matter that has to be taken care of before close of business.
Thank you for
today.
clarifying that, though. This has been a little confusing for all of us, so I'm trying my best to keep up. I've got scribbles all over the seating chart here, so I was kidding Mr. Richards. He's got nice Post-it notes to cover up people, and I wanted to borrow some from him, but anyway. Okay, let's go to juror number 9.
Richard should throw him a stack of Post-it notes and be like, here.
Yes, ma'am. It indicates on my sheet that you are retired, correct?
That's correct.
What did you do before you retired?
I gotta keep trying to believe him, and they're late.
Okay. And what is your highest level of education?
I finished high school. I graduated high school, but I also completed the
Okay. Thank you very much.
Well, to be fair, I'm not.
And if I could just,
so you don't
wait,
need to
hold on.
sleep.
Nope,
Well, I'm really happy about this,
Keep
especially
up
after
here.
being disappointed with me.
All right, let's
just throw everyone in jail. I know, right?
Juror
Just
number
DMing my mom.
26.
Sorry.
I
Oh, good
don't
on
see
you,
anything
Nick.
listed for your occupation. Are you currently employed? What kind of work do you do? Okay. And what is your highest level of education? Okay.
I've got the 3K shot. I've got it right here.
All right. Sorry, I'm just going down the list here. All right, let's see here. Juror number 49, I believe, is in the 3rd row there, the last chair on the left. Yes. You are in what used to be chair number 19. You're juror number 49 for the record, whatever number we want to use. Sir, I don't have anything listed for your occupation. Are you currently employed? No. Are you retired?
No.
Okay.
One
What was
last
your last employment?
idiot says defense question. Have any of you paid your taxes to support the prosecution fund? Your Honor, we vote for mistrial.
doing that. And what is your highest level of education?
Oh, for God's sakes.
Okay, thank you.
Police have a manifesto and maps planning the shooting. They also think their identity might be related to the shooting, but cannot confirm yet. Fuck. How messed up do you have to be to plan out the shooting of 3 9-year-olds? Come on. Which stream is the judge watching during this trial? Probably the Yahoo one at this back then, frankly.
Did he say 14 was his highest level of education? What's 13, 14? What is that? Is that like a trade school? Associate's degree?
He's probably talking about how many years old he was.
Counting here, make sure I'm in the right spot. I believe
Should planning much worse. Oh,
the lady was in seat number 16. You are juror number 55 originally, but now you're in seat 16. Okay. I don't have anything listed for your occupation. Are you currently employed? What was your last employment? Okay. And what is your highest level of education? Okay, thank you. All right. I'd like to follow up on those questions with the jurors. If I could just kind of maybe go in order. I'm going to refer to you by your seat number because it's probably easier than trying to go by number of 50s. Ma'am, in the corner there in seat number 1, what is your highest level of education?
Hey, guys, I'm going to have to step away for just a minute. I'll be right
If
back,
you could just
okay?
pass the microphone to the person on your left.
I'll try and pay a little more attention.
What is your highest level of
Just a
education? Okay, thank you. And yeah, is that easier for you, or should I? Would you prefer I use their original number?
I'll be right back, guys.
So we started with the woman who's in seat number 1 is juror number 41. Is that right? Okay. Juror number 2 is still juror number 2. The woman who is in seat number 3 is juror number 43. Is that right? And what is your highest level of education? I'm sorry? Okay, thank you. And if you could pass the microphone to juror number 4, what is your highest level of education?
High school.
Okay, thank you. And let's see here, in seat number 5, I think you are juror number 56, is that right? And what is your highest level of education? Okay, thank you. All right, and then next to you, I believe, is juror number 58, is that right? And what is your highest level of education?
Master's degree.
Okay, thank you. And then you are what used to be juror 34, but you're in seat 7, so we'll try and keep the record clean here. What is your highest level of education? Okay, thank you. And then if you could pass it to, you are juror number 45, is that right? Okay, thank you.
11.
Okay, thank you. And then you are juror number 9.
Correct.
And I think I already talked to you, didn't I? Okay, we can move on. Sorry about that. And you are juror number 52. Okay. What is your highest level of education? Okay, thank you. And then next to you is juror number 11.
Juror number 11, Facebook.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we just keep the microphone over there if that's easier, and we can go to juror number 22. What is your highest level of education, sir?
2 years.
Okay, thank you. Let me just write that down real quick. Okay, and then juror number 21.
Bachelor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'll probably have to step away again.
And then
in a minute
juror
when I get a
number
phone
20.
call.
Associate degree.
Look, I'm pretty.
And then
important, okay?
you
I have to
are
take some phone
juror,
calls.
I already talked to you, sir. Yes, I'm sorry. Then we are to juror number 18.
Master's degree in progress.
Okay.
A master's degree in progress.
Uh,
Oh, I
give me
thought you
one
were
moment
saying
to
she had a
catch up here.
master's
Sorry, I'm
degree
jumping
in
around.
progress.
All right, you are juror number 46. Yes.
GED.
Okay, thank you.
Hang on.
And then juror number.
So that was purely for clout and for big noting. Because the question was, what level of education have you achieved? She doesn't have a master's yet. It's in progress.
Number 55. I already talked to you, and you are. We'll get back to juror 15. Juror 14.
DEASSBT asked if is there a legit reason he asked this,
Okay,
or is he looking
thank
for
you.
dumb folk to excuse? I think he wants jurors
then
that
juror
skew
number
to higher
13.
education.
Okay.
Higher education jurors in
And then why don't we?
Kenosha,
juror
Wisconsin,
number
are more
12.
likely
Lady
to
first.
be liberal.
Okay. And then juror number 15. Okay, thank you. And then in the front row here, juror number 23.
Associate's degree.
Okay, thank you. And juror number 40.
Bachelor's degree.
And juror number 40, or sorry, 25.
Leon's Law, you're correct.
Thank you.
Higher educated people are dumb when it comes to self-defense.
And juror number
typically
26, I already
speaking.
talked to you.
That
All
is
right.
true.
Yes. Okay. Juror number 27.
Doctorate.
Okay. And juror number 28.
GED was in college.
Okay. And juror 29.
Bachelor's.
Thank you. And juror 30.
GED.
Okay. Thank you. And then we could, I think I did. I'm sorry. Did I talk to you already, sir? Yes, I did. Okay. And then you are juror number, sorry, where are we at here? 54, correct? That's
Come on,
okay,
Bingo,
thank you.
keep it straight.
Oh my gosh.
And you are juror number 50.
Oh,
Okay, thank you.
that lovely neck crack.
And juror number 31. Bachelor's. Okay, thank you.
Is this going to prejudice the jury against each other? Well, hopefully. If we have Lord of the Flies happen in the jury room, that would be great.
Yeah, someone said.
We
can't
talked a
remember-
little
oh,
bit
no, no,
about
it's
the
right.
witnesses and the parties involved in this case. And you have been asked about Assistant District Attorney Jim Krause, who is my co-counsel in this case. But the Kenosha County District Attorney's Office has a number of attorneys and other folks that help us out. And sometimes I'm asked to name all the names of the attorneys in the office. I hope I don't have to do that because I might forget.
AGK,
So
yeah,
let me
this
just
is
ask
from
it this way.
Kenosha.
Is there anyone besides Mr. Krause and myself who you've already been asked about? Does anyone know anyone else who works for the Kenosha County District Attorney's Office? Okay, I see a couple of hands. Let me start in the back there
These
with
should
your
have been
number
preliminary questions.
9, correct? Yes.
Do you know any counsel in this case or any people who work for counsel in this case?
Yes, please.
Kelly Burkbach.
Okay, and how do you know Kelly?
She lives in my subdivision.
Okay. Have you ever talked to her about the work that she does as a prosecutor? Is there anything about that relationship that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay, thank you. And then I believe, oh, I'm sorry, one more hand back there, juror number 11.
I actually believe that it was you, but I don't really know enough. So
Okay.
I was in a case, I was working at a bank in New York.
Okay. That may be.
Prosecuting the case I was in.
Okay.
That
Is there
could
anything
be
about that
anyone,
that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. Thank you. And then I believe juror number 40 in the front row here. You raised your hand, ma'am.
Mary Hunt.
Okay. And how do you know Mary?
I'm a previous foster parent.
Excellent. Okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Nope.
Okay. Anyone else whose hand I missed? All right. Good. You have also met Detectives Martin Howard and Detectives Ben Antaramian, who are the lead detectives on this case. And we have already listed off quite a few officers for the Kenosha Police Department who may be witnesses in the case or whose names may be mentioned. And we've asked you whether or not you know any of them. I want to put those names aside and ask, does anyone know anyone else that we haven't already mentioned who works for the Kenosha Police Department?
One of the guys said his roommate was a
hand
cop.
back there in the top row. I believe you are juror number 58.
And
is
yes,
that right?
juror 54. How do you know me?
Yes, okay.
Well, we were in that sex thing.
Deputy Wright. Casey Root.
Okay. Now, I don't believe any of those individuals will be witnesses in the trial, but is there anything about your relationship with those individuals that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay, thank you. Were there any other hands? I know juror number 40.
Turnabout,
okay,
yes, it
juror
is still
number
currently jury
7.
selection. Today is
Juror
jury
number
selection
34.
day. Maybe
Sorry,
some of
jury number
tomorrow if they
34.
don't
I'm
get
going
it
to make that
finished.
mistake over and over again. You are juror number 34, and you raise your hand. Yes.
Thank you, BS.
Actually, I'm not sure if the
I don't know how important it is, but I enjoy doing it.
He's with the Sheriff's Department.
Jim Kelly.
Okay. And anything about those that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. All right. My question was specifically about the Kenosha Police Department, so let's just focus on that. You in front there, juror number 46. Oh, I'm sorry. You raised your hand, sir. You are juror number 56. Okay.
Frank Cassine for
Okay. Anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Okay. Juror number 46. Yes.
My hairdresser is married to. I go to her house, and she's married to a police officer.
Okay.
I don't know her name's Melissa, but I don't know her last name.
Sure. Anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Okay. Thank you. I know juror number 40. You raised your hand.
Justin Miller.
Okay. Anything?
AGK, how do you anticipate this trial realistically going?
Anything about that?
I
that would
think
affect your ability? Okay. Thank
I
you.
think having
Anyone else
an
whose
acquittal
hands I
on the
missed?
major
Okay,
charges
juror
is
number
likely.
31.
Probably eats it on the
Anything about that that would
breach of
affect your
curfew
ability?
charge, even though it's bogus.
Thank you. Anyone
Possibly
else?
on the
Oh,
gun
you raised your
charge.
hand, sir? Okay, sorry. You are juror number 50.
I'll
Yes.
explain the gun charge in a little bit.
Okay. Anything about that that would change anything? Okay, good. Anyone else whose hand I missed? Okay, good.
We're still live, as legit as it gets. Okay, the gun charge is possible because, as a matter of
I
law,
just
the
have
gun
one
charge should be
moment to,
dismissed, in my
confirm
opinion. However, if it's not dismissed as a matter of law, the jury questions are basically: is he under 18? Was he carrying a gun? That's gonna be it. Those two facts are yes. So, if the gun charge is not dismissed as a matter of law, Kyle may eat the gun charge. Gun charge is a misdemeanor.
Prefer to start and be interrupted
and
or
will
wait?
not be a big deal in the long run. It will not prevent him from owning guns in the future. He'll probably get a year of
My guess.
probation, not be allowed to own guns for that year, and then after that, it'll be done. So that's my guess on what could happen. I think it should be dismissed.
Thinking only of
I
myself.
think he should be acquitted on all
How
charges.
about
But I
you
think
folks? Anybody need a break?
the jury's
Anybody-
probably going
yeah,
to.
let's do this.
Probably gonna stick him
let's
on
take
the,
a condensed break of about, let's hope for 10 minutes.
condensed break of 10
then-
minutes.
So, yeah, then we'll start at that time. Sorry. All right, don't talk about the case.
Talk about the case
Read,
twice.
Watch or listen to anything, and don't and come back
And
in the
judges
same
drink in
seat,
court
please.
though. Yeah, they just have to.
Okay, guys. So that takes us to 5.5 hours. So is that another 3 hours? That'll take us through till midday. I can probably do another hour or so, or I can break here for the day. What do you guys reckon? What are your thoughts? Let me know in chat, peeps. What do you want me to do? Because, I mean, I can do work while I do this. I just got to be careful to make sure that nothing's on stream, obviously. More? Alright. Okay. Well, I suppose if we get through the jury stuff, at least then we can get into... 3 more hours is fine. I know that's fine for you guys. But I have noticed we've lost like half the viewership since like an hour ago. Piers is saying keep going. Okay. All right.
Place their water with vodka.
Do another hour or so.
Okay.
We'll see how we
All
go
right,
to the next
so,
break.
I've got a bunch of super chats to read as well. We're at a break. We're coming close to the end of the day. Going to be in 2 to 2.5 hours. This day will be over. Not sure if we will have the jury paneled today, but we're getting really close, actually. Binger's going to finish up his questions. Richards will, or Sharafsi or whatever, whoever's doing jury on that side will handle their questions, and then they'll move to strike particular jurors after the questioning is done. And then once that's done, assuming they have 12 people, they'll be good. They'll be good. Bainling doesn't know if he can stay awake that long. Yeah, it's a different time for you. Ellie Inns, tell us about any of your interesting jury duty experience. I don't have any. I've never been called for a jury. Never had jury duty. Never had to serve my country in that way.
Yeah, I was missing something.
What happened with Barnes being taken off the defense? I don't know the full story. I'll try and get it. I need to talk to Barnes about it. And Halloween just kind of cramped everything up. But I'll be talking to him. I don't know what happened, but what I've heard is that essentially Barnes is no longer involved with the criminal aspects. He was going to have a limited role in jury selection and stuff like that, and as an advisor, but that is no longer the case. Don't know why. I don't want to criticize anything or anybody, but there's some issues there. I like Robert Barnes. I think he seems very competent in a lot of these things. He takes on a lot of high profile clients and cases, and so personally, I would value his input, but I'm not Mark Richards. I don't have Mark Richards' trial plan. So he might have some reasons that he doesn't want another attorney contributing on the case for various ideas. And let me humbly suggest that if Barnes is managing civil aspects and the money aspects of Kyle's case, which I think he's still doing, then Mark may have wanted to sever those things from the criminal case and the involvement of Kyle and his family. Whether or not that's wise is a different question, but that may be his thing. At some point, you may get to the idea of too many cooks in the kitchen, right? Too many people giving opinions on the case when you might believe that it's outside their role or inside your role, or there's some overlap that shouldn't happen. I don't know. I'm just trying to pose some possibilities. Again, I'll try and get some clarification from Barnes on that if I can. If he's willing to give a statement, I'll happily take it. Otherwise, I don't know. I have no idea. Michael Palmer says, Nick, what do you suppose would have happened if everyone, including rioters, showed up with guns? Would the police have let them all parade around armed? They would have to. It's nothing. It's nothing illegal about it.
To tell us we're okay.
It's weird, but
I'm here.
What are you going to charge him with?
All right. What we might do is, because he's just going to
Ridgedale Brand says, I had a video censored by Rumble, the new owner of Locals, that was not censored by any other platform. Send you more info in Discord DMs. Also, we're 94 subs from 1,000. Love the daytime streaming. Guys, check out Ridgedale Brand. They're so close to 1,000 subscribers. Give them a nice little boost if you're interested. They have some good content. They're good dudes who talk a lot about freedom and liberty. And we need more people like that. So
Censored on
give it a
Rumble.
check.
That's got to say something.
Thanks to you, Nick. It holds about 15 cards in it. I have all the Ridge products, backpack pen, and their portable charger. Yeah, the portable charger goes right in the backpack. Very cool. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Yes, and C. Goody doesn't like the Ridge knives because he's, frankly, a racist.
Only evolution of Nick's love affair with Rumble.
How else to say it?
Interesting.
Okay, pan down slowly and to the left.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Corey Shrafasi. I'm one of the lawyers for Mr. Rittenhouse, along with Mr. Richards and Ms. Wisco. I'm going to try to follow up on some of the questions that have been asked by Mr. Binger. I'm not here to embarrass anybody. If there's something that you want to talk about in the back, feel free. I'm only telling you that because I'm following up on some of the things from individual jurors that you had said. So I'm going to start, if I can, with juror number 23 in seat 23. Ma'am, you had mentioned
I've seen him floating around. I
Your
think he was in Nick's
son
chat a little
had
while
gone
ago.
down to
Like a few days or so.
the riots, the protests, whatever it was. And you had, should she have a microphone, Judge?
Are we going to get our mic? What's going on? What's taking so long? Dark Star Magnolia, we've been live for 5 hours and 45 minutes.
Okay, so you had said that your son had gone down there, and you didn't remember what day it was, though. Is that right? Okay. Can I ask you, how old is your son? Okay. And you had mentioned that you were you had asked him not to do that.
Exactly.
Okay. Can I ask you, it's a broad question, but why? Were you worried for his safety? Did you not want him to get arrested? Kind of all of it? What was kind of going through your mind?
Mostly his safety, not knowing what was going on down there, and I'm just kind of a big person to lock up and stay home and be safe and protect my own and not to look for any.
Sounds good to me. Sorry, Judge. Were you watching what was happening? All right. And
sounds good to me.
So
whoops,
you had
no comment on that.
Observed property damage, things like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Fires that were going on.
Okay. And so the biggest concern you had was for his safety?
Yeah. Didn't think he needed to be any part of it.
Okay. You had also mentioned that Mr. Binger had asked a question, and you had mentioned that you had purchased, if I have it right, you had purchased a firearm directly because of what was happening in Kenosha?
Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely want this chick, but the prosecution's going to strike her, guaranteed.
And so that is something that prior to that time frame, you hadn't had a firearm in your residence, or you hadn't felt the need to protect yourself that way?
Never had no possession.
Oh, hey, stream, I'd like you to welcome Goblin Goblinius to the stream. Goblin Goblinius is a walking charity case, and has an IQ that is lower than the average temperature most days in Alaska. But it's really great that someone helped him
Juror
type
number
in the link so that he could show up.
31,
Today.
I think, in
Very
seat
proud of
31.
Goblinius for being here.
You had mentioned that, and tell me if I have this right, that there was a question about
Goblin, please make
how
sure you
felt
put on your
about
helmet
Thanksgiving, or
today.
you were going to have Thanksgiving. So your nephew was a police officer in Kenosha?
Nothing Kenosha. He was a police officer for 10 years up in Fish Tank.
Did he come down to Kenosha August 23rd, 24th, 25th?
No. Yeah, like he felt threatened even in his area, to the point that, you know, his look was goodbye, not knowing if he was going to see him the next day because of the uproar and the riots that he was seeing.
If you know, was it equated, his decision to no longer be a police officer, was that related to specifically what had happened in Kenosha?
I think it was part of it. You know, I think the lack of his support, which we are very supportive of his friends with him, that it hurt him too, but he knew he couldn't handle it anymore.
Thank you. Juror number 40 in seat 24, right behind you there. So I just have one simple question. You had mentioned, I think a couple times, that you're a foster parent. Is that right?
I have a previous foster parent. We don't have our
Okay.
Goblin
the reason I said
Goblinius
is I'm
immediately
too,
goes
and
to Mutt's Law.
You had
and
known, or
suggests
you know Mary
that Kyle
Hart
will
through
be
that? Is that right?
raped in prison because Goblin
Without
Goblinius
getting into too much
is a
detail,
mutt
is it something that you had dealt with
and goes straight to
Attorney
Mutt's
Hart
Law.
on a lot? Like, have you seen her a lot as it relates to this foster care kind of thing?
For the foster parent, or excuse me, the foster parent association, like banquet, she was a speaker and a guest for quite a few of those. But then she was just in at most of our court proceedings throughout.
Okay.
The termination of her license.
But nothing about that involvement with her would have any impact on your decision in terms of listening to the evidence in this case. Thank you.
Can I say hi to your friend Juju Binks? Sure. Hi, Juju Binks. How you doing? Oh, okay. Judge turned off his mic.
Yeah, well, they're doing a sidebar on something.
By the way, we will be getting to all of the super chats that have been sent in probably when the hearing is done. we'll wrap through those in case there's some very important questions, and all of the justice chats as well. That's it's always weird. I could try and start now going through some of them, but maybe we should do that. We'll see here. I turned on the sub only chat earlier, which means it reset them all, which is a pain. Let's see. I got to remember where I was. Where did we stop this? Techno Geek says, in case you missed my text, the guy that makes that beverage you like so much is waiting for you to call him. I'm told a care package is in order. The president or speaking ill of the president is not protected. It's not.
This is going to be a pain in the ass now, isn't it? So what are we? 553.24.
On the evidence given in the court here today, and guided by my instructions regarding our law, reach a just and true verdict. Anybody who will be unable to do that.
All these people were clamoring to scream that Trump should die or whatever. They have the right to do it, by the way. They're all clamoring to do so during Trump's administration. Suddenly, as of right now, there was no ongoing sponsorship. It was one stream. Next, we got Nate the lawyer says, I was going to go live. You beat me to it. Sorry, Nate. I do not mean to step on anyone's toes. I am going to cover this whole trial except for Thursday because I teach. I teach on Thursday, so I'll have to see who's covering it.
You all had mentioned that you.
But I'm covering the whole thing
case, everybody,
as much
nobody
as
raised
possible.
their hand when they said
And
that
it's
they
not to
weren't
step on anyone's
aware of
toes. If someone wants to go watch
what's
someone
going
else, please do.
Is there anybody on the panel who has really done or tried to do a concerted effort to follow the case? Meaning, every time there's an article written or every time there's something said, that you are always paying attention to it. You're keeping track of kind of what's going on in the case. Has anybody been doing that? I see no hands. So in listening to some of the things you all have talked about, I don't live in Kenosha, but my question is this: based on what had happened, looking at it from the outside in, how many people on the panel are angry about what had happened? I'm sorry, the 24th and into the 25th, the whole riots thing, and why we're here. Is there anybody here who's angry?
You say the 24th and into the 25th, the whole riot thing, why we're here. We're not here for the riot. Be clearer on exactly what you're talking about.
The 24th, and then the next day into the 25th and into the night of what would be the 26th. So the riot the day before, and then Mr. Rittenhouse and the shooting the next day. Is there anybody here who's just angry about what had happened to the point that they don't feel like they can sit and listen to the case? Juror number 4. So can you just tell me what your feelings?
Well, it's just just listening to it. I'm just getting really anxious. A lot of anxiety.
Whoa! Is this butt syndrome guy?
Just reliving it. I live so close to everything that happened. It's just really bothering me.
The question will always be: do you think that you can set aside those feelings and?
At this point, I don't think I can.
I know I can't because I've already
pooped. Is it the anxiety about listening to the case? Is it having to judge the case if you're picked? Can you tell me what that is?
It's kind of hard to describe what is causing the anxiety, but I just know that this whole thing is causing to pinpoint the exact reasons.
Oh my gosh.
Do you think that if you're given whatever, I know the judge had talked about if you needed a break or anything like that, is it something that you think you can get through it, or is it something that you think you would be unable to do? Is there any reason that you?
The judge got on his phone.
Is there anything at this point
playing
that makes
Candy
you believe
Crush?
you
Look
can't
at
do
him.
that? Okay. So anybody else who was, and I'm just going to put it, that was so bothered by what had happened that they would find it difficult to listen to the facts of the case. No other hands. Mr. Binger had said, he had asked if anybody has a problem with people protesting, and obviously no one had raised their hands.
The guy is slowly zooming in. He was trying to cover
Is
up
there
the judge's
anybody here
hands.
who believes that it's okay to damage property as a form of protesting? Anybody think that's okay? I see no hands.
I believe that is okay. I believe.
Did any member of the panel?
Time.
I know no one said they were down there on, I think, the evening of the 24th. Did anybody go down and try to help clean up and see kind of the aftermath the next morning into the morning of the 25th? Anybody do that? Juror number 11.
Goblinius, one, you're a fucking idiot.
I didn't go down to
That's a completely different scenario than what happened here. Second, the answer is it might actually be
And
self-defense.
can I ask you where
believe it or not.
you were specifically, if you remember?
Making one bad choice doesn't condemn you to die. If it did, you'd be dead because you're fucking stupid.
Okay, and you were able
How do you
to
not understand
observe
Yes.
some of the. Okay, I'm sorry.
Very carefully.
Would it?
It affected me.
Did it affect you in a way that would make it difficult? Okay, so you
I'm a
can.
very objective person.
Okay, so what you saw, although it affected you, wouldn't have an impact on your ability to listen to the case. Anyone else who might have went down there or seen anything? Make sure I have this right. Juror 29.
I was down there to board up a county downtown.
Did you, when you were down there, did you have an opportunity? Was it before buildings were damaged or after? Okay. All right, and seeing whatever it is that you observed and however that made you feel, do you think that would make it difficult for you to judge this case fairly?
Where are they supposed to go? They're supposed to go both ways or what?
Anyone else? Juror number 54. Was it, I'm assuming it was still substantial, there was substantial damage. And again, however it made you feel, any difficulty in kind of separating that from what your job would be here? So is there anyone here, you have heard the judge has told you that some of the charges involve possession of a firearm. I think Mr. Binger had asked you if you understand the workings of a firearm. My question is this, is there anyone who, knowing what you know about, or your feelings about that night, is there anyone who believes that, irrespective of what the evidence would be, that if a person brought a firearm downtown, they're guilty of something? Does anybody believe that?
Goblinius does.
I see no hands. One of the charges is a violation of a curfew. Does anyone believe that if there's a violation of a curfew, that fact alone then holds them responsible for everything else that happened after that curfew?
These are good questions because there are
Anybody believe
legitimate morons out there who believe that the violation of curfew or the carrying of a gun, even illegally,
I think the judge will tell you
invalidates
this. So there's
self-defense.
6 charges.
Neither of those do.
Each one
Neither of those do.
requires
And
a
if
separate
you
finding
think
by you
either of
beyond
those
a reasonable doubt.
invalidates a self-defense
Is
claim,
there anyone who
then
would
you
have
are
difficulty
literally
separating?
fucking stupid and you don't understand self-defense law. You shouldn't be talking about it. Go try not to drown in a
curfew
bowl of
violation
Campbell
is a
soup,
civil
please.
Got it, Jude. Cheers.
But is there anyone here who would have difficulty kind of separating these out and saying, I'm going to make specific findings on each charge, irrespective of the other charge, meaning you're going to hold the state to their burden on each one of the 6 charges? Anybody have any difficulty kind of supporting that idea?
Yeah, now I want
see no
soup.
hands.
Thanks, me.
Mr. Binger had asked you about the workings of a firearm. I think you'll hear about the firearm in this case. Okay. The firearm in this case, I think it'll be referred to.
It's a fully automatic
as an
AR-15 style M4 assault rifle with the
it's an
magazine
MP15,
clip
but
ghost
it's
gun.
referred to that. Is anybody
got
so bothered?
It's got a pistol grip with the bayonet
by
and a
that
slung
type of
grenade
firearm
launcher
that
that can
they don't
also launch ICBMs from range.
Does anybody have such
Jesus Christ, Nick.
Okay. I want to make sure I have it right. I'm not going to have it right. Juror number 30. Okay.
So yes, I do have a problem with it.
Okay. Can you, I don't want this to sound like a dumb question, but can you just tell me
Tell me about
your feelings on it?
Tell me about your feelings. Apparently, tell me about your feelings is a dumb question. Ken's casting couch BTFO'd.
If it's legal to purchase, and you have your feelings, which are about that, and the firearm in and of itself isn't illegal, do you think you can judge this case fairly, understanding that it involves a firearm that you don't think should be legal? Okay, so you think you would be
struck?
You would have difficulty setting aside whatever preconceived notions or whatever your feelings are about the case and judge it fairly.
Struck for cause, Judge.
Judge, I would move strike 30.
Hey. Go ahead.
Ma'am, I just want to clarify something. So there are going to be a lot of facts in this case about a lot of different things. Counsel's asked about the curfew, about
this is
the events
pretty
that night,
prejudicial.
Protests, things like that.
It goes
my understanding
straight to the
correctly
heart
that
of one of
just
the
the simple fact
specific
that
causes of
if
action.
the evidence shows that the defendant possessed an AR-15, you would find him guilty of all of the charges just based on that fact?
Get him out! Get him!
All right, thank you, ma'am. I'm going to excuse you.
There you go.
And please give her a note. And
please give her a note that says you can have her back. We don't want her.
Christ, bro, why did that take so long?
all right, ma'am, would you have answered yes to any of the questions, or raise your hand in answer to any of the? Would you have raised your hand and answer to any of the questions asked so far?
Yes, sir.
What's up?
Just about medication. I recently started an antidepressant and
Okay.
stomach medicine that makes me extremely loopy.
It makes you
extremely loopy.
loopy. Okay.
I can't comprehend anything.
Okay.
I didn't take it today.
Hey, Alice.
Here, but that is one of my concerns.
But
okay,
if I take
do you
it,
know
I'm
when this
toast,
is about to
Judge,
happen or
right?
happening?
It's like acid.
I get a weird feeling after I do take medicine, but there's not, like, I don't have a time frame of when it kicks in. Like I said, I just started like 2 weeks ago, so
Okay.
it'll take a month or so.
You got 100 more jurors
But,
back there, Judge. Just
like I
kick
said,
her.
that's my only
And
really not a big deal.
what is how much of a concern is it to you in terms of you're fearing this happen? Not from the standpoint you're warning me about it conceivably happening, but how likely do you think it is to happen?
It happens every time I take
Good.
medicine.
Okay.
Judge, it's pretty likely because it happens
Doctor
all
has,
the time.
suggested that you take the
Yeah.
medicine regularly.
Yeah, we're going through trial and error to figure out
Okay,
what's
sure,
going on.
sure. Okay. Any reason the reason this lady shouldn't be excused? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Get out of here.
And no, you can just
Go try and not be depressed, lady,
Um,
please. That's actually a
these
real
mystery
thing.
notes that I'm
because,
talking about are just related to appearing
antidepressants
for
require a
service
build-up
later in the
time.
week on a different case.
So you like her even skipping this day is actually probably a problem. She should have taken it this day
All
and
right,
shut
ma'am,
up
would you have
loopy. That
answered
would
yes
have
to
been
any
way
of the
fucking
questions
funny.
asked so far? Okay, thank you. Please be seated. In number 30.
Yeah, Ken says mental health meds take 4 to 6 weeks to reach full effect. It's a bad idea. Yeah. I agree. The second she said, I take an antidepressant that's making me loopy, get out. Sorry, get out. No, you're cool. It's fine.
So
You're allowed to get out.
you, I think, have been asked a couple questions by the court about people who know police officers, people who know sheriff's deputies, and all that other stuff. Is there any person on the panel who believes or would believe the word of a police officer over someone else in the community or any of us simply because they're police officers? That those
I know
people
the
are
answer to that.
more believable than everyday folks. Anybody find that to be true? Okay. How about that same question if someone, for example, has a financial interest in the case? Would they? How would you, or would you believe them less because of that?
Well, yeah, like the DA, for example.
Juror, let me make sure I have it right.
Had to check on the
Juror
board.
number 40 in seat 24. Okay, so you went on to
I'd
work
be
here.
more skeptical.
Okay.
I said I would be more skeptical,
Okay. Okay.
given if they had a motivation to give their correct information.
Okay. And I saw what I believe to be juror number 43 in seat 3, kind of like.
Yeah, 43.
Okay, so 43 is same. Is it? You tell me your answer to that question.
Yes, in any situation, if
someone benefits from something, you have to, you know, you have to wonder if they're pure.
Goblin Goblinius,
anyone else?
rewind the stream and listen to it from the beginning instead of being a beta fucking cuck who comes in here and is like, I demand you answer me now. Go listen. We've already covered all these topics, not just me, also Nate the lawyer. Go listen to the answers from your fucking betters, you piece of garbage. Go listen to people who actually know the law. You're asking questions. We've got answers. The fact that you don't want to hear them
How
is
about,
indicative of you, not us.
Mr. Rittenhouse has the right, constitutional right to testify and the constitutional right not to testify. Is there anybody here who would find him less credible simply because he is charged in this case? That no matter what he says, he's less credible as a witness. Anybody actually believe that to be true? I don't see any hands. How about
that's an indication Kyle's probably not going to testify, which he shouldn't. No
I think
reason for
you'll
Kyle
hear
to
from
testify in
some-
this case. Only
some
bad things
experts
come
in
from
this
that.
case. Does anyone here have
What's
any
up, John Smith?
training in medicine or being a nurse or anything like that? Okay, so juror number 31.
I'm a pharmacist and I teach at medical school.
I'm going to ask you this question. Do they teach anything about like frontline, like emergency room things? And they do. So do you have any personal knowledge of things like gunshot wounds, anything?
Gunshot wounds, but in assertion of like we're not selling for opioid overdoses.
Okay, so I think you will, so you are a pharmacist, you will likely hear from some medical doctors. Do you, because they're medical doctors, do you believe them to be more trustworthy and believable than anyone else?
Depends on the content. If it's medical based, yes, it would have to be the experts. in this field.
Okay.
Well, that's dangerous thinking.
Okay, thank
Judge
you.
is
Anybody
talking
else
to blue
who,
sweater lady.
juror number 27? Okay, and if I have this right, one of you have a PhD, or I don't know if it's called a PhD. Okay, so you are the equivalent of a doctor of pharmacy.
Not if you're old like me.
Same question to you. Do you have any like specialized knowledge or maybe more knowledge about things like gunshot wounds or
Remember,
things
they're
like
going to knock this down to 20 people, then knock it down to 12 people.
Okay, do you
from
know
there.
what stippling is? Okay. And I don't want to assume this, but you're going to hear from physicians. You are maybe
Mickey, I
as
can
educated or more
practice law in
educated
the
than they are.
Twin Cities, you weirdo. What are you talking about?
Are you willing to kind of
I've
listen to
done
the evidence
cases
that they
or,
provide, or
I've
is it kind of
advised
foregone
clients, I should
conclusion
say,
that
in the
they're-
Twin
that
Cities
they're right?
plenty of times. No, I've actually practiced in the Twin Cities. What are you talking about? And I won that case.
Right. Okay. Very good.
Kind of
Thank you.
sense as a
Anybody
private
else
one.
who has any medical training? The juror number 13. You're a paramedic, is that right, sir?
Sure.
Have you ever arrived on the scene or have dealt with a gunshot before?
Not a gunshot.
Do you have familiarity with any aspects of gunshot wounds or anything like that?
Yeah, we train on it, relatively.
Renal
Do you
round,
know
that's
what
true.
stippling is?
Do not.
Do you know what stippling is?
Okay.
Can I stipple
Is there
you?
anything that you know, that your knowledge about in terms of the work that you do that you would not be at least willing to listen to the evidence?
No.
All right, that's all I have for you. Thank you. Anyone else? I thought I saw one more hand, but I could be wildly mistaken. And I am. I think Mr. Binger asked you about if some of you had working knowledge of firearms. I think he asked that. I see a show of hands of people who have working knowledge of firearms. And so juror, if I could, juror number 2. Would you be willing to tell me what the basis of knowledge is and things like that?
Market practice, world, small.
Okay, thank you. Anybody
Someone
else in
asked-
that back row that
KCC
has
says, what does
juror
working
number
knowledge mean?
43 in
That's
seat
that's
3?
actually the interesting thing. What does the juror believe the working knowledge means?
That you
That's
personally
the
have?
relevant part.
So, okay. And have you? I'm assuming you've taken that out, and
Yes, I have done it a couple times, but I've taken that and stuff very well.
can I ask? Is the primary use just for target practice and things like that?
Safety. No,
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. That's all I have for you.
You want her on there, by the way. You want the
I
woman
just wanna make sure I have
who
it right, sir.
is
I'm sorry.
concerned about safety as a female and is trained with a firearm.
Juror number 58 in seat 6.
Hunter safety training, hunting before.
Great loner, low odds on the judge.
Not
Haven't seen any of my
practice,
videos covering this.
Firearm.
He's going to be more concerned
Would
about
you
what
say
the
that
New
you have
York
a pretty
Times,
good
LA
working
Times,
knowledge of-
CNN, what they're saying.
How they work and things like that?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the back row? Juror number 45.
Michael
in
and I
seat
says
number
discussion
8.
of Sipling is because Rittenhouse's injuries. I think he means Rosenbaum's injuries. He said Rosenbaum. I read it wrong. We're at very close range. So if I'm not mistaken, Sipling is the idea that there's
So
other
when you say,
particulate,
I'm not as familiar. When you say proficient, does that
around
just
the
mean you're
wound,
good at,
right, from a close
like,
range
shooting?
shot, so you're gonna get some wadding,
Yeah,
might get some
shooting
burn
and
wounds,
operation,
stuff
how
like
they
that
work, you know.
from the muzzle. Is that correct? I'm not a medical. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the back row?
Michael
Juror
Burke, I don't know
number
what happened to
11
closed
in-
captioning. They must have
I'm
turned
sorry.
it off.
Juror number 52 in seat 10. Okay. And is there anything about firearms involved in this case that would make it difficult for you to listen to the case? Thank you. Juror number 11 in seat 11.
Gunpowder burned is Sibling cool.
Just kind of
That's
a
why I love streaming. You
working
guys are
knowledge. You have a
literally
working knowledge
Wikipedia,
of firearms.
but better because you're not gay.
Very safe. We did not expect any kind of safety course. I never went to date. Already a lot of target practice and again, for personal safety.
Okay, thank you. The judge would describe that as the second row. Anybody in the second row that has, and you are.
Cheeto.
You are 20.
I want a
Okay.
judge sheriff in my home. Oh.
It's just, we have it for home defense, but I know the basic on safety and how to take it apart with next cover.
Okay. Anyone else who spends time with or is familiar with firearms? I'm sorry. This is juror number 20. I know this 29.
Hunter safety, I'm a member of a range for target practice.
Okay. And is it, if you don't mind me asking, is it more, well, you go to a range, so is it more for just practicing? Is it more for personal safety?
Random Graham,
Both?
no one has issued any jury
All right, thank
strikes
you.
at this point.
And
Everybody's
just
gonna,
so I'm
the
clear, this is
prosecution and defense get
juror
to ask all their questions first, and
28,
then they'll issue their
in
strikes
seat- Okay, 28.
after
Yep.
that.
M16.
They're motioning for dismissal for cause at this point.
12 gauge.
And those are things that you've used before?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. 27 and 27.
I online onto my husband.
Is your use of it more just to go kind of spend time with
Burden
your
Rev,
spouse, or
this
is
is
it
defense. This
personal
is
safety, or
this is Sharifsi.
so you've been the victim of a crime with a firearm? Okay. Can I ask you, would that have an impact on your ability? Can I ask you, how long ago was that?
Schroeder. Oh, Christ.
Was the person arrested? Okay.
Picked them out. I went to court. They were arrested.
I can only assume that was an incredibly traumatic experience. Hearing about firearms in this case and firearms being discharged and what you obviously know we're going to talk about, would that have an impact on your ability to listen to this case? Okay.
The fact that she said is an issue for me in that.
26 and 26.
I shoot recreational.
I
shoot recreation, and I take gun safety classes.
Is it something you do regularly?
About once a year.
Once a year. Okay. All right. Thank you. 26 in seat 25.
25.
I'm sorry, 25 and 25.
Big hunting family. Like 3 generations now. I also shoot regulation. I also do protection.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'm sorry, ma'am, 40 in seat 24.
My husband is an active hunter. He's got a gun collection.
An active Hunter Biden.
And he taught me shot shooting a couple of times. I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but he's wanting me to take a concealed carry class or a hunter safety class so that I can be more confident and not as uncomfortable around guns.
Do you think it's important to have some comfort level for you with the firearm?
Yes, I during all of the unrest, I was very anxious at home with my kids when my husband was away at work or was working. So I didn't feel comfortable and I didn't feel safe at home. But I knew I'll be more of a danger to myself if I hurt again.
Defense wants to probably toss a gun crime victim.
Where they were and where the keys were to the safe and everything, but I didn't feel comfortable with it. So that's why he's expressed interest in getting me to get more knowledge.
Defense wants everybody with a concealed carry permit or who is engaged in gun training. Anybody who recognizes what self-defense looks like, the defense wants them on there because this is one of the clearest cases of self-defense you're going to encounter.
Juror 23. Yeah, no, same thing. But it sounds like you got a gun in particular for safety.
Yes, and he hasn't been out shooting quite often to gain accuracy.
So would it be fair to say it was something you did initially for safety now that has turned into something that you actually, I don't want to say it's a hobby maybe, but you enjoy doing?
I enjoy doing it and I encourage myself to do it because I want to be accurate.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, there's one more, juror 54 in seat 30.
I want to be accurate. Kyle was a very accurate shot. That's a good thing. Prosecution probably marked that lady for a strike.
Is there anything about, and this can go not only to juror number 54, but everybody, we had talked about the specific gun being bothersome, at least to one juror. Is there anybody here who's just so bothered by guns that, there are certain things that just are a non-starter for people, where they don't want to hear the evidence, they don't want to listen to it. Is there anybody here who feels that way about firearms, that they just would be unwilling to listen to the facts of the case? I see no hands.
This is still relatively rural Wisconsin. I know it's close to Chicago, but the whole county isn't necessarily part of a Chicago suburb. So you've still got a bunch of people here who are going to be very comfortable around guns because they grew up with guns.
So
Right.
that being said, I just wanted it noted that, no, I don't believe a machine gun should be in anyone's hands.
What do you mean machine gun?
So I don't know a whole lot about firearms. Can you tell me what your definition of a machine gun is?
Way to play dumb.
Is able to shoot multiple rounds.
When you say that, by like you just hold the trigger down and then bullets just keep coming?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't think that type of gun is necessary.
Gone. Judge dismissed for cause.
Well, you're going to, this case is going to involve a gun that you may be,
prejudiced
I don't want
against.
to say uncomfortable, but your feelings on it, okay? So I don't think I'm going to sugarcoat this. You're going to hear that that gun is out and about in Kenosha.
A boot.
How would,
Then it shouldn't be.
okay.
Gone.
Yeah.
With that belief,
pretty clear.
Do you think you can still listen to the case and judge it fairly, or are you bothered enough by your feelings about the type of
Why are you even
firearms
still
that you
asking
would be
questions?
unwilling
She's
to set that
gone.
aside?
It's not even
I
unwilling.
appreciate you being honest about it. I think everybody does. So
Yeah. Judge moved to strike for
I
cause.
tried my best to try to be very neutral about it.
She's see, this to me appears like she's trying hard to get onto the
Judge
jury.
moved to strike for cause.
Yeah.
So the judge has asked, do you think somebody could do a better job than you sitting in your chair?
Nobody wants to be in this chair. I'll tell you that.
You said nobody wants to be in
Nobody
this.
wants to be in this chair. I'd be
I reckon there's probably a few people that want to be in that chair.
Okay, I'll get back to that in a second. But I'm really just, and I think everybody just wants the people that are going to be as fair as possible. And if there's something that is telling you that you don't think
He
that you
needs to
can
get her
be
on
as
the
fair as
record saying
possible, I
she
think
can't be impartial.
everybody
That's
on
what's
this
going
side would want to know that. Do you think, with the feelings that you have, I think it's a, I don't want to say it's a yes or no, but what are your feelings on it?
everyone's both sides of it. I just really feel as if I'm taking it away from just the gun itself. I don't.
Lady, you're full of shit. Just say that you can't be impartial because you don't like the gun.
I'm going to invite correction by the lawyers.
gotta
Because you
strike
used
her
the
for
term a
cause.
machine gun. And there was a time 50 years ago when a machine gun was a gun that on a single depression of the trigger would fire multiple rounds. That type of gun still exists and, for example, is used in the military. They are unlawful in almost all instances for sale to individuals. That's called now a fully automatic weapon.
They're not unlawful at all. You just have to have a
That means
special
that the
licensure.
single trigger depression can discharge as many bullets as the firearm is capable of discharging for as long as the trigger is depressed. Then there are guns that are semi-automatic.
Depress the trigger. You're
where
worthless. You're not
they're
any good at
capable of
life.
firing a large number of rounds, but every time requires a single trigger pull. There have been devices created which can render those effectively
Michael Burke,
fully
jurors have all
automatic.
been sworn in.
They are not lawful for sale in this country, but I think the old ones are still out there, which would make the gun the equivalent of a fully automatic weapon. So there's semi-automatic, single depression, discharges only one bullet, and it's as fast as you can pull your trigger, the number of times you can pull the trigger. And there's a fully automatic, which will fire as long as it's held down. Does that make sense? Anybody have a question about that? Accuracy of
Strike
that?
her for cause,
Okay, go ahead.
Judge.
Would it matter? Would it matter to you whether or not how would it change your opinion if you knew that it was not fully automatic, that it was a single depression? Would that change your opinion and how you feel?
No, just be honest.
To shoot a particular person
Mhm.
or thing to be more deliberate than if it was a machine gun and you're just taking out everybody. Machine gun being automatic.
Clearly, that didn't happen here, even if it was
So-
a machine gun.
I don't want to. I just want to make sure that I understand your position on it. Okay, so the judge
This is
has
a
told
defense
you
strike.
about
Garen, if,
no
if
one
the
here
judge
is going to
doesn't remove
allege
her,
that
this is a
there was an
defense strike.
automatic weapon used. Okay, so it was a single depression as many times as the judge said, as fast as you can pull the trigger, but it's a semi-automatic weapon. Knowing that, does that have an impact on your feelings in terms of being able to judge the case fairly?
Again, he has to get on the record that she's not impartial to get a free strike. That's what he's trying to do.
See how it all mapped out with the evidence.
Would you do your best to try to?
I will do my best.
Can I ask you this? You had said, and you had.
This is why he
brought something
keeps
else up.
asking questions.
You had
He's
said
trying
nobody
to
wants
get
to
out
be
of
sitting in
her
that chair.
the wrong admission, the admission that he needs.
Okay, well, I might. What about, is it the anxiety of potentially being on a case like this? Is it just
Scary. The last case I was on, it was a former patient of mine that was murdered.
Anna, what is wrong? How do you not know? How?
I'm scared to go home. I live very close to Antioch, where he is from. When we thought the riots were going out, yes,
Hashtag
it's so
disappointed.
scary. I live so close to where he's from.
would your fear, if that's the right word, would that impact your ability to decide the case fairly? Would you be worried about outcome?
No. My fear is walking out of any of the days of court and just wondering what we're walking out to. What are our cars going to look like when we're going out?
Removed for cause. Get her out.
Am I going to be able to get home safe? That's scary.
Just to interject, there are measures that will be taken with the jury that is selected to deal with those fears. And I think your fears would be substantially diminished
No, strike
once
her.
you're made aware of them, but I'm not going to
Strike
talk
her.
about them right now because they're less effective if I do. So we'll leave it at that.
I appreciate your honesty. Is there anybody else trying to follow up on that? Anybody else who feels that sitting on the jury, on this particular jury, would be difficult because of either the pressure, anxiety from any of the things that your 31 had said, fear of what a verdict might do or be, what it means to the community? Anybody here have those fears? Juror 4, if I remember this, 40 and 24.
Yeah, I think I'm more afraid of the community. And I should say all the outsiders from our community that are coming in because this is such a public case.
Got that Arby's.
Just brings it back to August. the civil unrest or the possibility of the unrest and the unknowns, or it just makes you feel uncomfortable.
Do you have concerns that a specific verdict could be a problem for the community?
Potentially.
Okay, so there's
Strike this lady. Oh my God, you have every reason on earth to strike this lady. She's terrible.
But that doesn't stop.
Sorry, guys. Little one didn't actually wind up going to daycare. She's a little under the weather, so I'm just keeping an eye on her, as well as the missus. So.
How do you would it impact your ability to be fair though, having lived through whatever you lived through, however you felt about it? Would that
Roscoe,
impact
you're
your
right.
ability
I am
to
the Michael Drake
judge
fan.
this case
I
fairly
kill
because
the
of those
competition.
concerns?
No, I think it's more so like she had mentioned, like what happens when we leave the courthouse and all of the unrest that could possibly be there.
But you still spam, so get the fuck out.
Let me just tell you that I've been in this business for over 50 years in the criminal courts, and I have never, ever, ever had any incident in any of the courts, not just in my court, but in the other judges.
Stop reassuring this lady and just strike her. She's obviously not fit for jury duty in this case.
Over the years.
Goblin, yes, you can provoke people by lawful conduct. Go back and watch. Nate and I discussed this. I get that you're fucking idiotic and you have no brain and you can't reason through things and you can't read the law and you can't read case law and you can't read statutes. I get it. We explain everything to you. Just go back. God, you're so fucking dumb. The real question is, when you get in a car, do you have to have an assistant so you don't run yourself over? What is wrong with you?
Are you okay? Meaning, are you willing to listen to the case, judge the evidence, understanding that a specific verdict, whatever you think might bring out, as you call them, the crazies, are you okay saying, look, I'm still going to do what I'm going to follow the law.
They've spent like 8 minutes on this lady. Just strike her.
I'm going to render a verdict that I believe to be correct with all of that kind of background noise.
Yes. So, yes, I don't think that it would factor into me being unbiased to me. Look at all the evidence. It's my aim.
Okay, thank you. I think juror 15. Did you have your hand up, man?
All right, so she's on the defense's strike, 7-strike list.
Yes.
After the prosecution questioned me, we were going to have a loss of concentration. We were going to prosecute the issue, but we didn't sit impartially as I could.
Tim Crimes, prosecutor's not talking. This is Kyle's defense attorney, Michael Sharifsi. Michael Sharifsi is the attorney's last name.
The interaction, not discussing the case, but the results.
Yeah, you can prosecute a prosecutor for perjury. It's just really, really exceptionally rare.
Is it something that would, I want to do this delicately. I don't want to.
Let me ask this, is there objection to excusing this juror?
You don't think you can be fair, is that right, ma'am? Based on that.
All right, I'm going to excuse you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank God.
Was it 62?
Yes.
Stolen screen name. Yeah, this is just jury selection. And jury selection will either be done by the end of today or it'll be done tomorrow.
All right. Look. Well, even though we haven't started the trial yet, I think there's one thing we can all agree on. He is very fashionably dressed. Don't you agree? All right. I'm sure we've got a few Cub fans in here, but anyway, would you have raised your hand and answered any of the questions? What's up?
I have classes that affect my water license that I scheduled that are in the next 2 weeks for my water license, and I also have a 24-hour call shift coming on. Call shift?
water license?
I'm a wastewater water operator.
Okay, and the clerk is nodding yes, and she grew up on a farm, so this obviously is something rural, right?
No, this is like
No? What's that? Oh, a municipality. You work in Lake County? Do you wear that shirt to work? All right. So this is something that's essential for your employment?
Yes, sir.
What would happen if you didn't do that?
My license stands like that also.
Well, is there objection to this gentleman being excused? Okay, thank you. What's that? Yeah, and she's a big Cub fan, so she's gonna.
Turn number 63.
All right, sir, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far? Which ones?
I have a conflict with the schedule, and also I have a yes question about the team which the one of the government said that.
Nope, go.
I agree with her. That's why I think there's someone more qualified.
Okay, let's break it down a little bit. And
Psychic
maybe you'd be more
wars.
comfortable.
The short
in the chair
answer
over
is
there.
yes, but we
Why
have
don't
no
you come on
evidence
up and sit in
anyway
seat 15,
about that.
and then you won't have to stand there and answer questions. All right, thank you.
Diamond Dog, he was asking about something about the AR-15. If
You
someone's
indicated
asking about a
you
specific
had
gun.
generally in agreement with the lady who was excused about her views on the firearm involved. Okay.
Yeah.
What is your personal belief on the subject?
I believe that there's someone here more qualified for.
No. My question wasn't clear. What is your? I don't remember the exact question that was asked of the lady, but it had to do with whether or not she would be able to be fair on all of the crimes that are charged and the particular elements of them, and that simply because the defendant is alleged to have been in possession of that type of a firearm, that she would just vote guilty regardless of the proof.
Okay, Goblin Goblinius,
that's not a
I'm never
totally fair
answering you
statement, but
again.
it-
Go back
want
and
to
watch the
improve on that?
video. You
You
don't
asked the
understand
question.
self-defense. You don't understand Wisconsin law. You don't understand the facts of the situation. These are basic fucking facts that you have gotten wrong over and over and over. So I'm telling you right now, publicly, I will not respond to you again. You're fucking retarded. You're too stupid to understand what's going on willfully. That's the worst part of it. It's not that you have a mental
you said you had a
disorder
schedule
or
conflict?
something like that. It's that you're willfully stupid. So you can go educate yourselves. We've covered all these topics. I will not respond to you again. I don't care what you say. Find a bridge.
Well, it would take us up to the 19th would be the Friday after we're supposed to be done, hoping to be done. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. But I'll let Mr. Sharafasi examine you further on the weapons issue if he wishes, and I'll allow the state to respond as well.
So, juror number 63. So, just trying to follow up, and I'm going to have you answer as honestly as you can. Are you willing to listen to the evidence, understanding some of the evidence is going to involve possession of a semi-automatic firearm that looks like an AR-15?
It is an AR.
Are you willing to listen to the evidence and judge this case based solely on that evidence, irrespective of your feelings about that firearm?
Yes.
Okay. So are you willing to judge each individual charge that involves that firearm based on the evidence that you hear in the case and is presented to you, setting aside and understanding the fact that you
Again,
have
he's trying
these
to.
feelings about this firearm?
This is a weird thing that they have to do. They have to get on the record the reason for cause to strike these people. Otherwise, they have to burn their own strikes on it.
Thank you. I was asking. I'm sorry, Judge. Raise your hand. Sorry. I think that, and I'm not looking to point fingers, but I think juror number 46 in seat 17, there was questions about fear of sitting in those seats or anxiety about sitting in those seats. And I know you didn't raise your hand, but your body language was telling me that you were not thrilled about this. So is that true? Can you tell me what everybody's
Oh my
interested
God,
in?
we
is, and I
passed
understand there's
3,500 likes.
anxiety.
Hold on, I'm trying to
Probably
soak
forever.
up the existing liquor.
Is it something that you can?
Oh, well, just the other day, I was driving down 60 and they're already boarding things up, which freaked me out. Like, come on. So, yeah, I'm worried about the safety. And I even didn't even drive a car here today. I took a lift because I don't want anybody seeing my car. So I'm just kind of freaked out about that. Yes.
Okay. Would it impact your ability to render the verdict that you thought was correct?
Oh, no, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
Okay. Anyone else that have concerns about being on the panel in terms of safety or, I'm sorry.
Cable, no, dismissal for cause
34.
is not using one of their own strikes.
So I really want to serve on the jury.
The 7 strikes that the attorneys have are for no cause.
People involved directly have an opinion. I figure
Cheers,
either
chat.
way this goes, you're going to have half the country upset with you, and they would react poorly. I also drove somebody else's car here, and while it wouldn't, it is my duty, and you're a guilt tripper up there on the bench, and so I'm a big Hamilton.
Did you just say they're a guilt tripper?
The founding fathers, but it's
Big Hamilton
scary
fan.
because you don't know how
Strike.
people are gonna react.
Get
And I
it-
watch
get her
too
out.
much TV. And so, of course, you worry. I want to know who's going to have the list of jurors. I'm grateful that you mentioned that we're not photographed. Not only would I not have control of my side, but I don't want it to be known. I don't want people to know that I'm on a jury, or, I mean, if I'm on a jury, I wouldn't want them to know, and I wouldn't want them to have my list of my name or my address. I don't want people standing outside of my house. It's scary when you think all of a sudden, and it's
Funny
on
thing
the
is, the
news
people
all
who will
over the
do
country.
that to this juror
not
are the
just
New York
County.
Times, CNN,
So, I mean, it is
LA
scary, and I would be
Times.
very interested to hear how the jury is protected, because
And those are legitimate questions, and they recur in cases without commenting on the enormity
Holy
of
shit.
or its particular facts, the aura of fear that would surround it. If you were here over the years that I've been here, you would have a better idea about the degree of risk that's involved for jurors. I can tell you, one of the things I'll tell whoever selected on this case, whatever their verdicts are, I will talk about that you're never obliged to talk with anybody about the case, but you're welcome to talk about it as little or as much as you want. I tell them that if anyone bothers them, that they should let me know, and we'll put a
I
stop
want
to
to do a
it.
collaboration report of the
And
week.
you know
for
what?
food
In
review.
50 years of trying
Whatever.
cases, and I tried cases as a lawyer, and now in 38 years as judge, I've never had a juror threatened. I've never had a juror bothered in any way. I have not been bothered, and I don't have any special arrangements either. I am involved differently.
I get
obviously,
what
in
the judge is
jury,
saying
but,
here.
As you'll find later, if
But we're not
there's a
we're not
verdict of guilt
anywhere we
turned
were
to
in the
criminal
past
trial,
50 years.
then I'm in the sentencing business, and I think that the fear that people have is greater than the reality of risk. I'm not going to say it could never happen. By the way, when was the last time you read about a juror being harmed?
well, I watched a movie the other
We had to
Very
say
good.
that
I'm a
ironically.
Netflix girl.
Okay, all right, I got you. But yeah, you don't hear about it. You once in a decade.
It's not even
Once in
that.
15 years, you'll hear about a judge getting assassinated. Yeah, that assassinated, because there are some that happen in the family court's very volatile. The divorce court is very volatile, so you'll hear about those instances
Hockey
once in a
mask
decade.
time.
In terms of a judge actually being targeted, I would say that's once every 20 years you read about something like that. And these are people who are dealing with this on an everyday basis. So the risk, I can't emphasize enough. And the same thing with prosecutors. So if I could tell you, well, there's no risk at all, but I wouldn't be being honest with you. I'm telling you that I've never seen it. I've anything even close to it. And as far as these people who are spouting off all over the country, but when you have a case that gets this much publicity, we get people. I'm going to leave it at that.
Judge, you're making her case.
can't
Stop.
strongly enough tell you that I think that the risk of which you're concerned, I don't want to minimize it, but on the other hand, I don't want it to assume proportions that it doesn't deserve. Okay.
Well, I appreciate your comforting words.
Even if I'm, what did you call me?
Comforting words.
No. Before that, what'd you say? Guilt tripping.
I did call you a really good guilt trip.
That's going to last. All right, go ahead, Mr. Sharef.
My only question is, with that,
I'm a degenerate at
understandable
Arby's. I just eat the
pressure that you
giant roast
feel,
beef
or
sandwich.
anxiety that you feel. I
not
think
good,
everybody's concern is
but
that
it's good
that
enough.
pressure then makes you decide something that you don't actually believe in because you feel pressure to.
I don't think there's a right answer. I don't think, some cases I think.
Oh my God, just
if
strike
you
it.
decided guilty, it would get, it would be better.
Crying out
If you
loud.
decided innocent, it would be better. I feel like it's as divided as politics and as racial tensions are. I think that there are no winners. I think.
But ma'am, who else is waiting to say?
G31.
No, I agree. And honestly, we could all say whatever to get out of the chair. I mean, if we weren't here to be honest and to try to come with an honest verdict based on the evidence, I don't think people would still be sitting here. I mean, because you could say some really off the wall things, and I've had lots of suggestions from people about what to say or what to wear to get off the jury, but I don't believe that's true. And I also don't believe in torturing yourself to get out the civic duty. I'm just saying, I feel like whatever the verdict is, there's going to be half the country that's going to be up in arms about it. And we've seen what that did to the city of Kenosha. Last year, I don't live in the city, so I wasn't personally affected, but so many people, even leaving here today have been. And it's just scary. And I don't want people to have my name, and I don't want to be seen on TV, and I don't want people to come after in their haze of praise.
Maybe the country will calm down.
Well,
See a verdict at a fair trial.
That would be amazing if that happened. I love your optimism as well.
Thank you. My last kind of area.
Holy shit, Your Honor. Why have you not just
Nobody's gonna
struck her just for being a smart
point,
ass?
and it was raised a little bit. Is there anybody on the panel who does not believe in the concept of self-defense as a defense in court? That you should not be able to use self-defense to defend yourself?
No one's going
I
to
see
raise
no
their
hands.
hand. Terrible question.
What I think you will hear, what I know you will hear in this particular case is that in a case like this where self-defense is raised, once it's raised, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it wasn't self-defense. Not that we don't have to prove that he was acting in self-defense. They have to prove that he wasn't, which it might be unusual. Is there anyone here who thinks it's unfair to make the state hold that burden of proof that Mr. Rittenhouse, in fact, did not act in self-defense? Does anybody think that's a problem?
No one's going to raise their hand to that.
I see no
either.
hands. The other thing
Again,
is,
a terrible question.
which is a little unusual, is I think you will be asked to view that self-defense from the shoes of Mr. Rittenhouse, not from all of us
These are
sitting
weird,
here.
like technical questions.
Semi-comfortable.
Easy to not raise hands to.
Today.
I think
So you'll
we
be
should
asked
ask
to
more
view it
open
from the shoes.
questions.
Does anybody think that is also unfair?
Does anybody think there are limitations on the idea of
I
self-defense?
see no hands.
Raise your hand.
And lastly,
Let's talk about what do you think is a
the
limitation
judge
on
had
self-defense?
commented on the
provocation.
idea
Oh, okay, fine.
of
Stuff like that.
presumption of innocence when he was talking about the founding fathers.
These
So the
these questions
idea
are too technical.
is that as he sits here right now today,
So I think
with
it's a
everybody
lawyer
having your
problem.
feelings about what
Gotta
you've
be a real
seen,
guy.
what you've heard, what you've watched, as he sits here today,
Wait, hell, it's allowed. Huh?
presumed to be innocent. Everybody gets that. Does anybody think that that is unfair to, I guess it would be to the state. Does anybody think that it should start kind of in the middle, that there should be no presumption of innocence? Does anybody
I know
think
a bunch of people are mad about the Barnes thing, and you're welcome to be mad about it, but it's
I see no
done at
hands.
this point. So now we have to just analyze based
And
on
I
what
have
they
no
got.
other questions.
All right, folks, I think we're going to take about a 10, hopefully 10, maybe 15-minute recess.
I've had to pee for
And then
so
we're going to
long.
be calling jurors into the library, one at a time, and asking some questions that we didn't bore into here that are better asked outside the presence of the other jurors. And during that time, please remain in your seats. We're going to take a little bit of a break too.
Have a family you need. Ask how long this case will
First,
go for.
and then after
Probably
that,
about
please
2
remain in your
weeks.
seats, and you're welcome to talk about anything you want, including that gentleman's
In
very
case
fashionable
Barnes
shirt.
is supposed to be, allegedly supposed to be involved in the jury
or anything
selection
else other
with
than
a
something that
team of,
relates to the case or the
behavior
evidence or the
experts, and
people
they
or
were-
anything like that.
They were
And then
removed.
we'll start
or
calling
they removed
and
themselves. Not quite sure.
stay
in the
alert,
past couple
everybody,
days.
because there may
from
be some additional people who will be excused, and some of you folks will be called up to replace those people. So you need to be just as attentive, and across the street too. just as attentive as before once we get started again, but there won't be anything happening right in your presence. So it's going to be done.
Max Grift, I can't play the Whiskey Peeing Lawyer song on
of
this
the other
one.
jurors. Media, we're going to allow at least one media representative in the library while we do this. Maybe two. I guess I already committed to two, so we'll find the chairs. It's because the room is smaller. And I think also two from each party, two additional folks from each party. Any questions, anybody? Okay. And these questions are going to relate to the very issues you were asked about here, only perhaps more in depth. Okay. So
yeah, Andy Marcelli, I know what Barnes says and I believe him, but I don't know the circumstances. So I'm just trying to be as fair as possible.
What's the word?
I believe Barnes, but even from Barnes, I haven't personally heard the full story. So I'm not going to go out and accuse someone of something or like.
We're going to use, I guess, the clock time. There's clock time that's showing on that clock, and we'll start at. Well, we'll try to start at 20 after on that clock up there, which is more likely 17 after. Is that
15 minutes. Well,
okay. Any question? Okay, thank you.
All right, guys, I'm going to be right back, and I'll hit some super chats and answer some questions and interact with chat in a minute. But I just really have to go to the bathroom. I actually had to go before we got before we got back from lunch. Nate and I were talking. I didn't want to interrupt that. I figured I'll just I'll take the hit on the bladder or whatever. I'll be right back. See you guys in just a minute.
Okay, well, thank God for that. That was good timing. All right, so they're having a break. Do we know whether or not he spends time doing super chats and that sort of stuff at the end of this one? All right, that's just talking. Has court actually come back today? Are you serious? So there was all these questions and there was nothing?
8 hours of streaming and then doing another 3 hours of streaming plus having the extra 2 hours of Twitch. It gets to be a lot. So I just have to work logistics. Snuggle Struggle says, I'm late. What did I miss? Dear God, 7 hours. Can't you just cut this down to a 10-minute video for me so I can act like I'm the expert upon this case? Sadly, many keyboard warriors acting like this. They haven't the foggiest. I will try. I will try to get some recaps out there. Maybe just some. They might just be
interesting. All right, so where are you? 7:39.
On the evidence given in the court here today, and guided by my instructions
well and
regarding
truly
our
beyond
law.
that.
That's from the beginning of the day. They must have ended the stream after I clicked on the live now version. Let me see what happens. I wasn't paying attention to the timestamps.
Oh, bravo.
That looks like the end. That is the end of the Kyle Rittenhouse streams. I can't find any others.
Shit. Wrong one. Meant to remove that. Not the
Durna
other way
1804
around.
says if she was actually a pacifist like a Mennonite, then she couldn't serve on the jury because she couldn't use force to put someone in prison. Reno Ryan says, remember Rome, remember Pearl Harbor, remember the creation of the world? This judge does. Nova Zero says, I approve of this judge. His technique is to waterboard each and every single juror so they can be a little less gay. Super Iron Bob says, I'd have trouble not saying I have an opinion, and I have trouble not dismissing anything this POS prosecutor says.
Okay.
Penultima says,
presumably Nick is then going to do the super chats for the day. It very much looks like
you get 180. The state exam, the state portion, the 6 multiple choice was 36 points. 6 points.
Okay. I'm not saying anything.
Serious.
All right. Well, I could probably change the name now. Guys, I'm going to end it up there, I think, because let's face it, I need to get started on some actual work. But hopefully there's not too much more in terms of jury selection on day 2. And thank you very much, everyone, for sticking around. I'll just double check whether or not there is anyone that is live that I can... So that if you haven't got quite enough of your LawTube day, let's have a look, see. Rob Gouvea's on, so I suppose I can send everyone across there. Criminal meme trial and the Proud Boys, okay. All right, let's do that. Next, Super chats for the best part of the show. Yeah, I get that. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to sit and listen to all of it, especially not for another hour and a half. So, but as always, guys, please remember, you are not a piece of shit. You do contribute to society, even if all you do is hit that like button. And stay healthy, wealthy minds, people.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks. Don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Nope. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. Shit, I'm out.